Li Feng's expression was a bit heavy. Tiannan City is a sister city of Lincian City. The Yanghe River separates the two cities, and the Yanghe River Bridge connects the two cities. It can be said that if something happens in Tiannan City, then Lincian will be next. Jiang Cheng was also stunned when he heard the three words, Tiannan City. He couldn't help but think of the survivor camp of Haiyang Hospital that he wiped out 5 days ago, and the guy called Brother Eagle ran away under his nose. Is there any connection between the two? Wang Chong couldn't wait any longer and asked, "What are the details?" The attack took place at 6 p.m. yesterday. According to the head of the Tiannan base who survived, the headquarters learned that there were 3 awakened people in the group, one of whom could suddenly move a distance, one could be invisible, and the other controlled a monster with a human head and an eagle body. There were 20 combatants in the Tiannan base, and they were killed by these 3 people almost at the first sight. The headquarters asked us to be careful. Li Feng detailed the intelligence he obtained. 3 awakened people. Wang Chong sighed. He still remembers the attacks by Huang Shui and his gang. He knows how powerless ordinary people are when facing awakened ones. Fortunately, after this transaction, their strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people, and they also have a level 1 doomsday pistol. As long as it is not a level 2, they are confident that they have the strength to fight. But Jiang Cheng is still their backbone. Thinking of this, Wang Chong and Li Feng both looked at Jiang Cheng. The harpy, it must be him without a doubt. If he was still guessing just now, then after listening to Li Feng's words, he was almost certain that the group of people included Brother Ing from Haiyang Hospital, who he had let go before. So he raised his head and met the eyes of Li Feng and the others, and said, "I have fought with that harpy before." Fought? Li Feng frowned. According to Jiang Cheng's personality, it is basically impossible for an enemy to survive after fighting with him, and being able to escape from Jiang Cheng's hands can only prove that this person is very strong. If this is true, the Lincian survivor base may be in big trouble. Wang Chong and Li Feng thought the same. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "This man is nicknamed Brother Eagle, but his specific name is unknown. He is good at summoning bird mythical beasts. He has 3 awakened people under his command. Some time ago, I fought with them because of some things. Brother Eagle was seriously injured and escaped. I killed all 3 awakened people under his command. Do you have any clues about the other 3 awakened people who attacked the survivor base in Tiannan, Brother Jiang?" Li Feng asked. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Since Brother Eagle escaped that day, no trace of him has been found. Now he came out with 2 awakened people. He should have defected to other forces in Tiannan." Then he looked at the 2 people and said, "But I think, instead of guarding against the other party's attack, it's better for us to strike first." "What do you mean?" Wang Chong looked over with a burning gaze. Now that he has this extraordinary power, he doesn't want to stay in the base in fear. "We can send people to investigate first, and when we have investigated this group of people thoroughly, we can work together to destroy the other party's base directly." Jiang Cheng expressed his thoughts. "Okay, that's it for now." Li Feng nodded in agreement. After the 3 of them discussed it, Jiang Cheng took out 2 more cyan potions and handed them over, saying, "These 2 can increase a person's speed. Each can increase it by about 14 meters per second. That is to say, after you inject it, your running speed can exceed any world sprint champion." Originally, he was not going to take it out, but now it seems that Li Feng and Wang Chong will still have a big gap with the Awakeners just in terms of strength enhancement. In order to ensure the overall strength, he still took it out with pain. With the experience of injecting the strength enhancement potion just now, Li Feng took the potion directly and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Don't worry, we will make up for the zombie crystals later." A total of 10,000 zombie crystals. Jiang Cheng threw out a number, explained some things, and said goodbye. Only Li Feng and Wang Chong were left looking at each other in bewilderment at the potions in their hands. After a long time, Li Feng finally smiled bitterly. "Brother Jiang is good, but the things in his hands are so expensive that it hurts. Captain, don't worry about it. Don't you think about how much does one of our tanks cost? How much does one of our planes cost? With these heavy weapons, it's barely enough to deal with a first-order mutant. But Brother Jiang's things can greatly enhance the combat capabilities of individual soldiers. We definitely made a profit." Wang Chong complained on the side. "That's right." Li Feng nodded and sighed, and then joked, "But speaking of individual combat capabilities, The headquarters seems to be doing some kind of super doomsday soldier plan, calling on soldiers to voluntarily participate in the experiment. Are you interested? Tisk. I'm not interested in being a guinea pig. At the same time, Tianan City, somewhere in a community, a group of people were sitting around a fire, talking and laughing. Large pieces of bone meat were placed on the fire, sizzling under the flames, and the aroma was everywhere. Beside the fire, a man in his early 30s was staring blankly in a certain direction with a gloomy face until someone called out, "Jiang Cheng, are you still thinking about your broken base?" After coming to his senses, Jiang Cheng, also known as Brother Ying, turned around and said coldly, "What do you mean by a broken base? The whole base was taken over by one person. Isn't it still a broken base?" The man said disdainfully. "Say it again." A nameless fire instantly rose in Jiang Cheng's chest. The harpy not far away seemed to feel the anger of her master and turned her head to look straight at the young man. The young man was not ashamed, saying, "Why are you pretending? If our boss hadn't taken you in, you would have been eaten by zombies by now. Besides, that beast that is neither human nor beast. Do you think I'm afraid of it? Lame stinky idiot, FCK." After the young man finished speaking, he shouted, "Beast transformation! Crazy lion!" After the words fell, the young man's originally thin body began to swell, and his shriveled muscles began to swell like a balloon. His height also skyrocketed at this moment, and a thick layer of golden hair grew on the surface of his skin. In the blink of an eye, the young man completed his beast transformation. Golden hair all over the body, golden animal pupils, a golden afro, 2 10-centimeter-long saber teeth at the corners of the mouth, strong and powerful limbs, and a pair of palms with nearly 20-centimeter claws with metallic luster. At first glance, the whole thing is a human-shaped lion. But this lion is stronger than ordinary lions, and its height is at least 3 meters. Roar. A huge animal roar, showing the momentum of the king of the grassland. "Haha, you can try." Jiang Cheng's voice became colder, and he shouted in a low voice, "Harpy, give me." Before he could shout, suddenly, the two people who were confronting each other felt a suffocation in their necks, and the harpy was also involved. The two people and the beast covered their necks and struggled to get off the ground. A majestic voice sounded in the ears of several people. "Have you had enough trouble? Boss, boss." Wang Shi's voice began to tremble. Jiang Cheng also looked in the direction of the voice with a flushed face. The man was naked from the waist up, revealing a strong tendon, with a small ponytail, a pair of knife-like eyebrows rising into the sky, and his eyes were full of hostility. "Brother Fan." "Humph." Luo Fan snorted coldly. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and the necks of the two men and the beast loosened, and they stood firm again, but they looked at him with a hint of fear. "We just captured the Tianan survivor base yesterday. It's hard to say when Chudu will send people over. Now you are still thinking about fighting? What's wrong? Is it because you have too much energy and have nowhere to vent?" Luo Fan scolded. "Do you need me to loosen your muscles?" "Boss, I was wrong." Wang Shi lowered his head to admit his mistake, and his body turned back to human form, no longer arrogant. "What about you?" Luo Fan looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. Although he joined the Tianan survivor base, he knew that this was just a deal. He joined and Luo Fan avenged him. "Forget it, this matter ends here." Luo Fan shook his head secretly. Now is the critical moment when the base is established. Jiang Cheng is still useful to him, and he doesn't want to break up for the time being. But thinking about these things, Luo Fan said loudly to everyone, "Now, we have occupied the Tianan survivor base, which can be regarded as a foundation." At this point, Luo Fan looked at a young man in the crowd and said, "Second brother, you have been to college, and these survivors will be handed over to you in the future. Just leave it to me, boss." Sherdong patted his chest and promised. "Very good." Luo Fan nodded and looked at another big man with a figure like an iron tower and said, "Third brother, you have worked in security, and then the patrol mission of our base will be handed over to you." Wei Ming immediately agreed. "Old Four, you are a cautious person. You take people to Lincian to check and determine the location of the survivor base in Lincian." Zhou Shuisheng, who was as thin as a monkey, nodded hurriedly. "Boss, what about me?" Wang Shi, as the fifth brother asked hurriedly. Following the platoon, everyone had a task, and he didn't want to be the one who eats for free. Old 5, I have something important to give you later, Luo Fan said lightly. Wang Shi stepped aside with an uncomfortable look and said, Okay. Old 6, you and Old 7 are responsible for the exploration outside the base. If there is an enemy attack, notify us at any time. Luo Fan continued. No problem. Ma Gua and Yinbin nodded. At the end, Luo Fan looked at Zhang Shuangying and said, Zhang Shuangying, you are responsible for chasing the fish that escaped yesterday. Yes, Brother Fan. Zhang Shuangying nodded. After all the tasks were assigned, Luo Fan turned around, waved to Wang Shi, and then left directly. Seeing this, Wang Shi immediately followed. Walked to a house. Luo Fan found a place to sit down casually, and then gestured to Wang Shi behind him and said, Okay, sit down. Yes. Wang Shi sat obediently on the stool beside him. Luo Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Old 5, your mission is quite special. You keep an eye on Zhang Shuangying. Once he makes any movement, you must tell me as soon as possible. That's it, Wang Shi said disdainfully. Zhang Shuangying's monster looks quite intimidating, but that's all. Luo Fan shook his head seriously and said, No, I feel that Zhang Shuangying still has some secrets. My intuition tells me that he is not simple. Okay, leave this matter to me. I will definitely not make mistakes. Linxian City. Linxian Survivor Base. As soon as Jiang Cheng left, Li Feng immediately called the headquarters. Headquarters, I'm Li Feng, the person in charge of the Linxian Survivor Base. I have important information. Please contact the headquarters commander. Please wait a moment, the operator said, and the other end of the phone fell silent. 3 minutes later, an old voice sounded from the phone. I am Xiang Chu, the commander of the Chuda base. Please speak. Commander, it's like this. Li Feng directly reported the content of the transaction with Jiang Cheng and focused on the matter of the potion. Are you serious? Xiang Lao raised his voice with a hint of excitement in his tone. If there are a large number of such potions, the Super Doomsday Soldier plan can be further improved. I dare to guarantee it with my life. Li Feng said, Okay, I approve the zombie crystals you applied for. This afternoon, I will arrange personnel to distribute them. But about the potion, tell the other party how many he has and how many we want. Zombie crystals can be supplied in unlimited quantities. Xiang Lao said, Yes, Commander, I will convey your meaning to him. Li Feng negotiated and finally finalized the crystal matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Jiang Cheng returned to the base. The first thing he did was to go directly into the energy conversion room and put in 6,000 ordinary zombie crystals and 1 first-order mutant crystal. Energy points plus 78,000. Energy points plus 1,950. Remaining energy points, 303,830 points. Looking at the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng looked at the Biochemical Research Laboratory and the Weapons Research Laboratory and said directly, Crack the first-level Awakening Potion. Crack the first-level Doomsday Submachine Gun. Crack the first-level Doomsday Bomb. Ding. Do you want to consume 214,000 to crack? Seeing such a large amount of energy points consumed, the system sounded and reminded. Consume. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate at all. Ding. Level 1 Awakening Potion. Remaining time to crack, 719:59:59. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun. Remaining time to crack, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb. Remaining time to crack, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Remaining energy points, 89,830 points. Looking at the energy points that were reduced by more than half in an instant, Jiang Cheng felt a pain in his heart. Next, he bought 7 level 1 gene enhancement potion in the permanent base mall, and then called Father Yang and a few others. He handed over the level 1 gene enhancement potion in his hand. Because Lin Ro and Lu Xinru had already been injected with one, only one was given to them this time. And because it was Zhang Ye's first injection, Jiang Cheng gave her 2. Li Qingwan also got 2, and Father Yang also got 2. Inject first. Everyone looked at each other. Their friendship level of more than 95% made them choose to trust Jiang Cheng unconditionally. Without any hesitation, they injected the needle directly into his arm. The next moment, all the data of all personnel were further improved. But just like this, it is definitely not enough. He took out the remaining 4 first-level awakening potions and handed them to Lin Ro and others, saying, "This is a first-level awakening potion, which can awaken your own abilities. I originally planned to let you rely on your own strength to awaken slowly, but the current situation is more urgent. Everything will be discussed after awakening." Everyone said in unison, "Okay, I have awakened successfully." Lin Ro was the first to wake up after the injection. She raised her palm, and instantly, a blue water ball appeared in her palm, and the water ball could be larger or smaller according to her thoughts. Data eye open. Jiang Cheng looked at it and shouted. Name Lin Ro. Gender female. Age 22. Friendliness 100. Level First Order Awakener, first level acquired. Spirit 0.1, can increase combat power by 10%. Wisdom 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength 50.7, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility 17.45, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance 1.8. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower water control, awakening degree 100%. Kung Fu. Qi absorption method, hard Qigong. Skills elementary firearms, elementary combat. Comprehensive combat power 88.15. The strength reached 5,070 kilograms, a little more than 2 tons, so there is no problem even against a first-order crusher. The speed reached 122.5 meters per second, far exceeding the general first-level harvester, but there is still a big gap to the first-level killer. The mental power has also reached the standard of meditation, and the supernatural power is water control. Another point worth mentioning is that this girl's martial arts realm has reached the first level of the acquired realm. It seems that she is very diligent in her practice. As for the friendliness of 100, after a long time of getting along, everything is in sight. Looking at Lin Ro's data, Jiang Cheng nodded constantly. Such strength is definitely the strength of a first-level awakener. Jiang Cheng, I feel that my whole body is full of strength now. Lin Ro said excitedly. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Everyone will have such a reaction when they awaken for the first time, and he is no exception. Just as he was happy for Lin Ro, Lu Xinru also awakened. She looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile and said, "It seems that I can't get rid of the identity of a doctor in this life." After that, she showed her ability to Jiang Cheng. Lu Xinru cut a wound on her hand, and then gently covered it with her other hand, emitting a bright green light. In just 1 second, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was not a trace of scar left. Jiang Cheng quickly opened the data eye. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendliness, 100. Level, First Order Awakener, first level acquired. Spirit, 0.1, can increase combat power by 10%. Wisdom, 19, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 47.85, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 20, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 17.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.8. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, healing, awakening degree, 100%. Kung Fu. Qi absorption method, hard Qigong. Skills, advanced medical skills, elementary cooking. Comprehensive combat power, 104.65. Jiang Cheng was also relieved after glancing at Lu Xinru's information. The friendship reached 100, proving that she trusted him 100%. The strength also reached 4,785 caddies. She could also fight against a first-level crusher alone. Her speed crushed a first-level harvester, reaching 140 meters per second. Her spirit was 17.8, which surprised Jiang Cheng. It seemed that meditation could also be practiced. The last ability was healing, which perfectly matched Lu Xinru's profession. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Sister Lu, It seems that you will become a doctor in our Shuguang base in this life. Alas, I am destined to be a coolie. Lu Xinru rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly. Then, the third person to awaken was Zhangya. This is... Zhangya felt her body shyly. Because at the moment of awakening, she felt that a thin layer of membrane had grown again somewhere in her body. Not only that, her skin became extremely tight, and the dullness and dark spots on her skin disappeared. Instead, her skin was like that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, as smooth as silk and as white and flawless as white jade. Especially her pair of sparkling eyes. Jiang Cheng's brain was in a trance when he saw them. Meditation. Feeling something was wrong, Jiang Cheng immediately activated the meditation skill, which allowed him to barely stay awake. But when he looked at Zhangya, he still had the urge to fall into it. Not only Jiang Cheng, but even women like Lu Xinru and Lin Ro looked at Zhangya with eyes full of obsession. But Father Yang surprisingly did not fall into obsession, which made Jiang Cheng sigh and couldn't help asking, "Father, what are you doing?" Without a woman in mind, the sword is naturally divine. Father Yang looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with an unfathomable look, but Jiang Cheng noticed a teardrop sliding down the corner of Father Yang's eyes. So that's it. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly and stopped investigating. But he looked at Zhangya and also opened the data eye. Name Zhangya. Gender, female. Age, 30. Friendliness, 95. Level, first level awakener. Spirit, 0.08. Can increase combat power by 8%. Wisdom, 12. 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 40.1. 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 12.4. 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10. 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.2. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Power, charm, awakening, 100%. Gong method, Naki method, hard Qigong. Skills, cooking master, agriculture intermediate, tailoring intermediate, management advanced. Comprehensive combat power, 74.5. My martial arts cultivation is still a little bit behind, but my strength has reached 4,010 kilograms. I can barely deal with the first-order crusher. My speed is still much higher than the first-order reaper, reaching 86.8 meters per second. I have enough mental strength to practice meditation. This is it. Superpowers. Jiang Cheng had a headache when he saw this power. If the user's strength is strong enough, it will definitely be a heaven-defying power, but if the user's strength is low, the end will be a bit miserable. It seems that Zhangya's training needs to be strengthened in the future. Jiang Cheng thought about it, looked up at Zhangya. His expression was in a trance again, and couldn't help but said, "Sister Ya, can you put away your charm that has no place to be?" Bah! Zhangya spat lightly with a blushing face, and the pink light in her eyes flashed away. In an instant, the feeling of being trapped disappeared. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and finally looked at Li Qingwan. At this time, Li Qingwan slowly opened her eyes. "Qingwan, what ability have you awakened?" Lin Ro asked impatiently. After getting along with each other these days, Lin Ro and Li Qingwan's relationship has become much closer. Lu Xinru stayed in the operating room every day doing research. Li Qingwan was a little shy. Feeling the attention of everyone, she said bravely, "My power is to transform into a phoenix." Phoenix? Jiang Cheng frowned. Li Qingwan nodded slightly. Then she took a few steps back and then whispered, "Phoenix." Moment. Her body was suddenly completely wrapped in flames, and at first glance, she looked like a huge flame egg. Soon, the flames dissipated. A giant bird with a fiery red body and golden flames burning on its tail and head appeared in front of everyone. And the moment the giant bird appeared, the temperature in the base increased significantly. "Oh my God, is this the legendary phoenix?" Lin Ro murmured. She swore she had never seen such a beautiful and noble bird. Jiang Cheng was also amazed. He didn't expect that Li Qingwan could awaken such a power. You know, it is very common for awakened people to transform into beasts, but most of them are ordinary beasts. Some are werewolves, some are vampire bats, and some are giant elephants. These are very common in Western countries, but not many can transform into mythical beasts. See, A researcher once issued a report on the ability to awaken into beasts. Generally, the varieties that awaken into beasts are closely related to their own ancient genes. In other words, those who awaken into wolves are most likely to have wolf ancestors. Bloodline. By analogy, Li Qingwan is very likely to have the blood of ancient mythical beasts. During the sigh, a cry came out. I don't know how to change back. 9 p.m. Tianan City. A huge strange bird flew past the Yanghe River embankment. On the strange bird's back was a lame man, looking around angrily against the strong wind. Everyone was resting in the base, but he was the only one sent out to search. If he hadn't wanted to take revenge through the hands of these people, he would have turned against him long ago. Damn it, Luo Fan, just wait for me. Talking to himself. Suddenly, there was a burst of ridicule from the woods on the river bank. He looked with his golden eagle eyes and saw a figure covered in blood moving in the grass. Judging from his military green clothes, he was the captain of the Tianan survivor base who escaped last night. Do you want to arrest me? Zhang Shuangying touched his chin. Even if he catches this person, he will still be ostracized in the Tianan survivor base. Maybe Luo Fan has already sent someone to keep an eye on him. It would be better to. Zhang Shuangying's eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. If he lets this man go and uses him as a messenger to create some trouble for Luo Fan, he might be able to draw out that man. Then he will find a way to provoke conflict between that man and Luo Fan and others. In this way, in the end, he only needs to just sit back and reap the benefits. Thinking of this, he felt more and more feasible that this matter could be done, and patted the harpy on the back. With a low cry, the harpy immediately understood. She flapped her wings and fell down. When he landed firmly on the embankment, Zhang Shuangying jumped off the harpy with a cane, and then jumped a few steps. At the same time, among the grass, it must be past. Tang Yong anxiously dialed the satellite phone in his hand. The attackers patrolled too closely during the day, so he didn't dare to speak out at all. After finally surviving until now, he had to pass on the information he knew. Just as he pressed the phone, a voice sounded behind him. Who are you going to call? Hearing the voice, Tang Yong trembled, turned his head in horror, and found a lame man standing in front of him. Because of the backlight, he couldn't see clearly the lame man's appearance, but he only felt that it was vaguely familiar. Who are you? Tang Yong forced himself to calm down, taking advantage of the darkness around him to quietly touch his lower back with one hand. But what he didn't know was that such small actions were like child's play in the eyes of the other party. You forgot about me so quickly? Zhang Shuangying came over, narrowed his eyes slightly, and reminded, by the way, you'd better stop making small movements with your hands. Tang Yong bit the bullet and said, I don't understand what you were talking about. Really? Zhang Shuangying raised the corner of his mouth, pressed the crutch in his hand hard on Tang Yong's ankle, and said in a cold voice, Do you think I can't see the little toy behind you? Ah! Tang Yong screamed. Large beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and the hand that had been touching the pistol retracted. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Zhang Shuangying loosened his crutches and said with a smile, Can you talk properly now? What do you want to do? Tang Yong's legs relaxed, and Tang Yong felt a lot less pressure, and he asked weakly, You first see who I am. Zhang Shuangying did not answer Tang Yong's words, but waved with one hand, and the next moment, a huge harpy fell from the sky. It's you. The moment the strange bird appeared, Tang Yong's eyes suddenly turned red, and his breathing became rapid. At least half of his brothers died at the hands of this strange bird. For a moment, the fear in Tang Yong's heart was immediately overshadowed by the anger rising in his chest. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and was about to pull the trigger. Zhang Shuangying said calmly, If you want to lure those people from Tianan base over, you can shoot them. I believe you should also understand that this little toy cannot cause any harm to me. What on earth do you mean? Tang Yong asked with red eyes. Help you. Zhang Shuangying spat out 2 words, and then said without concealment, You can understand that I want to have some fun for those guys in the Tianan survivor base. Do you think I will believe you? You just have to trust me. An hour later, Tang Yong stood in a daze at the gate of Linxian survivor base, but the faint night wind behind him woke him up again. Turning his head to look at the guy who disappeared in midair, he suddenly felt that he was being teased like an ant when facing this group of people. Can we really win against such a guy? With a somewhat desperate murmur, Tang Yong came back to his senses and looked at the base gate. As of now, it is better to tell the news to the captain of Linxian Survivor Base first. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yong walked towards the door. Tian'an Survivor Base. Seeing the huge figure falling in the sky, everyone sitting in front of the fire looked over, especially Wang Shi, who joked, "You will come back if the person is found?" Zhang Shuangying was not angry at all. He glanced sideways at Wang Shi and casually found a corner to stay without saying a word. 10 o'clock in the evening. Dawn Base. After some adaptation, Li Qingwan finally learned how to change, but one thing that was embarrassing was that every time she changed, her clothes would be burned to ashes. So Jiang Cheng gave her the first-level space ring that he had redeemed before, used as a change of clothes at any time. For the rest, Jiang Cheng assigned 3 first-level watermelon knives to Lu Xinru, Yang Lao, and Zhang Ya, while Jiang Cheng gave the first-level Doomsday sniper rifle to Lin Ro. Lin Ro was born as a security guard and returned from the army. Her marksmanship is naturally the best among the group. There are also 5 first-level Doomsday submachine guns. Jiang Cheng equipped each person with one, including 50 rounds of ammunition, including a first-level Doomsday bomb for each person. After distributing the items, Jiang Cheng returned to the room alone, because he felt a throbbing in his chest, as if something was about to be born. Sure enough, just returned to the room. The first-level mutated beast egg placed on the bedside began to shake violently. Is this about to give birth? Jiang Cheng hurriedly picked up the egg and put it on the bed, then sat next to it and waited quietly. Speaking of which, this mutated beast egg was agreed to only take 3 days, but now it's already the 5th day. I really don't know what can be hatched from an egg fed with his blood. Another 2 hours. That is exactly 12 o'clock in the evening. As the shaking became more and more violent, cracks began to appear on the mutated beast egg, and white light emitted from the cracks. The cracks are getting bigger. Poof! The top of the mutant egg suddenly cracked, and a furry little head with squinting eyes came out, followed by a body, and finally a furry tail. Meow. A delicate sound sounded. Is this definitely a mutant beast? Jiang Cheng was confused. Isn't this the little wild cat outside his house? Oops. 5,000 energy points wasted. Meow. With another soft moan, the kitten shook off the mucus on its body, slowly opened its eyes, and looked around. When it saw Jiang Cheng in front of it, it immediately limped over intimately and rubbed Jiang Cheng's wrist with its furry head. Okay, little guy, you win. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to rub the little guy's head with his palm, then picked him up with both hands and said gently, "Little guy, whether you are a mutant or not, from today on, I will take care of your dried fish for the rest of your life." Meow. Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, the little guy's face showed humane joy. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Cheng looked at the little guy and said secretly, "Data I. Open. Name, none. Race, Devourer, larval stage. Level, lower level 1. Wisdom, 0.6. Strength, 20. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Superpower, Devour, can devour all items and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat power, 40.6. Oh, it actually has such a high combat power. Jiang Cheng looked at the little guy's information and his eyes lit up. Strength 20, which is 2,000 kilograms, is equivalent to the strength of an ordinary first-level awakener. Agility 10, which is 70 meters per second, which has exceeded the ordinary first-level harvester, and the mental power is as high as 10, which also surprised Jiang Cheng. Finally, there is the superpower. According to the introduction of the mutant beast egg, this devourer belongs to the type of unlimited growth. The first-level mutant beast egg is only equivalent to its initial level, but it does not represent its upper limit. Not a loss, Jiang Cheng said secretly, and looked at the little guy in his palm again, with more love in his eyes. By the way, little guy, you don't have a name yet. How about I give you a name? Jiang Cheng said, while holding the little guy up. As if he understood Jiang Cheng's words, the little guy nodded ignorantly. Then call it. Jiang Cheng has liked raising cats since he was a child. In the past, his family ran a small shop, and they also raised a lot of cats to prevent mice. In particular, a white cat was his favorite. Let's call it Meow Pass. Meow. The little guy tilted his head, not quite understanding the meaning of the name. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, I have been very afraid of death since I was a child, and I still am. You look like a little cat, so your name is Meow Pass, which means not to be tough when encountering things, and live well. Meow. Hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, Meow Pass immediately became happy. But maybe because it was just born, it still can't walk. Its 4 white legs walk separately, which is very interesting. After it cuddled in Jiang Cheng's arms for a while, it crawled out and walked towards the eggshell on the bed, then opened its mouth, and in an instant, the eggshell in front of its mouth disappeared. Jiang Cheng was also surprised by Meow Pass's skills, because he saw that the moment Meow Pass opened its mouth, a small vortex appeared in its mouth. Could this be Meow Pass's ability, swallowing? In just 10 seconds, all the eggshells on the bed disappeared, and Meow Pass grew from the size of a palm to the size of a 550 milliliters mineral water bottle. When walking, it became steady and powerful, and with its snow-white fur, it looked quite noble. Jiang Cheng opened the data eye again to look. Name, Meow Pass. Race, Devourer, larval stage. Level, below level 1. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 40. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. Power, Devour, can devour all items and turn them into nutrients. Comprehensive combat power, 60.8. When Jiang Cheng saw Meow Pass's data, he was not calm. The strength attribute, which was originally 20, immediately became 40, which means that now Meow Pass's strength has directly increased to 4,000 kilograms, and its agility has also increased to 105 meters per second, far exceeding the average first-level harvester, and its spirit has also reached 15. Such combat power can easily deal with most zombies below level 1, and as the owner of Meow Pass, Jiang Cheng is equivalent to having an extra first-level master. After eating the eggshell, Meow Pass yawned loudly, then found a comfortable position on Jiang Cheng's bed and lay down directly, curled up. Jiang Cheng was also happy for the little guy to rest. Now that the little guy has been strengthened, it's his turn. He took out 2 second-level strength-enhancing potions that had not been traded before and stabbed them into his arms. The next moment, a warm current began to flow around his body, strengthening his muscles. His strength attribute has also been significantly improved. Strength, 127.8 plus 20, 1 for ordinary humans. 14,780 pounds, almost the level of a second-level awakener. After strengthening, Jiang Cheng washed up and lay directly in the hibernation chamber. No words all night. July 22nd, 2022. Sunny. The Lincian Survivor Base welcomed an armored vehicle and a land tank, as well as 6 military jeeps and 3 large trucks. As the person in charge of the Tiananmen Survivor Base, Tang Yong said that he had never seen such a large scale in a survivor base in a city of the same level. 10 cars directly filled the square of the Lincian Survivor Base. As the person in charge of the base, Li Feng naturally received these commissioners from Chudu very warmly. Captain Li, I am Miao Feng from the headquarters. I am here to obtain samples and collect data under the order of the headquarters of the Chudu Survivor Base. I hope Captain Li will cooperate. The man got off the armored vehicle and saluted respectfully. Behind him were 3 tank soldiers and 45 ordinary soldiers. Li Feng also saluted seriously, then his expression relaxed and said with a smile, Of course, please follow me, Commissioner Miao. Then he said to Wang Chong beside him, Go, pick a piece of equipment. This. Wang Chong was obviously reluctant. They spent a lot of effort to exchange for more than a dozen doomsday pistols, and now they have to give one away, and an extremely expensive steel armor. To be honest, he was reluctant to give it up. But soldiers are bound by their duty to obey orders. He nodded reluctantly, turned around, and trotted towards the command room. Seeing Wang Chong leave, Li Feng made a gesture of invitation, and the group walked towards the square in a mighty manner. When they arrived at the square, Wang Chong also took the equipment. Li Feng said to Miao Feng, Commissioner Miao, let's start then. Yes. Miao Feng nodded. Seeing this, Li Feng said to Wang Chong, Go, show Commissioner Miao the demeanor of our soldiers from the Lincian Survivor Base. Yes. Wang Chong saluted straight, then walked to the side and glanced around. When he saw a large stone pier 50 meters away, he handed a timer to a soldier and said, You come to time me. Yes, Captain Wang. The soldier took the timer and shouted loudly, "Ready, run." As the voice fell, Wang Chong was ejected like a cannonball. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Chong arrived at the stone pier. The timer was also pressed immediately. Count. 2 seconds, 35. The soldier reported a number. This time, Miao Feng was shocked. You know, the super doomsday soldier Lin Yi who came out of the laboratory at the headquarters only ran 50 meters in 0.89 seconds. And this was at great risk, while Wang Chong actually ran 2.35 seconds, which is completely beyond the ordinary people. In such a simple environment as the Lincian Survivor Base, it is definitely worth being proud of, even if this 50 meters may not be accurate. Next, I will lift this stone pillar again. Wang Chong estimated the stone pillar in front of him, which was at least about 800 pounds. Miao Feng also sent 3 soldiers to try it, and it took 3 people to get off the ground. No problem. The soldiers sent nodded. Miao Feng then said, "Let's start." Wang Chong listened, hugged the stone pillar with both hands, and shouted, "Lift it for me." Under the eyes of the crowd, the stone pillar was actually lifted directly by Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong seemed to think it was not enough, and he raised his arms and lifted the stone pillar directly above his head. Good. Miao Feng was so excited that he immediately applauded. The rest of the soldiers also followed suit and applauded excitedly. The doomsday has been coming for a month, and they have never stopped fighting zombies. They have always been fighting zombies with human flesh and blood. Now that they have seen Wang Chong's power, how can they not be excited? Because this means that as long as they get the medicine injected by Wang Chong, they can become equally powerful. By that time, the sacrifices on the battlefield can be greatly reduced. Next, Wang Chong took out the first-level doomsday pistol and glanced around. He suddenly said with some difficulty, "Commissioner Miao, there is no first-level mutant here, and it is not easy to test the pistol." This, Miao Feng thought, glanced around, and when he saw the tank, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is the most advanced tank at present, which can defend against 105mm armor-piercing bullets. It is just right to use this to test. So he said, "Just shoot at this tank." Wang Chong listened and couldn't help showing a playful look, and said, "Are you sure?" Miao Feng said affirmatively, "Shoot." Then, "I won't be polite." Wang Chong licked the corner of his mouth, slowly raised the pistol, and muttered silently in his heart, "If it breaks, don't blame me." After the words fell, "Pull the trigger." Bang! A tongue of fire spit out from the muzzle. The bullet was squeezed out of the barrel under the support of gunpowder and shot towards the tank quickly. Seeing that Wang Chong really dared to shoot, everyone from Chudu, including Miao Feng, showed disdain. You know, this is the latest 35-ton tank that can defend against 108mm armor-piercing bullets. This bullet of less than 50mm is just tickling the tank. But the next moment, clang! When the bullet hit the tank armor, a metal spark came out, and then without any pause, it went directly into the tank armor, and then penetrated from the other side of the tank. The steel armor pierced out and sank into the cement wall of the teaching building not far away, and then stopped. "It's fake." The soldiers who followed showed shocked eyes. Miao Feng also lost his voice and said, "How is it possible?" He immediately ran to the front of the tank and began to check. When he found a finger-sized hole on the tank, he confirmed that the scene in front of him was not fake. A pistol that can shoot through a 35-ton tank armor. Oh my God, he must be dreaming. At this moment, Miao Feng's heart was like a huge wave that could not be calmed for a long time. After being silent for about half a minute, he hurried to Wang Chong's side, showing a flattering smile on his face, and said, "Comrade Wang Chong, can you let me try it?" Soldiers love guns just like talented men love beautiful women, both in ancient and modern times. No, Wang Chong subconsciously refused, but after seeing Li Feng's warning eyes, he reluctantly handed the gun over and said, "Here you go." However, as if afraid that Miao Feng would shoot all the bullets, he immediately reminded, "Be careful, this gun is very precious, and you can only shoot one shot. This bullet was exchanged for us at a high price. Also, remember to hold the gun with both hands when you take it. The recoil is very strong. Don't let the gun fall to the ground." Also, after a few more instructions, Wang Chong finally handed the gun over after Miao Feng agreed. Seeing the gun with a faint metallic luster, Miao Feng couldn't wait any longer and took it over in a hurry. It's quite heavy. Miao Feng's hand sank, and he almost couldn't hold it. The Desert Eagle is already the king of pistols, weighing 4 kilograms, and this level 1 Doomsday pistol weighs at least 10 kilograms. Without a certain amount of strength, it is really impossible to hold it steady. But as a special commissioner of the headquarters, he is also a soldier king who has walked out of the rain of bullets, so he still has this strength. He held the level 1 Doomsday pistol with both hands, aimed at the tank, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A tongue of fire came out of the muzzle. The bullet shot out quickly and hit the tank armor. Just like Wang Chong, the bullet penetrated the 2 layers of armor of the tank with almost no resistance, and even shot a big hole in the cement wall of the school teaching building before stopping. The huge recoil caused by the shooting made his wrist numb and his shoulder a little sore. However, he could still endure this degree. Putting down the gun, he quickly looked at the tank. When he saw the finger-sized hole, he was even more shocked. He looked at the first-level Doomsday pistol in his hand again, full of love. "Hey, give me the gun back when you're done," Wang Chong shouted hurriedly. At this time, Miao Feng immediately said, "Okay, I'll take this gun as a sample. Next, let's try the first-level steel armor." "Hey, how can you?" Wang Chong was about to scold the other party for being shameless, but Li Feng interrupted directly. "Okay, Commissioner Miao came here to extract samples. This gun will be sent to Chudu as a sample. What about me?" Wang Chong was immediately anxious. This is his favorite gun. Li Feng said unhappily. "Go to the war room and get one yourself." "Okay." Wang Chong lowered his head in frustration. Next, they experimented with the first-level steel armor again. This time it was even more ruthless, and they used RPGs directly for shooting. As expected by Li Feng and others, the first-level steel armor only left a little scratch and was not blown up. "Good stuff." Miao Feng's eyes lit up again, and he immediately sent someone to put the first-level Doomsday pistol and the first-level steel armor into the safe, and then went into the command room with Li Feng to hand over the supplies delivered. This time, the Chudu Survivor Base specially replenished 100 supplies for 1 month for the Lincian Survivor Base, and transported a number of guns, and dispatched 30 soldiers to supplement the battle of the Lincian Survivor Base. The remaining 127,000 ordinary zombie crystals were handed over to Li Feng. Before leaving, he added, "By the way, Commander Xiang asked me to bring you a message. Commissioner Miao, please speak." Li Feng immediately stood up straight and said seriously. Miao Feng said slowly, "In the future, the headquarters will strongly support the transaction with Jiang Cheng, but in terms of zombie crystals, you also need to think more about it yourself. After all, the resources of the headquarters are also limited." "I understand. I will find a way myself in the future," Li Feng said bitterly. "Well, that's all. Take care, Captain Li," Miao Feng said, and returned with the remaining dozen soldiers. Looking at the departing convoy and the remaining soldiers, Li Feng felt even more bitter. "It seems that I can only rely on myself from now on." Muttering, Li Feng came back to his senses and looked at the 30 soldiers standing under the teaching building, and said loudly, "Wang Chong, I will leave these people to you to arrange." "Yes, Captain. Also, arrange for 2 people to deliver the zombie crystals brought by Commissioner Miao to Brother Jiang." "Yes." Team member Lin Ro is waiting at the door. "Can you please open the door?" Jiang Cheng was awakened by the mechanical beep of the dormant cabin. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said a little irritably, "Let her wait." He has been angry when he wakes up since he was a child. Now that his mental attribute has reached over 40, he still can't change his bad habit of getting angry when he wakes up. "Yes," the mechanical voice replied. After the upgrade, every room in the Dawn base has absolutely soundproof equipment. Unless there is a violent attack, the people inside will never be able to feel it. Jiang Cheng sat up from the dormitory, casually put on a bathrobe, and pressed the button to open the door. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Ro had obviously been standing at the door for a long time. Seeing Jiang Cheng open the door, her cheeks immediately turned red, and she said excitedly, "Jiang Cheng, Wang Chong from the Lincian Survivor Base is here, saying he is delivering zombie spar." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng changed his irritability, became energetic, and said, "Let's go. Come with me and take a look." After saying that, "You have to go downstairs directly." But before taking a step, Lin Ro couldn't help but remind her. Why don't you change your clothes? Clothing? Jiang Cheng glanced at the nightgown he was wearing. The front of it had opened at some point, revealing his strong chest muscles and eight-pack abs that were as streamlined as sculptures. Looking at Lin Ro, who was blushing again, he understood immediately. Give me a minute. He quickly turned around, closed the door, and entered the house. In less than a minute, the door opened again. Jiang Cheng had already changed his clothes and came out. He was wearing white short-sleeved shirts, black casual pants, and slightly long bangs, looking a little lazy. This was the first time Lin Ro saw Jiang Cheng dressed like this. The two quickly went downstairs. After leaving the base gate, Wang Chong has been waiting for a long time. After the two had a conversation. Brother Jiang, regarding the Tian'an survivor base, please contact us via satellite phone. I'm going back first. Wang Chong waved his hand and left in a hurry before Jiang Cheng could even invite Jiang Cheng in for a sip of tea. Well, Brother Wang, take care on the road. However, not long after the convoy left, in a corner not far from the base, a head poked out from behind a private house, looking thoughtfully at the direction in which the military vehicle left. It seems that Linxian survivor base seems to have some connection with this survivor base. After muttering to himself, the man looked at the body of a lifeless young man next to him, and his face squirmed. Soon, he turned into a corpse. At first glance, no matter in terms of height, face, or voice, they looked exactly like the corpse. Then, the man changed into the corpse's clothes. The next moment, a voice came. Du Shui, where are you? As soon as the voice fell, Du Shui immediately walked out with a playful smile, looked at the big man in front of him, and said, Captain, I just finished killing a zombie. As he spoke, he took out a crystal and handed it over. Hey, you're a good boy. The man immediately praised, then waved his hand and said, Okay, it's not a good time to stay here for a long time. Hurry up and follow the team. Okay. Du Shui responded and trotted after him. At the same time, the transaction is completed. Lin Ro was sitting in the hall eating breakfast, while Jiang Cheng entered the energy conversion room directly. Throw in the 127,000 ordinary zombie crystals in your hand. Energy points plus 1651000. 100 million, 100,000 million. Hiss. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. He swore that this was definitely the first time he had millions of energy points. Then look at the remaining energy point, 1740830. Looking at the energy points, Jiang Cheng secretly said, Upgrade the base to level 4. Ding. Upgrading the 4th level base requires 100,000 energy points. Do you want to upgrade? The system prompt sounded. Upgrade. Jiang Cheng said immediately. Deduct 10W energy points and upgrade. It takes 20 hours to upgrade the 4th level base. Please wait patiently. During the upgrade process, other equipment can operate normally. After the voice fell, Jiang Cheng opened the base mall again. The products in the product column have not been refreshed yet. There is only one 1st level power tree seed. But looking at the 100W energy points, he swallowed and gave up. The superpower fruit of the superpower tree only bears fruit once every 3 months, and after taking it, you can obtain a superpower, but what you get is only the superpower. It cannot improve the various data of the body like the awakening potion. So overall, it's quite tasteless. He can wait for the 1st level awakening potion to be successfully cracked and spend energy points to buy it. By then, he will be able to mass-produce 1st level awakening people. Thinking about the future scene where he would lead hundreds of 1st-order awakened people, he felt a little excited. However, there are questions about who to awaken and how to get them the awakening potion. Forget it. This is not a problem that needs to be considered right now. Let's get stronger first. Exiting the mall interface, Jiang Cheng walked out of the transformation room. After breakfast, he went directly to the gym. Master, the course we need to learn today is entry-level spiritual training. The Dawn Elf was already waiting at the door and said calmly, Well, let's get started. Jiang Cheng nodded. Now, he has learned the basics of martial arts and special fighting, and the rest is the basic spiritual training. Speaking of spiritual power, he has always been very curious. The mental power column of the system information does not seem to have much effect other than increasing the number of times the ability can be used. He would like to see what this so-called entry-level mental strength training is. Dawn Elf explained. The so-called spiritual power refers to the strength of a person's soul. Soul strength. Jiang Cheng frowned and couldn't help but ask, doesn't that mean that when we consume mental power, we are consuming our own souls? You must know that the soul is a closely guarded topic for human beings. Many people in ancient and modern times have wanted to understand the soul, but they have not been able to get in. The only explanation that seems reasonable so far is that the soul is a magnetic field. Kinds of bioenergetic substances. Shuguang Base shook his head and said, no. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at Shuguang questioningly. Shuguang slowly explained. The so-called mental power is actually an extended energy substance of the soul's strength. It can also be called telepathy. The soul generates telepathy every day, so people's energy is limited every day, and everyone's mental power can only function after it is consumed by itself. People need sleep to replenish it. But mental power can not only act on oneself, but also on the surroundings. For example, martial arts practice can communicate with the surrounding spiritual energy through mental power. As the martial arts realm improves, the body is strengthened, and the soul will also be strengthened. Then the amount of mental energy produced every day will increase, and the impact on the surrounding environment will be greater. In other words, the more spiritual power I have, the stronger my soul will be? Jiang Cheng asked. Shuguang nodded and said, it can be understood this way. Entry-level mental power training is to help the master increase the upper limit of his mental power and how to recover his consumed mental power. Yes, I understand. Jiang Cheng nodded. The system wizard explained a lot, and he finally concluded that by practicing this thing, he can improve his mental attributes every day, and he can still recover after using supernatural powers. Then let's get started. After Shuguang finished speaking, he went directly to the topic. If you want to restore your mental power, you need to keep your body in an absolutely relaxed state and control the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish the energy consumed by your body. We call this method spiritual return. Through spiritual return, the owner can get 0.5 points every day. Spiritual attributes. The master has already learned how to control the spiritual energy entering the body, and today's introductory mental training is to teach the master how to let the body absorb the spiritual energy. Master, please follow my requirements for training. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded. 2 hours later, Spirit returned. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the gym, Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and muttered silently. Instantly, he felt that the spiritual energy around him was continuously pouring into his body. Different from meditation, after the spiritual energy entered the body, the cells began to sing happily, and the spiritual energy entering the body was introduced into his own cells. After absorbing spiritual energy, the cells that were about to die become plump and enriched again, and the consumed telomeres are also restored. Jiang Cheng only felt that his body seemed lighter than before, his skin was as translucent as jade, and his body had never felt more comfortable. Congratulations, Master, for successful study. At this time, Don congratulated from the side. Jiang Cheng also slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, he shouted softly, "Open my profile panel." Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 7th level of acquired life, 1st level awakener. Spirit, 0.7, special 2.1. Normal state can increase combat power by 70%. Special spiritual burst can increase 210%. Wisdom, 38.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 133.55, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 63.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 47.1 plus 0.3 plus 0.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 3.6. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to 3rd-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, creation, awakening degree, 199%. Super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 121%. Skills, Naki technique, hard qigong, meditation, Erduogen, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special level, thunderbolt flash, level 2 sword skill, spiritual return. Pet beast, Meowth. Comprehensive combat power, 283.05. Jiang Cheng looked directly at his mental power column. In addition to the 0.3 mental power that the dormant warehouse increased every day, he actually gained an additional 0.5 points of mental power. In this way, wouldn't I be able to increase my mental power by 0.5 every day? Although the mental power has been strengthened, the other attributes still have a long way to go to reach the level of a second-level awakener. After glancing at the other attributes, Jiang Cheng exited the data panel, cleaned up, and went downstairs to the lounge area in the hall to summon all the members of the base. Glancing at the people gathered together, Jiang Cheng said solemnly, "Yesterday, I received a message that the Tian'an survivor base was occupied by someone, and one of the people who occupied it has some relationship with our base." Related to us? Could it be that guy from the Sunset community? Lin Ro couldn't help asking. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "If it was him, I wouldn't have to worry so much. The one who escaped was the boss of Haeong Hospital, Brothering. When this person escaped, his strength was very close to that of a second-level awakener. His superpower is summoning, which can summon powerful beasts, such as the two-headed griffin that attacked our base before." When mentioning the two-headed griffin, everyone's faces also became solemn. With their current strength, facing the two-headed griffin is tantamount to giving away their heads. If this person attacks the base while Jiang Cheng and Old Man Yang are away, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing that everyone is taking it seriously, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly and continued. This person participated in the attack on the Tian'an survivor base, and among the attackers, there are two other awakeners, one with the ability of invisibility and the other with the ability of teleportation. So based on the current situation, I will regroup you. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng said directly, "From now on, the old man, Sister Ya, and Qingwan will form a group to guard the base, and Zhang Yu will be responsible for patrolling the base and a series of security issues." "Yes." Zhang Yu nodded seriously. Speaking of this, he took out 2 sets of first-level steel armor and handed them over, saying, "This is a first-level steel armor that can resist 3 attacks from a first-level mutant. If it is damaged after 3 times, it will be left to you for self-defense." The 2 women took the steel armor. Jiang Cheng continued, "Sister Lu and Xiao Jian, you are the first batch of members to enter the Dawn base. Now you have the ability to face the first-order mutants alone, so you will be in groups of 2 and be responsible for collecting crystals. Each person must collect at least 400 ordinary zombie crystals every day." "Yes, yes." Lin Ro and Lu Xinru answered in unison. Jiang Cheng continued, "From today on, everyone needs to practice hard qigong diligently to enhance their own strength." At this point, Jiang Cheng said, "By the way, let me introduce a new partner of our base to everyone." After saying that, he shouted upstairs, "Meow Pass, come down." Meow Pass. Everyone was confused. This name sounded strange. The next moment, meow, a soft hum came. A white shadow jumped down from the upstairs, then jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder and rubbed Jiang Cheng's face with its little head. "This is..." For a moment, the eyes of the girls turned into heart shapes. Lin Ro even screamed and stretched out her hand towards Meow Pass, wanting to hold it in her arms, but unexpectedly Meow Pass's eyes suddenly flashed, and its white fur stood up, and it roared at Lin Ro, scaring Lin Ro to shrink her hand, and unconsciously took a step back. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng just felt funny, rubbed Meow Pass's head, pointed at everyone, and said, "Okay, Meow Pass, this is not your enemy. She will be your partner in the future, understand?" Hearing this, Meow Pass immediately put away the fangs in his mouth, nodded humanely, and looked at Lin Ro curiously, and then glanced at everyone, as if he had recognized everyone. Jiang Cheng introduced, "It's called Meow Pass, it's my pet, and it's also a member of our Dawn base, with a strength of the 1st level. A rural cat, with a strength of the 1st level?" Lin Ro was full of disbelief. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Really?" After the words fell, Meow Pass on his shoulders suddenly disappeared. The next second, Lin Ro felt her shoulders sink, and her face was brushed by a rough little brush. When Lin Ro was about to reach out to touch it, the little guy on her shoulder flashed back to Jiang Cheng's shoulder again, licking his paw. Although this speed was not particularly fast in the eyes of everyone, it was definitely at the 1st level. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical little thing in this world. Father Yang was also amazed at the Miao Pass on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Since he started practicing martial arts, he has traveled to many places, but he has never seen such a creature. Perhaps it was because the doomsday was coming and the spiritual energy of Blue Star was revived again. Then, Jiang Cheng rubbed Miao Pass's head again, pointed at everyone and introduced them again, saying, "This is Father Yang. On the left are Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, Zhang Ya, Li Qingwan, and our base's group pet, Gu Tuanshuan." Miao. Miao Pass called out obediently and was considered to be acquainted with everyone. Wow, what a cute little kitty. Gu Tuanshuan looked at Miao Pass with shining eyes and reached out to touch it. Miao Pass surprisingly did not refuse and even jumped into Gu Tuanshuan's arms to let him touch it. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes became softer. Finally, he gave another instruction and went out directly. He was going to Tian'an today. At this time, aviation community. A zombie quickly pounced on a young man, but before he got close, the young man swung the steel pipe in his hand and hit the zombie's neck. Crack! With just one blow, the zombie's neck was immediately broken by the steel pipe, its head tilted to one side, and its body fell to the ground because it lost balance. Seeing this, the young man stepped forward again and aimed at the zombie's head. Bang! 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 After several consecutive hits, the zombie stopped struggling. Then, the young man took out a short knife from his arms and stabbed the zombie's head hard. In an instant, black and green liquids immediately flowed out, revealing the gray crystals inside. After digging out the crystals skillfully, the young man put them into a cloth bag and ran towards the captain. "Captain, look, I killed another one." "FCK, you are good. How many have you killed today?" the big man asked in surprise. "The 8th one," the young man said proudly. He took out a cloth bag, counted them, kept 3 for himself, and then took out 5 crystals from it and handed them over, saying, "Captain, let the brothers share these. Anyway, I have enough." "You kid." The captain was slightly stunned, with a little touch on his face, but still said, "Keep it for yourself. Let those guys hunt by themselves. The children must learn to wean. We can't help them forever." The young man insisted, "Captain, learning to hunt zombies is not a momentary thing. You can keep these zombie crystals." Then, okay. Seeing the young man insisting, the captain no longer refused, took all the zombie crystals, and then shouted to the people around, "Brothers, Du Shuai took out 5 zombie crystals today. We can finish work early." Roar! Long live Du Shuai. The teammates all cheered, and the young man named Du Shuai had a barely detectable smile on his lips. Finally, we have closed the distance with these guys. Okay, close the team. Go back to camp. Captain Lu Zhongqing waved, and all the team members gathered back into the team and headed towards the camp. This is the scavenger team from the survivor camp outside Dawn. It usually consists of 5 to 6 people and is responsible for the daily task of hunting zombies. There are at least 30 such teams in the camp. Along the way, Du Shuai, Lu Zhongqing, and others chatted happily. "Captain, what were you doing before the end of the world?" Du Shuai asked. Lu Zhongqing smiled helplessly and said, "Self-employed. I saved some money by working part-time in 2021 and opened a small supermarket in Laxian, and then I encountered this egg incident." Speaking of this, Lu Zhongqing sighed and said, "It's a pity that my supermarket is too low-lying. When a flood came, it was all destroyed. That's more than 20,000 yuan of goods." "What happened next?" Du Shuai asked curiously. Lu Zhongqing said, "Then I was captured by those bastards from Sunset Community, but fortunately the big guys at Shuguang Base rescued me, and I was able to come to the Shuguang Survivor Outer Camp. Speaking of which, for such people I'm satisfied with my life. I kill 3 or 4 zombies every day and have 1 meal to eat, which is pretty good." "Captain, don't you want to build your own base?" Du Shuai asked curiously. Lu Zhongqing said angrily, "You kid, are you still out of breath?" Du Shuai was so busy that he waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just curious. After all, you always have to have some dreams in your life." SHD, what a stupid dream. At this time, 1 day is like 2.5 days. What kind of dreams can I have? Besides, I know very well how many pounds I have, but the cadres at the base just lift a few of them casually. We are just ordinary people who weigh 1,000 pounds. It is good if others are willing to stutter. People, you must learn to be content. You must have been watching short videos every day and drank too much poisonous chicken soup. Lu Zhongqing said at the end, again, trained a few words. Du Shuai chuckled and said nothing. Soon, several people arrived at the gate of Shuguang's outer camp. The outlying camp is separated by several iron fences used for construction, and there are survivors working with cement on the side to build a wall directly outside these fences for reinforcement. Stop, who is it? Just as Du Shuai followed Lu Zhongqing in, the guard guarding the door pointed a submachine gun at the two and shouted sternly, I am Lu Zhongqing from the scavenger team. Lu Zhongqing hurriedly stepped forward, showed his identity card, and whispered, the password is meat, eggs, and milk. Well, let's go in. The two guards' expressions softened, and they pointed their guns inside. Thank you both. With that, Lu Zhongqing greeted the four teammates behind him and Du Shuai. Let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Shuai quickly followed. After entering the camp, Du Shuai turned around and looked around, as if Grandma Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, feeling strange. Is this the Dawn Outer Camp? It's a bit interesting. As we walked, we looked at the camp plan. Okay, brothers, the hunting mission has been completed. Let's go back and wait for the meal. Lu Zhongqing greeted and left first. Du Shuai felt at ease and wandered around the camp outside Shuguang alone. What catches the eye is a neat row of shanty towns, separated by oilcloth and wooden boards. They are relatively simple, but in front of each shanty town, women are chatting while washing clothes, and children are running around and playing with no expressions on their faces. Being in the panic of the apocalypse, but looking at it, there is a sense of fireworks in the countryside. It seems that this base should have sufficient supplies. Du Shuai analyzed secretly. Combined with the arrival of military vehicles early in the morning and their team of scavengers hunting zombies, it can be deduced that this camp should obtain supplies from the military by providing zombie crystals to the military. Nodding, Du Shuai continued walking forward. On the roadside, people kept saying hello to him. This concluded that Du Shuai should be familiar with these people, and he responded to them one by one. Soon, he arrived at the trading area. In front of an abandoned house, several women were holding large pots and lighting firewood, and several women were tearing apart compressed biscuits piled up in military green packages. This scene further confirmed his guess. Apart from these, there are also a few women setting up stalls. The so-called stall means that there is a piece of cloth or a broken paper shell on the ground, or there is nothing on it, and there are some common tools on it, such as fruit knives, steel sticks, and even expired instant noodles, etc. It must have been picked up by someone in the family who went out to join the scavenger team. According to the rules of the base, they are free to trade. After a brief glance, Du Shuai was not interested in these. Keep going. He came to the health area again. Not far ahead is a public toilet, and next to the toilet is a wall with two patrolling guards and several survivors who built the wall. Secretly remembering the map of the surrounding survivor camps in his mind, Du Shuai walked towards the shanty town. After asking a few people, he quickly obtained the information about the shanty town where he was. But when he was about to go in, a voice sounded from the side. Xiao Du, did you come back very early today? When the voice came, Du Shuai quickly turned around and saw that it was a woman in her late 30s holding a child. Oh, we were lucky today. We encountered several zombies, so we came back early. Du Shuai calmed down and smiled after a brief panic. Did you see my Shin Fu when you went out? The woman asked again. Du Shuai shook his head. No, they should have gone hunting farther away. We went to the aviation community and didn't dare to go far. Okay. The woman looked disappointed, then took out a bag of milk and fed it to the child in her arms. Milk? Glancing at the date on it, it was not an expired product. Seeing this, Du Shuai fell into deep thought again. On the other side, after leaving the base, Jiang Cheng went directly through the gate of Yanghe School, passed through the school, and went out the back door to the ship community and the levee. In addition to going to Tiannan City for investigation this time, he also had another purpose, which was to test Miao Pass's strength and ability. So, after going out the back door, the man and the beast turned left and entered the ship community. The ship community was established in the 1960s. Most of the people living here are shipyard employees and their families. Unfortunately, in the 21st century, with the closure and demolition of the shipyard, many workers lost their jobs on the spot. but fortunately, they were able to receive a good pension. Until the Great Flood came, this community completely became a thing of the past. However, Jiang Cheng has never set foot in this area, because the population of this community is at least more than 10,000. With so many people gathered, the first-level zombies must exist. There is even the possibility of the second level. After a man and a beast carefully entered the community, Jiang Cheng observed the surroundings and lowered his voice. Meowpa, listen to my instructions later. Meow. The gate of the steamship community has been soaked in floods for a long time and has long been rusty. Looking inside through the gate, weeds half as tall as a man grew on both sides of the road, some turning yellow due to the flooding. Walking through the path and looking in, most of them are old-fashioned bungalows built in the 1980s, and a few are two-story houses. Oh, I didn't expect that after not being here for more than 10 years, it would turn out like this. Jiang Cheng sighed. He spent his elementary school years at Haiyang School, and his family opened a small supermarket next to the school gate. He would often go to the steamship community with his classmates to explore the abandoned factory buildings after school was over at noon and before going to school in the afternoon, or digging holes in the ground to play marbles, or taking pictures of foreign paintings. But all this is finally in the past. Following the trail, there were only a few zombies wandering around the factory because it was still a few hundred meters away from residential areas. Seeing a stranger, the zombies ran towards this side like cats smelling fish. Roar. The roar of a zombie immediately attracted the attention of more than a dozen zombies around him. In just a few seconds, the zombies in front of him formed a small group of 20 or 30. Jiang Cheng looked at it with extremely calm eyes. To him, this was just a small scene, but the cat on his shoulder, with its snow-white fur standing on end, looked a little excited. What, little guy, do you want to have sex? Jiang Cheng joked. Meow. Meowpath groaned softly. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. FCK me if you want. These are all yours. Meow. As Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Mayapapas let go completely. With a slight click, he jumped down from Jiang Cheng's shoulder, then turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards the zombies in front of him. Swish! The moment he met the zombies, the white figure showed its claws and passed by one of the zombies. The next second, puff! A blood flower exploded. The zombie was torn in half right down the middle. Then, as the white figures moved, dozens more zombies were cut in half. Just 20 seconds later, the small group of zombies in front of them were completely wiped out. However, because their heads were not shot, these zombies with only half their bodies left were still roaring and squirming on the ground, trying to crawl towards Jiang Cheng. The movements are clean and neat, but the attack parts need to be improved. Jiang Cheng secretly analyzed Mayapapas' battle. After taking care of the zombies, Mayapapas landed firmly on the ground and shouted softly in the direction of Jiang Cheng. A showy look appeared on Mao's face. Then he turned his head and opened his mouth slightly at the zombies on the ground. Immediately, a black vortex formed in its mouth, creating a suction force on the surrounding area. Swallow. The moment the skill is activated, a zombie with only half its body left was pulled by a force. The body that was climbing toward Jiang Cheng suddenly flew backwards and disappeared half a meter away from Meowth's mouth. The same is true for the other dozens of zombies. In the blink of an eye, this small group of zombies all disappeared. Only the dark red blood on the ground proved that this group of zombies once existed. After eating the zombies, Meowpath licked his paws with a look of pleasure on his face. Is this the swallowing skill? It's a bit useless. Jiang Cheng frowned, feeling a little sick in his heart. This skill is too wasteful. You know, an ordinary zombie crystal is now worth 10 energy points, and with the blessing of the energy conversion chamber, it can be worth 1.3 times. No, I must tell this little guy to keep the zombie crystals next time. Jiang Cheng secretly planned and looked at Mayapapas again. He found that after devouring dozens of zombies, there were some changes. The body that was originally the size of an ordinary farm cat has suddenly grown in size, and the silver pupils have also become more energetic. Has it evolved? Jiang Cheng immediately opened the Eye of Data. Name, Meowpath. Race, Devouring Beast, Infancy Stage. Level, lower than first level. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 41.5. Agility, 16.5. Spirit, 15. Power, Devour, can swallow all objects and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat power, 73.8. Strength increased by 1.5. Agility increased by 1.5. It actually increased. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the data. In other words, as long as it keeps eating zombies, it can continue to evolve. Moreover, he just took a closer look and found that a total of 32 zombies were killed. In other words, every 10 zombies can bring a 0.5 attribute increase to Meowpath. Good guy. If you calculate it this way, as long as you devour enough zombies, wouldn't you be invincible? Keeping his guess in mind, Jiang Cheng called out, "Meowpath's, good job." Meow. After being praised by his master, Meowth's tail started to squirm like water splashes. His furry face showed even more joy, and then he jumped lightly and landed back on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Well, it's gotten a little heavier. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Jiang Cheng commented that the change of these few kilograms had almost no impact on him. Reaching out to rub Meowpath's on his shoulder, Jiang Cheng said, "Meowpath's, remember, next time you kill a zombie, just shoot the head directly. Also, you have to give the zombie crystals in the brains of the zombies. I'll keep it. The master will still have great use for it." Meow. Meowpath nodded, although he was a little reluctant, but still agreed. "Okay, next the master will take you in to squat a big guy." Jiang Cheng smiled and rubbed Meowpath's head, and the man and the beast continued to walk inside. After passing through a path of more than 100 meters and a small iron gate, it was the residential area of the ship community. Just as he entered, Jiang Cheng was shocked by the scene inside. Not to mention that there were at least thousands of ordinary zombies wandering around. There were more than a dozen first-level zombies alone. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out of the house. The height reached 6 meters, with high bulging muscles on the body. One arm alone was as thick as 2 first-level crushers. Every time he stepped on the ground would tremble slightly. When the big feet left, several cracks would be left on the concrete floor. It is definitely a second-level mutant. Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth and continued to observe. With the appearance of this second-order mutant, another zombie with a body shape like a praying mantis jumped out. It had gray skin all over its body and was about 5 meters tall. Its arms and wrists were covered with a layer of red armor. Below the wrists were 2 large sickles more than 3 meters long. Because of its fast speed, some ordinary zombies were unable to dodge and were cut in half by the sickles. However, their tenacious vitality prevented them from dying immediately. They could only struggle on the ground with lifeless eyes and roar. Hiss! Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air. Another second-order mutant. When did the second-order mutants appear so frequently? Forcing himself to calm down, Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the 2 second-order zombies. First, the muscle zombie. Data eye open. Ding. Name, Level 2 Death Crusher. Race, Zombie. Level 2 lower. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 360. Agility, 10. Comprehensive combat power, 370.5. It's really a Level 2 Death Crusher. Its strength has reached 36,000 gene, or 18 tons, and its agility has reached 70 meters per second. This data is really terrible, leaving no way for humans to survive. Jiang Cheng sighed, and just as he was sighing, the zombies began to get restless again. Bang! Almost every step he takes, the ground will shake violently. Even the second-order Death Crusher and the second-order Death Reaper on the side step aside, their bodies slightly lowered, as if waiting for the arrival of the king. What? Jiang Cheng frowned and stared at the zombies in front of him. A zombie as big as a hill walked out of the community. When it passed by the zombie group, it grabbed several zombies like jelly beans, then opened its big mouth and took out the zombies in its hands. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed hard. As for the ordinary zombies under his feet, he kicked them away. Good guy, this height must be at least 10 meters. Jiang Cheng was stunned. Just standing 100 meters away, he could feel the terrifying pressure from this zombie. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Cheng opened the eye of data without hesitation. Bite. Name, Level 2 Gluttony. Race, Zombie. Level 2 and above. Wisdom 1. Strength, 1000. Agility, 20. Comprehensive combat strength, 1021. Second level Gluttony? What is this? When Jiang Cheng saw the name, questions arose in his mind. He had never seen such a zombie before. Even before his rebirth, such a second-level zombie was unheard of, especially his strength attribute, which actually reached 50 tons. After this punch, if he hadn't used all his strength, he would have died on the spot. Fortunately, this zombie's agility is not very high, so he can escape even if he is defeated. Then he used his eyes of data to glance at the scythe zombies beside him. Name: second-level Death Reaper. Race: zombie. Level: lower than second level. Wisdom: 0.5. Strength: 200. Agility: 80. Comprehensive combat power: 280.5. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng no longer had any desire to fight. He patted Meowth on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Let's go. These are no longer something we can deal with. Meow. Meowpath gave a low cry and nodded his fur head lightly. He also knew that these prey were not something he could handle. One person and one beast turned around and disappeared in half a breath. The next moment, a man and a beast appeared on the embankment. Looking at the steamship community from a distance, Jiang Cheng still felt lingering fear. Unexpectedly, this group of zombies evolved so quickly. In less than a month, there were already second-order killers, second-order death crushers, second-order death reapers, and second-order gluttons. So by Yangi School, what will happen to schools such as Rong Yuan School, Lincian Middle School, Lincian No. 8 Middle School, etc., which are several times larger than Fengzhou Community? Jiang Cheng couldn't imagine it. By analogy, could Chudu, as a populous city, already have third-level or even fourth-level zombies? Forget it. These are not things I need to think about for the time being. I'd better solve the matter at hand as soon as possible. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng sighed secretly. The strength is still too weak. Meow. As if sensing Jiang Cheng's melancholy, Mayapapas gently rubbed his head against Jiang Cheng's face. Feeling the softness on his cheeks, Jiang Cheng felt warm in his heart. He stretched out his hand to rub Mayapapa's head and said, "Okay, I understand. I'm just worried about everyone." As he said that, Jiang Cheng looked at Yanghe and Tianan City on the other side of Yanghe. The investigation mission needs to be carried out urgently. Thinking about it, he took out the first-level flying armor suit. The first-level flight armor is similar to a white backpack. There are two cylindrical thrusters on the back of the backpack, and the sides of the backpack control the flight direction. The flying wings are 1 meter in length, and the overall weight does not exceed 50 kilograms. Carrying it on his back, Jiang Cheng rubbed Mayapapas' head and said loudly, "Mayapapas, hold on tight." Meow. As soon as the sound fell, the propeller started, and a large stream of white gas surged out, causing Jiang Cheng's body to fly upwards at high speed. Now, Chudu. On the Longjiang Bridge, helicopters hovered over it in the sky. There were a large number of warriors on both sides. On the shore of the Longjiang River, there are satellites monitoring every move above. Not long after, attention all units, the third level of Fury is about to arrive on the battlefield. Please prepare the Doomsday team to meet the enemy. The next moment the voice sounded in the headset. A giant humanoid phantom rushed onto the Longjiang Bridge. The Longjiang Bridge was built in the 1950s. It spans the Longjiang River, which is the widest, most extensive and deepest in the world. It has a total length of 3,688 meters. It connects the two sides of Chudu. A leader of the Zhou dynasty once called it naturally dangerous thoroughfare. In just a blink of an eye, the giant creature was already in the middle of the bridge. Just when it was ready to move on, suppressive fire, stop it from crossing the bridge. The order was shouted, and the bullets turned into fire and rained down from the armed helicopter. Several small missiles were also sprayed out. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets left finger-deep craters on the bridge. Boom. The missile directly blew up the bridge and caused a huge fireball. Under such a fierce attack, the huge phantom suddenly stopped. When the smoke on the bridge cleared, its true body was revealed. This is a humanoid zombie about 15 meters tall. The skin all over the body is red, the muscles are bulging high, and the eyes are glowing red. The bullets falling on its body are like scratching an itch. Not even an inch is allowed to move, and even the bullets are left behind. It is very difficult to make the next trace. The monster glanced at the sky, which was still shooting, and a flash of disdain flashed in its bloody eyes. The body bent slightly, and the legs suddenly kicked off. In an instant, his body flew up to 100 meters, and the frightened personnel in the command room immediately shouted at the communicator, "Retreat," as a small group. Receive. The pilot received the order and was ready to take off and leave, but the next moment, bang, the fuselage shook violently. Soon, the pilot found that his control column was malfunctioning. The vision in front of him was falling, and a huge head grinned at him in front of the windshield. "What kind of monster is this?" the pilot murmured, and in an instant, the helicopter crashed on the bridge and broke into several pieces. The whole body burned with raging flames, and the 3 soldiers in the helicopter were killed in the sea of fire. Upon seeing this, the rest of the crew quickly took off and evacuated in the distance. The next second, the monster on the bridge grinned, grabbed the still-burning helicopter wreckage, and threw it towards a flying helicopter. A few seconds later, boom, flames shot up in the sky, and another helicopter plummeted into Longjiang. After destroying 2 helicopters in a row, Level 3 Fury sneered at the sky, as if mocking the opponent's incompetence. "Damn it! Doomsday Team, come on!" The commander in the main control room saw this, and roared angrily. On the Longjiang Bridge, like a meteorite falling to the ground, a flame fell from the sky and landed on the bridge. The flame disappeared, and a handsome young man with red hair and a black combat uniform appeared in front of everyone. He grinned and said, "It's our turn long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, another tornado fell from the sky. A beautiful woman with long blue hair and a cold face walked out of the tornado. At last, the coldness rose on the bridge, and the bridge head was even more foggy. Every time the fog took a step forward, the ground was frozen by ice, and the ice condensed very quickly. In less than a second, a man with a stern face and a head full of hair walked out of the fog. White-haired young man. When the red-haired man saw the young man coming, he couldn't help but complain. "Captain, you came too slowly, didn't you?" As soon as the words came out, the surface of his body was quickly covered with a layer of ice, which frightened him, and said quickly, "Captain, I was wrong." At this time, the ice slowly faded away. "Captain, give me an order," the green-haired woman said calmly. As the captain, Lin Yi looked coldly at the giant zombie not far away, nodded and said, "Doomsday Team, all members, start fighting." Linxian Survivor Base. In the General Command Room, Wang Chong and Li Feng looked at the man opposite. The man was a little silent, with a complex expression on his face, showing reluctance, revenge, and even a hint of shame. A long time, Li Feng broke the dull atmosphere and said seriously, "Captain Tang, we need to know all the information about the occupied Tiannan Survivor Base, including how you showed up at our Linxian Survivor Base." At this point, Li Feng softened his tone. "As the brother city of Tiannan, this is related to the survival of our Linxian Survivor Base. As the captain of Tiannan Base, I believe you don't want to see your comrades sacrifice in vain." After saying these words, Tang Yong took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at Li Feng seriously. "Are you sure you can win this battle? Didn't you see the test this morning?" Wang Chong said, slightly dissatisfied. Tang Yong shook his head and said, "Not enough. If you only have this kind of strength, your final result can only be the same as ours." He originally wanted to tell Li Feng and others the news, but one night later, he changed his mind. It wasn't that he was hiding it, but that the Linxian Survivor Base was too weak. The one who can control the Harpy alone can destroy the current Linxian Survivor Base. Tang Yong continued, "I would like to advise you, before the other party attacks, we move to Chudu in advance. Maybe we can still have a way out." "FCKU." Wang Chong suddenly became unhappy. He jumped up like a hare, rushed forward, grabbed Tang Yong's collar, and cursed. "Tang Yong, do you know you look like a FCK now? A lost dog. Where is your courage as a warrior?" Tang Yong did not complain about Wang Chong's angry scolding, but said bitterly and feebly, "Glory? All the brothers have sacrificed their lives. How much glory do I still have? I am now a lost dog, a deserter, and a waste. FCK, you useless thing, let me wake you up." Wang Chong became angry and raised his hand to slap Tang Yong, but before it landed on Tang Yong's face, he was stopped by a voice. "Wang Chong, stop." Hearing this voice, Wang Chong paused with his hand raised in the air, looked at Li Feng with some confusion, and said, "Why? He is also our comrade in arms." Do you treat your comrades like this? Li Feng's face darkened. He pointed at Wang Chong and continued to scold. Comrade Wang Chong, don't let go now. Wang Chong paused in his words, unwillingly letting go of Tang Yong's collar, then stared at him and returned to his seat, but his eyes were fixed on Tang Yong. Tang Yong lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Li Feng was not angry, but smiled and said, Captain Tang is right. Wang Chong and I are indeed no match for them. But what if we also have awakeners like them? What do you mean? Tang Yong had a slight expression on his face. Li Feng smiled and said, We are all brothers, and I am not afraid to tell you this. Do you know why Wang Chong and I are so powerful? Why? Tang Yong had doubts in his eyes. Li Feng said, Because we are the security consultant of Linxian Survivor Base. Once, we were besieged by 5 awakened people. This security consultant single-handedly killed 5 of them. Later, we were besieged by other awakened ones. It was this security consultant who helped us solve the trouble and even gave us super strength. So, Comrade Tang Yong, do you still think there is no hope for our Linxian Survivor Base? After saying these words, Tang Yong's eyes gradually became brighter, and he couldn't help but said, Really? Of course it's true. Li Feng nodded. He is a pure warrior, a soldier who protects his home and country, and he will not lie to his comrades. When Tang Yong heard this, he was also affected by Li Feng's words. After thinking about it, he said, Okay, I believe you, and I will tell you the information now. Captain Tang, you will not regret the choice you make now. At the same time, this was the first time Jiang Cheng looked down at the earth from such a perspective. Above 1,000 meters in the sky, golden farmland, high-speed rail tracks crossing the earth, and high-rise residential buildings that look like toys are all visible to your eyes. It should be right here. After searching for a while, Jiang Cheng finally saw a crowded gathering place of survivors surrounded by iron sheets. This piece of land should be a community with a relatively old feel. Viewed from high altitude, the community is not very big. There are 4 buildings in total, which surround the community on all sides. In the middle is the community square, where there are survivors moving things back and forth, and some survivors are reinforcing the walls of the community. There was another group of people who were having a barbecue in front of the fire. They were probably the upper echelons of the survivor base, and there was a lame man leaning against the wall next to them. It's really you. Jiang Cheng's face turned cold. This guy ran so fast that Jiang Cheng had no time to catch up. Even if he started creating wind wings, he would only be far behind him in terms of speed. To be honest, this creation sounds great, but in actual operation, it is worse than a single power. For example, if you use fire, the fire you create will be less powerful than fire powers of the same level. If you want to increase the power, you can only rely on strong mental power, which requires Jiang Cheng to continuously improve his mental power and strength. Jiang Cheng resisted the urge to kill the opponent and continued to observe. A rough count showed that there were probably hundreds of survivors. Remembering the location of the base, Jiang Cheng opened his data eye and looked at the people sitting around the fire. Name, Sherdong. Race, human. Level, first level. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 80. Agility, 35. Spirit, 3. Power, displacement. Comprehensive combat strength, 123. Name, Wei Ming. Race, human. Level, first level. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 100. Agility, 20. Spirit, 5. Power, tempering. Comprehensive combat strength, 130. Name, King Lion. Race, human. Level, first level. Wisdom, 4. Strength, 120. Agility, 40. Spirit, 4. Power, Beast, Lion King. Comprehensive combat strength, 168. Name, Horse Country. Race, human. Level, first level. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 80. Agility, 30. Spirit, 5. Power, Lightning. Comprehensive combat strength, 120. Name, Yin Bin. Race, human. Level, first level. Wisdom, 6. Strength, 80. Agility, 25. Spirit, 5. Power, Invisibility. Comprehensive combat strength, 116. Name, Zhang Shuangying. Race, human. Level, second level. Wisdom, 10. Strength, 200. Agility, 60. Spirit, 30. Power, summon eagle. Comprehensive combat strength, 300. At a glance, Jiang Cheng was shocked. I didn't expect that there were 6 Awakeners in a survivor base, 5 of whom were at the level of the First Order, and 1 reached the level of the Second Order. Especially Zhang Shuangying, whose strength reached the level of the Second Order, and his comprehensive combat power was much higher than his own. It seems that I have to remind Brother Li and the others about this as soon as possible. Muttering, Jiang Cheng turned around and flew towards the Linxian survivor base. In fact, with his strength, it was no problem to deal with a few people, but if he faced several Second-Order Awakeners at the same time, it would be a bit troublesome, not to mention that he also found that these people's attitude towards Zhang Shuangying was to isolate him directly, which meant that the base had another master. Those who could suppress the Second Order in a group of First-Order Awakeners must be above the Second Order. To be safe, he still awakened and made long-term plans. Just as Jiang Cheng left, Zhang Shuangying suddenly looked up at the sky and frowned slightly. Who was watching from behind? Muttering softly, Zhang Shuangying leaned on his walking stick and said to the harpy beside him, "Let's go, fly up and take a look." Cry. "Hey, lame eagle, why are you going?" Just when Zhang Shuangying was riding on the harpy, the people sitting around the fire suddenly shouted. Zhang Shuangying glanced at the person calling lightly and said, "Nothing. Go up and have a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his wings and the wind and waves blew around him. Under bursts of yelling and cursing, he flew towards the sky. He just searched around in the air, but he didn't see a single figure. Am I feeling wrong? At the same time, Jiang Cheng slowly fell from the Linxian survivor base. He shouted to the soldier guarding the door, "Is Captain Li inside?" "Yes, Advisor Jiang." The guard immediately opened the door to let him through. When Jiang Cheng walked away, a new soldier beside him asked in confusion, "Who is he? Such a big battle." The old soldier showed admiration and said, "This is the security consultant of our Linxian survivor base. He is like a god of war. Didn't I tell you before that our base has encountered dangers several times?" "That's him. He's too young," the new warrior said in surprise. "Well, that's him." Following the answers of the old warriors, the new warriors also showed yearning in their eyes. After passing through the gate, Jiang Cheng went directly to the command room. Just walked in the door. Li Feng's hearty laughter came immediately. "Brother Jiang, I was about to ask Wang Chang to find you. By coincidence, you came over. Well, I've made a new discovery." Jiang Cheng walked in directly. When he saw the unfamiliar faces beside him, he hesitated to speak. Upon seeing this, Li Feng immediately introduced, "This is the person in charge of the Tiannan survivor base, Captain Tang Yong, and the only survivor." "Yeah," Jiang Cheng said calmly. His eyes flashed with light, and he secretly said in his heart, "Open the eyes of data." Bite. Name, Tang Yong. Race, human race. Level, none. Wisdom, 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Power, none. Comprehensive combat power, 6. Seeing that the identity information was correct, Jiang Cheng was still a little worried and lowered his voice. "Are you sure there is no problem?" "I can believe it," Li Feng said. "Okay, I'll just say it." Jiang Cheng nodded and said directly, "I went to the Tiannan survivor base and observed the surrounding terrain and the number of their combatants. However, because Captain Tang was originally as for the person in charge of the Tiannan survivor base, I won't elaborate too much on the terrain and focus on their combatants. Brother Jiang, tell me quickly. I want to see what kind of group of guys it is that beat our Captain Tang like this." Wang Chang glanced at Tang Yong beside him and mocked. "Wang Chang, why are you talking?" Li Feng scolded. Wang Chang curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "It is." But under Li Feng's glare, he had no choice but to shut up. Looking at this scene, Jiang Cheng already had a rough idea. But this was someone else's family matter, and he couldn't get involved. He cleared his throat and said, "There are 6 awakened ones that I have observed. The first is Sherdong. At the first level of strength, his superpower is displacement. Wei Ming, at the first level of strength, his superpower is tempering. Wang Shi, at the first level of strength, his superpower is tempering. At the first level, the power is beast transformation. The power at the first level of Manhwa is lightning. The last one is Zhang Shuangying. The power at the first level is summoning, and the power is at the second level. Down. When Li Feng heard the last part, his brows almost twisted into the Chinese character Chuan, and he couldn't help but said, I didn't expect that they would have 6 awakened ones. As he spoke, he paused, looked at Tang Yong again, and sighed. Captain Tang, you didn't lose unjustly. Hey, I'm sorry, brothers. Tang Yong sighed deeply, his tone full of self-blame. Now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. Jiang Cheng continued. Although I observed 6 awakened people, according to my estimation, they have more than 6 awakened people. More than 6 awakened ones. Wang Chang lost his voice directly. You must know that the strength of an awakened person is almost equivalent to that of a first-order mutant. More than 6 awakened people are equivalent to dealing with more than 6 first-order mutants. It is very difficult for him to deal with 1, but to deal with 6, he couldn't imagine it. Yes, there is also the second-level awakened person Zhang Shuangying. I have fought against him before, and I know his information relatively well. He was once the boss of the Haiyang Hospital base in Tianan City. He was later destroyed by my group. He was in my men escaped, and their strength was at level 1 before they escaped. Li Feng also heard the seriousness of the problem. The strength of an awakened person who can escape from Jiang Cheng's hands cannot be underestimated. Brother Jiang, do you have any plans? Li Feng asked. Not to mention the 6 awakened ones. Even the entire Linxian survivor base was struggling against 1 awakened person, so he wisely gave up the command. This is respect for the strong. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, At present, I don't fully understand their overall strength. Once we face each other, we might suffer a loss. For now, it is best for us to strictly guard against internal penetration to avoid internal infiltration. The rest will be waiting for me. After understanding them clearly, I will inform you of the action plan. That's all we have to do. Li Feng nodded. Today, I will also arrange for team members to come to assist you. Jiang Cheng finally said, Thank you very much. Li Feng quickly thanked him. The base has too few high-end combat capabilities. If Jiang Cheng is willing to send people to help, their base will have an extra level of protection. It was noon. Dawn base. The aroma of the big pot of rice spreads throughout the entire living area with the wind. Du Shuai sat in his shack and chatted with Shun Lian next to him from time to time. Sister Shun Lian, you have worked hard enough and you don't have anyone at home. Du Shuai sighed. Shun Lian showed a trace of sadness and said, This world is like this. It's my fault that my husband wanted to die. Otherwise, given the relationship between my family's lucky son and the leader, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After saying that, she seemed to realize that she had said it before, so she hugged the child and turned around and said, No more. I'm going to dry the clothes first. Fuzi will be back soon. Husband, is Fuzi related to the leader? Du Shuai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He seemed to have caught something and asked quickly, Sister Shin Lian, tell me, what is the relationship between Brother Fu and the leader? After hearing this, Shun Lian left even more panicked. After entering her shack, she simply avoided seeing him. Du Shuai, on the other hand, thought carefully about the relationship. If possible, maybe we can start from Shun Lian. It didn't take long. Teams of scavengers who were hunting outside came in one after another, and the crowds were crowded for a while. People who came to exchange for food formed a long queue, and it was very lively. When Du Shuai saw it, he hurried towards the cooking area. According to the neighbors, this Du Shuai is very active every time he makes a meal. The survivors on the periphery brought hot-boiled compressed biscuits. Inside the base, Jiang Cheng and others sat together. After dinner, Jiang Cheng called everyone for an emergency meeting. Lin Ro and others had never seen Jiang Cheng look so serious before, and they didn't dare to speak for a while. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng glanced at the crowd and said, It's like this. I went to Tianan this morning and collected information about Tianan's survivor base. The situation is a lot more troublesome than I thought. Listening, everyone became nervous unconsciously. Jiang Cheng repeated what he said to Li Feng. Hiss. Everyone sitting together took a breath. The 6 awakened ones are all at the first level. Can we defeat them? Linro couldn't help but ask. You have to fight even if you can't beat him. Lu Xinru said calmly. Zhang Yo also nodded and said, The other party has annexed the Tianan survivor base, and Zhang Shuangying has a grudge against us. It will not be long before it is our turn. Fighting with this group of people is inevitable. The plan for now is to be prepared to prevent the enemy from infiltrating into our interior, and then everyone should actively train to improve the overall strength and use all our mobilizable resources to the limit. Zhang Yadu is right. Isn't it just a few awakened ones? In our base, I can fight 3 of them by myself. Lu Yadu and Lin Yadu can restrain one. Zhang Yadu and Li Yadu can restrain another one. And the remaining one leave the second-level awakened person to Jiang Xiaozi, and let the guys from Lincian Survivor Base cooperate with us. According to the old man, we don't need to be too nervous, Father Yang said with a smile. Listening to everyone's speech, Li Qingwan quietly raised her hand and said in a weak voice, I also agree with Dad's point of view. Jiang Cheng secretly nodded at everyone's enthusiasm. Fortunately, they are members of his Dawn base. He synthesized everyone's opinions and said, in that case, let's temporarily change our previous arrangement. Xiao Jian and Qingwan will be responsible for patrolling the base, and Sister Lu and Sister Yu will be responsible for the supervision and management of the peripheral survivors. As for it's up to me to continue the investigation of Tiannin base. Having said this, Jiang Cheng finally looked at his father and said, Dad, I would like you to go over to the Lincian Survivor Base to help support you for a few days. If you encounter anything, you can contact me through Li Feng's satellite phone, and I will contact you in time. Arrive. After that, he explained, the Lincian Survivor Base has a cooperative relationship with us and can provide us with a large amount of crystal stones. And for the entire Shuguang Base, you are the only one who is most suitable. Okay. Father Yang responded readily without any ink. Apart from cooperation, he naturally understands the truth behind the situation. Okay, today's meeting will end here. From now on, everyone will stay at the base and perform their duties. Good, everyone shouted in unison. After arranging things, Jiang Cheng went directly to the backyard and started practicing the Naki method. After Jiang Cheng finished talking to Li Feng sent someone to pick him up. July 22nd, 6 p.m., all scavenger teams returned to base. The entrance to the base. After giving the secret code, Shen Fu greeted the guard, said goodbye to his teammates happily, and walked towards the exchange office. With the strength potion given by Jiang Cheng, he can now hunt at least 15 pieces of ordinary zombie crystals every day when he goes out. After exchanging his and Shun Lian's meals, he can even have 3 pieces left, so that he can feed and clothe himself every day with his own strength. The days were already very satisfying for him. Walk to the exchange desk. Hey, Shen Fu, how many zombie crystals did you hunt today? Yi Siwen greeted with a smile. Because of Jiang Cheng's attitude towards Shen Fu, Yi Siwen had long remembered Shen Fu firmly. Shen Fu scratched the back of his head and said, It's not bad today, 15 yuan. As he said that, he took out a cloth bag and looked inside. There were 27 crystal stones, which he had saved from a week of hunting. He took out 12 crystal stones from inside and handed them over and said, Here, exchange for 2 meals and a bag of milk. Okay. Yi Siwen took the crystals, put them in the box next to the table, then made a record in the book, and then said to the person next to her who was responsible for the meal, 2 meals, 1 box of milk. Okay. The person in charge of preparing the rice was a middle-aged woman. She responded and scooped it down with 2 large spoons. While taking advantage of the meal, Yi Siwen joked, If anyone follows you, they will be blessed. They can also drink milk every now and then. It's okay. Shen Fu smiled sheepishly. I said, Siwen, please stop talking. The people behind are impatient. Wang Xiaolong reminded him at the right moment. Oh, I almost forgot. Yi Siwen nodded repeatedly, then waved her hand towards Shen Fu. I'm busy with work. Let's talk next time. Yeah. Shen Fu was immediately relieved and walked towards the lunchbox next to him. After getting the meal, he ran toward the shanty town in a panic. Wang Xiaolong shook his head when he saw it. At first glance, he is a little virgin. He has not experienced the pain of a woman. After leaving the exchange office, Shen Fu quickly arrived at Shun Lian, handed over a box of milk and a box of compressed biscuits and porridge, and said excitedly, Sister, I killed 15 zombies today. This week, I can exchange for at least 3 boxes of milk. Our family has enough milk every year. Yeah. Shun Lian nodded casually. This day is considered to be on the right track. Seeing his sister's reaction, Shin Fu was not angry. This situation had been going on for a long time. He also knew that his sister was a traditional little woman and might be negative for a while after losing Chin Tai. So he said again, "Sister, let me hold the baby while you go and have something to eat." "Okay." Shin Lian nodded. Shin Fu took his little nephew and held him in his arms, feeding him milk little by little, and occasionally scooped some compressed biscuit porridge to give the child a taste. Shin Lian was carefully eating the compressed biscuit porridge in the bowl. Just as the two of them were eating in tacit understanding, suddenly, a voice came from the side. "Hey, Brother Shin, you're back." Shin Fu, who was feeding his child, heard this and turned around. After seeing a familiar face, he smiled and replied, "Brother Du." The person coming was none other than Du Shuai. After saying hello, Du Shuai walked in with a box of compressed biscuit porridge and said with a smile, "How many crystals did Brother Shin go out to get just now?" "It's not bad. It's enough for my sister and I to make ends meet." Shin Fu said casually, "That's not bad. Nowadays, zombies have evolved more and more. Being able to kill 6 zombies alone is already very powerful. Unlike me, when I go out once, only 4 of them can hit the sky." Du Shuai boasted. Everyone likes to hear flattery. A smile appeared on Shin Fu's face for a moment, and he started chatting while feeding his child. "Tell me, when will the military be able to expel these zombies? I've really had enough in this apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, at least 4 dishes and 1 soup every day, hairtail fish and meat, what we eat now." Du Shuai complained. Shin Fu also sighed. "Those zombies outside are too powerful. Instead of waiting for the military, it's better to stay here honestly and have a bite to eat." "Yes." Du Shuai nodded in agreement and asked, "What did Brother Shin Fu do before?" "Brother, I used to work in a small company, making short videos. I have been doing this for a few years, saved some money, and planned to make an IP of my own. Result, I just graduated, and before I even got to work, the end came." Shin Fu said sadly, "It seems that you and I are all because of this damn apocalypse. Otherwise, I would have done something." "Damn it," Du Shuai scolded. Shin Fu agreed very much with Du Shuai's words, and couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy, and sighed. Who says it's not the case? Seeing that Shin Fu's emotions had been aroused by him, Du Shuai continued, "Actually, we don't have to belittle ourselves. It is said that heroes emerge from troubled times. These are troubled times in the last days. As long as we strengthen our own strength, we can also accomplish something. Action? What else can be done in this world now?" Shin Fu asked in confusion. Du Shuai shook his head and said, "For example, during the Yellow Turban Rebellion at the end of the Han Dynasty, the people were displaced, and there were countless casualties. It is no different from us now. I was very desperate about this apocalypse before, but then I figured it out. I would like to hear the details." Shin Fu said curiously, "Before the end of the world, all walks of life had reached saturation, and Blue Star was occupied by major countries. Now that the end of the world has come, major countries have collapsed, various industries have been purged and disappeared, and the number of humans has plummeted. Isn't it equivalent to a self-cleansing of Blue Star? Land, population, and other resources have become ownerless. This is the redistribution of resources. As long as you have the power, there is no need to do anything." Du Shuai became more and more excited. Shin Fu also agreed with it. "If you say so, it is true. But how can I gain strength?" Shin Fu couldn't help but ask. Hearing these words, Du Shuai smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice, and said calmly, "Actually, I heard about a method. However, this method may be a little risky." Du Shuai suddenly changed his tone. "Forget it then." Shin Fu waved his hand. Although he also wanted to gain the same power as Jiang Cheng, he was not ready to bet his life. He still had a sister to support. If he died, who would take care of his sister and nephew? Du Shuai was anxious when he heard this and said hurriedly, "Don't you want to have the ability to fly? Don't you want to give your sister a good life?" Shin Fu shook his head. "Life is only once, and my situation does not allow me to gamble." "Okay." Du Shuai waved his hand in frustration and then walked towards his shantytown. "I originally thought that I could persuade Shin Fu to be an insider, but I didn't expect this guy to be so undemanding. He wasted his time talking. However, this also illustrates a problem. The people in the base live too comfortably. They are content with the status quo and will not easily bet their lives. It seems that I have to use some small tricks, Du Shuai said secretly. Watching Du Shuai leave, Shen Fu frowned and continued to eat his meal. On the other side, after returning to his shed, Du Shuai secretly recorded the distribution of the Shuguang outer base, including managers Yi Siwen, Wang Xiaolong, and Zhou Sheng, and even Zhang Ya, Lin Ro, Li Qingwan, and others who often went in and out of the outer base were recorded. Waited until midnight. He took advantage of the time to go to the toilet and secretly climbed over the wall. For him, it was very easy to climb over and leave the two-person high wall. As soon as he left the Shuguang outer base, he ran towards the Tianan base at a high speed. With his first-level strength, he ran at full speed. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the Tianan survivor base. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate, he was stopped by the patrol. "Boy, do you know where this is?" The leading man was Wei Ming, who said coldly, "I, Zhou Shuisheng." Zhou Shuisheng thought that he was still wearing the face of Du Shuai and immediately used his ability. After a period of wriggling, he immediately returned to his original state. Seeing that it was his brother, Wei Ming immediately let him go. After entering the command room of the boss Luo Fan, he said, "Boss, this trip to Lincian is really worth it. I found an interesting place." Luo Fan nodded and uttered a word lightly. "Speak." July 23, 2022. Before dawn, taking advantage of the night, a figure flipped down from outside the wall and then entered the shanty town and disappeared. A little after 5 in the morning, dawn base, Jiang Cheng plunged into the gym and started training. As for some of the moves he learned, such as double-fold strength, thunder flash, etc., he is now very proficient. The only thing is that the development of his own abilities is still a little insufficient. Regarding the ability of creation, I have tried to create life, but it doesn't work. This means that when the strength is at the first level of awakening, it is impossible to create life. In this case, I can try to explore the non-life direction. After Jiang Cheng finished his analysis, he opened his palm upwards and whispered, "Fire." Instantly, a ball of fire rose from the palm of his hand. Feeling the temperature of his palm, Jiang Cheng continued, "Wind." The next moment, the fireball disappeared from the palm of his hand and turned into a small tornado. Water. The tornado disappeared, and a crystal-clear water ball condensed in the palm of Jiang Cheng's hand. Thunder. Soon, the water ball turned into water vapor and dissipated, and a blue arc of electricity appeared in the palm of his hand again. Jiang Cheng tried several other things, such as magma, poison gas, and several substances. He found that as long as it was a dead object, it could be created, but the most common elements were easier to create. Just when he was about to use the skill for the 10th time. Creation. After the voice fell, he suddenly felt dizzy and his face turned pale. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stood firm immediately, he would have fallen to the ground. "It seems that my spirit is overdrawn." Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and shouted softly, "Return the spirit." In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into the body frantically, constantly replenishing the loss of body cells. After a while, the originally sluggish cells became full and active again, and the paleness on Jiang Cheng's face gradually faded. The whole process took nearly half an hour. It seems that I need to be careful when using my abilities in the future. Let's stop the experiment here today, Jiang Cheng said to himself, and planned to try the change of attributes tomorrow. For example, the form of fire, temperature, the form of wind, wind speed, etc. Just when he finished training, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The 4th level base was upgraded successfully. Calculating the time, it should be. Jiang Cheng listened and quickly looked at the introduction of the 4th level base. Level 4 base, high-density memory metal waterproof and heat-insulating wall, can defend against attacks from 3rd-order mutants. 8 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns at the front door as defensive weapons, and 2 Level 2 Doomsday rocket launchers. The whole house is automatically equipped with 1% concentration of spiritual energy release, air purification, temperature control, environmental simulation, whole house self-cleaning, and 3-dimensional imaging devices. The backyard is equipped with 8 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns, for Level 2 Doomsday grenades, and 2 Level 2 rocket launchers. 3 fully automated bedrooms are added, total 9. Glancing at the upgraded equipment, Jiang Cheng discovered that the base's defense attributes had increased, and that 4 Level 1 Doomsday submachine guns, 2 Level 2 Doomsday rocket launchers, an aura release device, and more had been added. This time, the base's upgrade was extremely significant. Then what's next is? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Opening the base requires upgrading equipment." Ding. Level 1 Martial Arts Research Room, 10W energy points. Level 2 Biochemical Research Room, 10W energy points. Level 2 Weapons Research Room, 10W energy points. Level 3 Mall, 50W energy points. Level 4 Operating Room, 10W energy points. Level 4 Backyard, 15W energy points. Level 5 Cultivation Room, 10W energy points. Level 5 Spirit Pool, 5W energy points. Level 5 Gym, 5W energy points. Level 5 Storage Space, 5W energy points. Level 5 Energy Conversion Room, 10W energy points. Level 5 Hibernation Chamber, 10W energy points. Level 5 Base, 100W energy points. Sure enough, with the successful upgrade of the Level 4 base, the rest of the equipment also ushered in another upgrade and update. What particularly caught Jiang Cheng's eyes was that there was a Level 1 Martial Arts Research Room. Doesn't this mean that he can exchange items related to martial arts from it? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng looked at his remaining energy points again. 164,0830 energy points. There are still more than 1 million left. Jiang Cheng immediately chose upgrade the first level Martial Arts Research Room, the second level Biochemical Research Room, the second level Weapons Research Room, the fourth level Operating Room, the fifth level Cultivation Room, the fifth level Spirit Pool, the fifth level Gym, the fifth level Storage Space, the fifth level Energy Conversion Room, and the fifth level Hibernation Chamber. Ding! The first level Biochemical Research Room cannot be upgraded. The reason? There are undeciphered options. The system suddenly prompted. Then remove the first level Biochemical Research Room and upgrade again. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait. Ding! The upgrade requires 75W energy points. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade for me. 75W energy points have been deducted, and the upgrade is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level Martial Arts Research Room. First level Martial Arts Research Room. Xianyuan Gong can be cultivated to the innate level. 10W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Xiao Huandan can increase internal strength by 10 years. 5W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Demon Killing 3 swords. Each sword can double the power, up to 3 swords, and 10W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Second level Weapons Research Room. First level Doomsday Warrior, it takes 5,000 energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 2 Doomsday Submachine Gun, it takes 6W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 4 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb, it takes 8W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 2 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Level 4 Operating Room. In the operating room, the patient's surgical success rate increases by 80%. Equipped with a Level 1 Medical Warehouse, Quantity 3. Can automatically scan and detect patients. Can heal most external injuries. Heal most internal injuries. And dying patients are in the medical warehouse, which can delay the death time by 15 minutes. Each use consumes 400 energy points. Equipped with an intermediate medical robot assistant, Quantity 2, can assist doctors in performing surgeries, can perform simple surgeries independently, consumes 5 energy points per day. Advanced medical robot assistant, Quantity 1, can perform medium-sized medical surgeries independently, consumes 50 energy points per day. Level 5 Cultivation Room. Area 30 acres. Consumes 100 energy points per day for automatic cultivation. The cultivated crops mature once every 1.5 months and can be automatically harvested after maturity. 2 cubic spirit pools are consumed per acre. The planted crops can be eaten 3 times a day, each time strengthening 2 attribute points: strength, agility, spirit. Each use needs 2 hours interval. Level 5 Spirit Pool. Every 20 energy points consumed, 10 cubic meters of spirit pool is converted. Drinking once can strengthen the body's attributes by 3, can strengthen twice a day. The second strengthening effect is halved. The irrigated vegetation can be eaten each time, increase physical attribute by 1, can be strengthened once a day, with a 5% chance of awakening the extraordinary gene hidden in the human body and becoming an awakener. It can increase the speed of spiritual cultivation by 40%. Level 5 Gym. Consumes 10 energy points per hour, increases 3 physical attributes, strength or agility. Each time, can be used twice a day, each time for 1 hour. The second time, the increase in attributes is halved. With intermediate martial arts teaching and intermediate mental power teaching, mental power reaches 50 points for training. Level 5 Storage Space. Total area of 30,000 cubic meters. Time is still in the storage space. The stored food comes with a large spiritual attachment once. Eating can automatically increase 1. Strength, agility. Can be strengthened twice a day. The second time the effect is halved and automatically consumes 10 energy points per day. Level 5 Energy Conversion Room. Together with all waste outlets in the house, automatically absorbs external stray energy and converts it into energy points. The conversion rate is increased by 0.4 times, and 500 energy points are obtained from the outside world every day. Level 5 Hibernation Chamber. Each entry consumes 10 energy points. Resting for 6 hours can restore physical attributes, repair all external injuries, suppress the time of virus outbreaks, and increase mental attributes by 0.5 each time you hibernate. After looking through the upgraded equipment from beginning to end, Jiang Cheng found that the increase brought by this upgrade was not ordinary. If all the martial arts research rooms are cracked, the combat effectiveness of his base can be further improved, and perhaps even a strong person of the innate level can appear. You know, Father Yang, who is at the 5th level of the acquired realm, can already suppress the 1st level mutant. If he reaches the innate realm, what kind of combat effectiveness he can achieve, Jiang Cheng dare not imagine. Then there is the 2nd level weapons research room. Once the 1st level Doomsday Warrior can be mass-produced, everyone in the base will have one. Then each member will become an independent existence. The remaining equipment solves his current concerns in terms of medical care, strength enhancement, planting, etc. For the remaining unupgraded equipment, just wait until next time. Jiang Cheng exited the upgrade equipment interface, and after seeing that the mall had been updated, he directly opened the system mall. Permanent product column. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points / round. Power can penetrate the 1st order mutant. Level 1 Sniper Bullet Price, 50 energy points / round. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Potion, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute increases by 1 point and has a certain antivirus ability. Level 1 Ancient Zombie Virus, 640 energy points. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 622:48:57. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 160 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 400 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 80 energy points. Level 2 Laser Gun Energy Block, 500 energy points / block. Product column. Level 1 Farming Robot, 100 energy points. Can take care of 50 acres of land alone every day. Consumes 5 energy points per day. Level 1 Space Ring, 1,000 energy points. Quantity 5, contains time and space technology, can store objects. Volume 1 cubic meter. Level 1 Micro Insect Monitoring Robot, 200 energy points. Quantity 10, like the size of a mosquito, can monitor everything within a 10-kilometer range. Lasts for 5 hours. Consumes 5 energy points per day, and can be automatically recharged within 100 meters of the base. Level 1 Spiritual Cultivation Hut, 30 W energy points. 10 days of cultivation in it is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world. After each use, it can be entered after 3 days of cooling. Each time it consumes 100 energy points. Level 10 Meter Wall, 100 energy points. Quantity 10. Each section of the wall is 10 meters high and 10 meters long. It can automatically change according to the terrain and can resist the impact of the first-order mutant. Level 1 Microcommunicator, 500 energy points. Quantity, 10. Within a range of 50 kilometers, it can make smooth calls and can work continuously for 24 hours. It can be automatically recharged within 50 meters of the base, and each recharge consumes 1 energy point. Level 3 Martial Arts Skill Box, 5W energy points. After opening, use the Martial Arts Heritage Crystal to randomly obtain a martial arts skill. Refresh time, 20 hours 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Looking at the goods in the mall, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. These goods can be said to be a pillow delivered when you are sleepy, very timely. Now the first-level farming robot just meets his concerns about not being able to farm. Because of the busyness during this period, the area he is currently farming is 5 acres, and the cultivation room is his secret, which cannot be entered by outsiders. Even the core members, he is not going to tell them for the time being, so the farming robot is just what he wants. The first-level space ring is just given to everyone in the base as temporary storage. The first-level micro-insect monitoring robot can solve the problem of monitoring the Tian'an base very well. With almost no hesitation, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Clear all the goods in the commodity column." Ding! Do you want to consume 572,100 energy points and clear the goods? Must clear. Hurry up. If the purchase is successful, the items will be distributed within 2 meters around the host. The 10-meter city wall will be distributed in the backyard. The host is asked to receive it in person. The first-level spiritual time cabin will be integrated with the gym. Remaining energy points, 318,730 points. The system's mechanical sound fell, and a white light flashed in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. After the light fell, a large number of items appeared in his sight. One of the lumps of liquid metal made him very curious, but when he touched it, information about the item quickly appeared in his mind. So this is a first-level farming robot, very similar to a doomsday warrior. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and loaded all the items into the space ring, then went directly to the 3rd floor, opened the 5th-level storage space, and said, "You choose." "Yes, master." Needless to say, professionals are professionals. Soon, the first-level farming robot selected the required seeds, and then followed Jiang Cheng into the 5th-level cultivation room to start working. However, just when Jiang Cheng exited the incubation room, Zhanya came up to him. "Jiang Cheng, hurry down and take a look. It's in the backyard." "Okay." A row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. Needless to say, Zhanya already knew the reason. It should be a first-level city wall. After going downstairs, sure enough, 10 city walls that are 10 meters long, 10 meters high, and half a meter wide are stacked in the backyard. Fortunately, the backyard of the base is very large, covering an area of 200 square meters, and the floor height is more than 10 meters. When the 10 walls are put down, directly occupying half of the backyard. Looking at it, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhanya, who was still in shock, and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. These are the walls I built. Just arrange for people outside to carry them out and use them as walls for the outer survivor camps. But such a large object should be very heavy. It might be difficult for them alone." Zhanya, who reluctantly accepted the existence of the city wall, hesitated while looking at the huge city wall. "It's okay. This thing only weighs 500 kilograms per side. You only need a few people to lift it up," Jiang Cheng said. "But with such a size, it can't pass directly through the backyard gate?" Zhanya reminded. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples and said, "Don't worry, it can change itself according to the environment." Having said this, Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something, took out a first-level space ring from the space ring and handed it over. "For you." "You, what are you?" Seeing Jiang Cheng hand over the ring, Zhang Ye's face instantly turned red. When a man gives a woman a ring, it is not only a sign of love, but also a sign of marriage. "Is it possible?" Jiang Cheng was puzzled. "What? Don't you like it? Then I take it back." As he spoke, he shrank his hands. Zhang Ye suddenly became anxious, and with lightning speed, she immediately grabbed the ring in her hand and put it on her finger like a treasure. She rolled her eyes fiercely at Jiang Cheng and said, "Don't give up such a beautiful ring for free. As long as you like it." Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile, and then explained, "By the way, this ring can be used to store items. You will know after trying it. Also, here's this for you." Jiang Cheng took out another black round object the size of a button and handed it over. After explaining what it does, head straight upstairs. Watching Jiang Cheng leave, Zhanya's pretty red face returned to normal. Then she looked at the silver ring on the middle finger of her right hand and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Space ring? Is there really such a magical item? With a murmur, she looked around. When she found her daughter licking a lollipop, her thoughts moved, and she waved to her daughter and said, "Tuanshuan, come to Mom." Hearing his mother's call, Gu Tuanshuan trotted over and said, "Mom, what's the matter?" Tuanshuan, can you lend Mom the lollipop in your hand? Mom will perform a magic trick for you." A sly look flashed in Zhangya's eyes. If it's Mom, then okay. Tuanshuan glanced at the lollipop in his hand reluctantly, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and handed over the lollipop that he had just added a few bites to. She also wanted to see what her mother meant by magic. Zhangya took the lollipop, waved it in front of her daughter, and said, "Look, Mom is holding the lollipop in her hand now, right?" "Right. Then Mommy will make the lollipop disappear immediately." After saying that, amidst Gu Tuanshuan's exclamations, the lollipop disappeared from Zhangya's hand. Zhangya was also surprised by the magic of the space ring. She thought Jiang Cheng was just looking for an excuse to give her something, but she didn't expect it to be a space ring, exactly like what was written in the online novel. "It's really gone," Tuanshuan said in shock. "That goes without saying." Zhangya showed off her skills in front of her daughter and said proudly, "Can Mommy make the lollipop come back again?" "Of course, can't." "Wow." After Jiang Cheng went upstairs, he took out a green wooden box from the ring. After having the experience of opening treasure boxes before, Jiang Cheng opened the wooden box directly. There was a green crystal inside, and he grabbed it. In an instant, the green crystal turned into a ball of mucus and transferred into the palm of his hand. At the same time, an additional piece of information about the martial arts inherited by this green crystal appeared in his mind. Indestructible golden body. After use, golden light blooms all over the body. According to the user's level, within the same level range, the golden body is indestructible. It can withstand attacks 1 level higher than itself for 1 minute, and can withstand attacks 2 levels higher than itself for 3 seconds. Good stuff. After absorbing the information about the treasure box martial arts, Jiang Cheng looked overjoyed. This means that at the same level, he is invincible, but at 1 level higher, he has 1 minute to retreat. As for being 2 levels higher, these 3 seconds should be ignored. Try it with the old man if you have a chance. Jiang Cheng secretly thought, and then took out 10 mosquitoes from the space ring. This craft is no different from the real thing. Jiang Cheng looked at the 10 mosquitoes in his palm and sighed. Because these 10 mosquitoes are no different from the real ones in terms of body shape and pattern. In that case, let's try it first and see the effect. According to the instruction manual for the first level micro-insect surveillance robot, Jiang Cheng whispered, "Connect to the base." Ding. Connection successful. Start. Target Tiannan survivor base. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 mosquitoes in his hand took off and flew towards the Tiannan survivor base. For the rest, Jiang Cheng arranged for 4 more mosquitoes to go to the Lincian survivor base, and 2 more to search for the location of the survivors in Lincian City. After all, he clearly remembered Lin Ro's previous wishes. It's a pity that every time he travels, he can't find and use the information. Now with this robot, it is convenient to find Wang Wei's family. Jiang Cheng arranged for the last one to enter the ship community. The ship community is right next to the Dawn survivors, and this is his key area of concern. It would take some time for the mosquito's flight to reach its destination. Taking advantage of the time, Jiang Cheng looked at a metal door in the corner of the gym, swallowed, and walked over. Put the door handle on and push it hard. Cats shouted. The metal door slowly opened, and Jiang Cheng looked inside. It was a vast expanse of white, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He walked in carefully and closed the door. The next moment, a mechanical beep sounded in my mind. Do you want to consume 100 energy points to start your first practice? Turn on. Jiang Cheng nodded. As the voice fell, a mechanical voice replied. Cultivation is about to begin. Host, please be prepared. I want to see what effect this spiritual practice cabin has. With a murmur, Jiang Cheng's vision blurred. There was a hint of color in the originally white surroundings, and the surrounding scenery also changed. Soon, the white light disappeared, and Jiang Cheng found himself standing on a road. He was very familiar with the scenery around the road, especially a gate on the roadside, which made his pupils shrink. At the entrance of Lincian Survivor Base? No, I should be in the spiritual training cabin. Soon, Jiang Cheng reacted, but just to be on the safe side, he flipped his wrist and tried to take out the Tang Dao inside the space ring. But the next second, he froze again, because he found that he couldn't contact his space ring. What exactly is going on? Jiang Cheng forced himself to calm down. Since weapons cannot be used, what about internal strength? Thinking about it, he controlled his thoughts and explored the Dantian. When he felt the warmth brought by the Dantian, he felt a little safer. Fortunately, the inner strength can still be used. Then, Jiang Cheng tried his superpower again. Fire! Bang! A ball of flames swayed from the palm of his hand. There's no problem with superpowers. It seems that in the spiritual training cabin, items brought by the outside world cannot be used. You can use your own abilities. After figuring out the situation, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a mechanical sound sounded in the sky. Welcome to the first-level spiritual training cabin. The current battle scene is a wave of zombies coming. Mission content: 1,000 ordinary zombies are about to arrive on the battlefield. Please destroy them. Mission reward: start the next phase of the mission. Mission failed. Exit the spiritual training hut. Mission: zombies. Jiang Cheng frowned. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical sound fell. Just across the road, less than 100 meters away from Jiang Cheng, a large wave of zombies suddenly appeared. Ouch! Before Jiang Cheng could react, the zombies went crazy, opened their mouths wide, and ran toward Jiang Cheng. Good guy, is this a spiritual training hut? It's completely different from what you imagined. Jiang Cheng complained and reacted quickly. He raised one hand, and a ball of flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Fireball. With a soft drink, the fireball flew out of the palm of his hand and shot straight towards the zombie group. The zombie running at the front did not feel the danger coming, but directly hit the flying fireball. Bang! The flames instantly ignited the zombie's body, and the flames spread from the head to the limbs. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was wrapped in flames, and the rotting flesh made a sizzling sound. After screaming a few times, he struggled and fell down. From so far away, Jiang Cheng could still smell the burnt smell wafting towards him. It tastes quite real. Jiang Cheng sighed with emotion, raised his palms again, and shouted softly, "Lightning!" Sizzling. The blue electric arc continued to condense in the palm of the hand, gradually forming a ball of electricity. Controlling the lightning, Jiang Cheng threw it towards another zombie at a distance. Zhi. The whole body of the hit zombie immediately became scorched, and after a few twitches, it fell straight down. 2. Jiang Cheng secretly counted. At this time, a zombie had already run in front of him, jumped up, and rushed towards him. Feeling the fierce attack coming towards him, Jiang Cheng took a step back with his right foot and easily dodged the attack of the zombie in front of him. Then he took a deep breath and punched the zombie in the head. Boom! With just an ordinary punch, the zombie's head was blown away. Dark red blood gushed out from the broken neck. After a few twitches, the zombie fell down. The third one. However, Jiang Cheng still felt that this speed was too slow, so he simply bowed and fired towards the zombies like a cannonball. Looking from a distance, you can only see a group of black shadows moving back and forth inside, and every time it passes by, several zombie heads fly up. A zombie swarm composed of 1,000 ordinary zombies faced Jiang Cheng and could not survive for 10 minutes. Click! He twisted off the last zombie's head with one hand and threw it backwards. The 1,000th one. Jiang Cheng wrote lightly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the first stage of scene simulation and starting the next stage of the new mission. The mutant is coming. You have 1 minute to prepare. 1 minute. Sorry, I don't need it. Just start. Jiang Cheng shook his head. To be honest, those 1,000 ordinary zombies didn't even warm him up. Ding! The second scene starts. Mission content: kill 1,000 mutants. Mission reward: the next phase of the mission begins. Mission failed. If you die, the trial will be terminated and you will be forced to exit the spiritual training hut. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical sound fell. A group of zombies composed of mutants appeared in Jiang Cheng's sight. The limbs were like those of the opposite sex. The skin was gray and white, and the mouth was full of fangs. The speed was twice that of an ordinary adult man, running towards Jiang Cheng. It must be said that the collective attack of 1,000 mutants was indeed more shocking than ordinary zombies. Jiang Cheng looked at the 1,000 mutants indifferently, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, it's a bit interesting. The words fell. In just a few seconds, a mutant was already in front of him at a distance of 100 meters. Jiang Cheng slowly exhaled and punched the other party's head. Bang! The head of this mutant was directly blown away, but unlike ordinary zombies, green liquid flowed out of the broken neck. Unable to withstand a single blow, after shaking off the sticky liquid on his hands, Jiang Cheng took a step, like a wolf among sheep, shuttling back and forth among the mutant zombies. This time, he spent more time than before. It took a full 30 minutes to deal with the 1,000 mutants, and his physical strength was consumed a little, but it still didn't have much impact. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the second stage of the trial. The third stage of the task is started. Kill 1,000 first-level crushers. Mission successful. Start the next stage of the task. Mission failed. Death. Then forced to exit the spiritual practice hut. 1,000 first-level crushers? Jiang Cheng's face finally moved. 1,000. It's really a challenge. He licked the corner of his mouth. A flash of excitement flashed in the corner of Jiang Cheng's eyes. You have 5 minutes to rest. Please get ready. Let's start, Jiang Cheng said. Although killing the mutant zombies consumed some physical strength, it was harmless. Ding. Mission start. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The mechanical sound fell. Bang. Not far away, the ground shook. Soon, the shaking became more and more intense. Jiang Cheng slowly raised his head and looked forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, the blood in his body began to boil in an instant. The real battle is about to begin. Bang, bang, bang. The vibrations became more and more violent, and cracks appeared on the cement pavement. Hoo-ho-ho. A group of first-order crushers came like a wave. In the blink of an eye, one was in front of Jiang Cheng, and its huge fist enveloped Jiang Cheng's head. Feeling the strong wind hitting his face, Jiang Cheng didn't change his expression and punched the giant fist in front of him. Bang! For a moment, two fists collided, and the huge fist of the first-order crusher was directly hit to the bone, and the body of more than 3 meters was directly thrown backward by the force from the arm. One of the already transferred crusher was knocked away, and another first-level crusher immediately took over. With just a glance, Jiang Cheng found giant fists coming from all directions. Hold! Cursing angrily, Jiang Cheng punched one of them and used his palms to remove the strength from the fist of a first-order crusher. Then he changed his palms into grasping, grabbed the opponent's wrist firmly, and gently swung it. Lift! The first-order crusher was picked up. Then he made a 360-degree sweep towards the surrounding first-order crushers. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 5 or 6 first-order crushers were swept to the ground. Finally, Jiang Cheng grabbed the first-order crusher and threw it far away. The huge body drew a parabola in the air and landed on the concrete ground 100 meters away, making a shallow depression in the road. Roar! Several zombies were knocked to the ground, and the first-order crushers behind them stepped on the bodies of their companions and continued to swarm up. Seeing that he had no time to respond, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Bubble the golden body." As soon as the voice fell, golden light bloomed all over Jiang Cheng, and a golden transparent cover covered his whole body inside. The next moment, the fists of a group of first-order crushers landed on the cover of the indestructible golden body, making a metallic buzz, but they could not make an inch forward. Haha. Jiang Cheng was finally able to breathe. Good guy. I almost got beaten up by a group of people. Without Tang Dao, his combat effectiveness dropped by almost 1/3. With brute force alone, with the strength of a first-order crusher, he would not be able to kill him with one punch in his normal state. However, it is not his character to be passively beaten. Although the unbreakable golden body can defend against attacks of the same level, The golden body needs the support of internal energy. Once the internal energy is exhausted, he will become passive. In this case, it's better to just go all out and be impulsive. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng looked at the first-order crushers around him who were constantly hitting the golden cover and shouted, "Spirit, open!" As soon as he finished speaking, the internal energy in his dantian surged. The skin all over his body turned a faint red, and white gas steamed up from his skin. Physical attributes directly increase by 70%. In other words, the force of his current punch can reach 23,737.5 kilograms, which is 6.5 times that of the first-order crusher. After completing the increase in strength, Jiang Cheng let go of his hands and feet, stepped hard, and drew mysterious arcs in the air with his palms. Erdujin. In a breath, Jiang Cheng's strength doubled again, reaching 47,447 kilograms, and he blasted towards the body of a first-order crusher with the most ferocious attack. Puff! The moment it touched the opponent's body, a blood hole the size of a basketball exploded in the first-order crusher's chest, and the entire body was penetrated, and green viscous liquid continued to gush out from the wound. The body was severely injured, and the first-order crusher fell backwards as if it had been hit hard. But Jiang Cheng wouldn't just let it go. The so-called killing it while it is sick. The body drew a phantom among the zombies. Erdujin. Clap it with one palm. Poof. The head of this first-order crusher was immediately beaten into pulp. With the death of the first one, Jiang Cheng was encouraged and changed his body shape again, hitting the head of the first-order crusher on the left. Poof. Another blue-green liquid splashed out. Just like that, 3 hours later, Jiang Cheng stood panting on a pile of corpses, looking at the 500 first-order crushers left around him with red eyes, feeling powerless in his heart. No. If I keep killing like this, my energy will be exhausted sooner or later. Jiang Cheng shook his head and removed the golden light around him. The unbreakable golden body is easy to use, but it consumes too much internal energy. It is acceptable for short-term battles, but it is too laborious for long-term battles. His current idea is to eliminate all these zombies in the shortest possible time. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng dispelled his spiritual state, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Ling, explode." As soon as he finished speaking, all the internal energy in the acupuncture points around his body exploded. A large amount of white gas began to evaporate from his skin, as the soaked clothes were immediately evaporated from the 3 hours of fierce fighting. But that alone is not enough. Hard Qigong. The figure of more than 1.8 meters began to skyrocket, and did not stop until he was 2 meters tall. The originally streamlined muscles bulged high, full of power. Calculated in this way, the increase in spiritual explosion is 210%, and the increase in strength attribute of hard Qigong is twice. His body strength now reached 86,521 kilograms. Coupled with the increase in Jin's output, it could reach a terrifying 173,042 kilograms. However, it's not enough. Jiang Cheng shouted again, "Meditation." After the words fell, his body increased by 100% again. His strength directly reached 346,084 caddies, and his speed reached 5,542 meters per second, 2,771.09 meters, which is 8 times the speed of sound. The side effects of the full stacking of skills are also extremely obvious. Wow! With blood surging, Jiang Cheng screamed and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Resisting the urge to vomit blood again, he looked at the large group of first-level crushers around him with red eyes and took a deep breath. There is only 1 minute. I need to kill this group of first-level crushers within a minute. Swish! With a point of his toes, a stream of air rushed towards the surroundings. Jiang Cheng's figure disappeared instantly. Now, with the naked eye, it can be said that his figure is completely invisible, but the movement trajectory of Jiang Cheng can be seen from the group of first-level crusher zombies. Bang! In less than a second, a blue blood flower bloomed. Next, 500 first-level crushers were like flowers blooming on a canvas, and their heads exploded one after another. Soon, a minute later, whoosh, a strong wind flew by. A figure appeared among the fallen first-order crushers. However, his figure was a little embarrassed, and his whole body was like a bloody man. Under the high-intensity operation of the skills, I don't know how many blood vessels in his body burst, but they were restored by his super speed regeneration ability. The recovery of superpowers requires physical and mental strength. Jiang Cheng is now exhausted to the extreme. Damn, I will never play like this in the future. Muttering, Jiang Cheng's eyes turned black and he fell directly to the ground. But before he fell, a mechanical sound faintly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd stage scene mission, the 4th stage mission. Kill 1,000 first-order harvesters. When he woke up again, he was already in the center of the gym. Looking at the familiar scenery around him and feeling the state of his body again, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. Am I forced to quit? It seems that I should have been killed in the next stage of the mission. Jiang Cheng lay on the floor, his energy restored a lot, but his limbs were still too tired to move. He glanced at the time on the ceiling. 8:21 a.m. It was also 8:21 before he entered, which meant that he had been in for nearly 4 hours, but it might not have been a second in the real world. It's such an amazing feeling. Jiang Cheng sighed and said secretly, System, check my data panel. Byte. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 7th level of acquired life, 1st level awakener. Spirit, 0.7, special 2.1. Normal state can increase combat power by 70%. Special spiritual burst can increase 210%. Wisdom, 38.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 139.55 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 63.85 plus 0.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 48.7 plus 5, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 3.6, can be immune to level 3 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, creation, awakening degree, 199%, super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 125%. Skills, Naki method, hard qigong, meditation, Erduijin, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special level, thunderbolt flash, 2nd level sword skill, spirit return, unbreakable golden body. Pet beast, Meowth. Comprehensive combat power, 298.1. Strength has increased by 5 points, agility has increased by 0.5, and spirit has increased by 5 points. The moment he saw his data panel, Jiang Cheng was also shocked by the data. I didn't expect that the effect of this 1st level spiritual training HUD is so powerful. This is only the effect of clearing 3 missions. What if all levels are cleared? Jiang Cheng doesn't know, but he can definitely expect it. However, the only pity is that this thing needs to cool down for 3 days before entering. In other words, today is July 23rd, 2022, and the next time you want to enter, you will have to wait until July 27th. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng lay down again, drank a large bottle of spirit pond water to replenish his physical strength, and used spirit return to restore his mental strength before getting up. And right now, 10 pictures suddenly appeared on the gym's display screen. 4 of the scenes show the Tiananmen survivor base, and the conversations of these people can also be heard. 4th Brother's operation is directly in the atmosphere. When 4th Brother investigates the Shuguang base in Yanghe community, we will directly cooperate inside and outside. When the time comes, I just heard from the 4th child that there are quite a few pretty girls in Shuguang base. Jiang Cheng frowned as he listened to the conversation between several people. Dawn base. Isn't this his base? Has the base been infiltrated? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. No, I must investigate this matter clearly. There must be no hidden dangers. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng summoned a mosquito back to the display screen to monitor around the base. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at another picture. It's about the Linxian survivor base. Everything was peaceful there, and Father Yang even took a few soldiers to talk about the romantic past. Speaking of that neon female assassin back then, but was really perky, and her legs were as white as if she had been wiped with milk. Fortunately, the old man was smart and used his master's martial arts in the middle of the game. Father Yang boasted. The young soldier couldn't wait to ask. What happened next? Yes, Dad, what happened next? Father Yang curled up his lips and smiled mysteriously. Of course she will see the toughness of our Dezhou men. On hard words, the drag is extra long. When Jiang Cheng saw this, he really couldn't listen anymore. Depending on the situation, with Father Yang here, the Lincian survivor base should be stable. Therefore, Jiang Cheng only left one mosquito, and the other 3 were directly summoned back and distributed in every corner of Dawn Base. 2 of the remaining 3 pictures showed various areas of Lincian City. After watching it for several minutes, there were no survivors. The last picture is of the steamship community. The 3 second-order mutants are still active in the ship community and are not running around. However, the other zombies go out from time to time and occasionally bring back a few humans. We can't keep the zombies in the ship community. Find an opportunity to deal with them. Now that we have our own spies in various areas, the next step is to find out the guy hiding in the outer base. After muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng took Maya Papa's downstairs and went out. As his first pet beast, its combat power is far from enough. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. It's a bit hotter than July in previous years. Looking out from inside the house, one can see distorted waves of heat. The gate of the survivor base outside Dawn. Du Shuai bid farewell to Captain Lu Zhongqing and arrived at the exchange office early. Captain Yi, exchange for a meal and a bottle of milk. Du Shuai smiled and handed over 8 ordinary zombie crystals. After Yi Siwen took the zombie crystal, she looked at Du Shuai in surprise and said, "You have some skills." Hee hee, that's because the treatment at our Shuguang base is good, which makes people motivated. Du Shuai said with a smile. Yi Siwen smiled and said, "Then remember, kill more zombies, and the base will benefit from you." Of course, of course. Du Shuai nodded repeatedly, then took the exchanged rice and milk and trotted towards the shantytown. Looking at Du Shuai's back as he left, Wang Xiaolong on the side couldn't help but say, "This kid seems to have changed. Wasn't he timid before?" Zhou Sheng smiled and said, "Born in the end times, after experiencing some things, it is normal to change." "That's right." Wang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. The 3 did not take Du Shuai's change seriously. After all, there are too many people like this in the base. Either their family members died, their temperaments changed drastically, or they were betrayed and became indifferent and silent from then on. They have seen too much. On the other side, Du Shuai quickly came to his shed with food. Seeing Shun Lian staying inside to feed the baby, he shouted directly, "Sister Shun, what's the matter?" Hearing someone shouting, Shun Lian hurriedly came out, and even her clothes that had just been breastfed were not buttoned up, so she was exposed to the air. Du Shuai's eyes were straight, and even his nose had an urge to spurt. Shun Lian felt a little puzzled when she saw Du Shuai's eyes, so she followed his gaze and found that she had just finished breastfeeding and forgot to button her clothes. She blushed and spit. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman breastfeeding?" After saying that, she turned around and pulled up her clothes. Du Shuai looked at Shun Lian, who turned around and withdrew his gaze with a sense of satisfaction, and then he looked at this woman. Although she was still breastfeeding and her figure was a little out of shape, in Du Shuai's view, this woman exuded the brilliance of a woman, which made him swallow his saliva. Finally, Shun Lian fastened her clothes and turned around. This time, she happened to meet Du Shuai's aggressive gaze. Her face, which had finally calmed down, blushed again. She said unhappily, "If you look at me again, I'll go in." Du Shuai then retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Sister, you are so beautiful." After saying this, Shun Lian's heartbeat accelerated a bit, and her forced calm expression became a little flustered. "You? What do you want to talk to me about?" "Here." Du Shuai took out a bottle of milk from behind and handed it to her like a magic trick. "What is this?" "It's for me. Drink it to replenish your body." "Sister." Just when the atmosphere was charming, a shout brought Du Shuai and Shun Lian back to reality. Turning around, they found Shun Fu coming back with food. "Sister, what are you doing?" Shun Fu looked at the two, especially Sister Shun Lian, with a blush on his face, and couldn't help showing a suspicious look. Shun Lian reacted, quickly put her hands behind her back, and explained in a panic. "Yes. It's like this, your brother Du and I were talking about the zombies outside." "Oh." Shun Fu nodded half doubtfully, and looked at Du Shuai again. After a brief panic, Du Shuai said with a smile, "Brother Shun, I saw that it was not easy for your sister to raise a child. Anyway, the zombie crystal was taken anyway, so I exchanged it for a bottle of milk for your sister. No need. Shinfu immediately understood and looked at his sister helplessly and said, Sister, return the milk. We have it at home. With my current hunting level, I guarantee that I will have milk every day, every year. No, this milk is for. Shun Lian hesitated for a moment, but still took out the milk from behind and returned it to Du Shuai disappointedly, saying, Take it back. Brother Shun, in fact, we survivors should help each other more. There is no need to be so estranged. Du Shuai said with a smile. Shinfu continued to look blank and said, No need. After speaking, he walked up and grabbed Shin Lian's hand and walked into the shed and pulled the curtain. Cut it out. If you don't want it, don't want it. I'll drink it myself. Looking at the two people entering the house, Du Shuai secretly disdained, then turned his head and tore the milk into his mouth. As soon as the milk entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Hey, you know what? This milk is quite fresh. And inside the shed, Shun Lian shook off Shin Fu's hand. Her face returned to her usual coldness, and she sat on the bed in silence. Shin Fu knew that her sister was angry, but she still advised, Sister, you'd better stay away from people like Du Shuai. You don't know his background, and he might be targeting us. Besides, Jiang Cheng is my old classmate and good brother. He kindly took us in and gave us food and drink. We should try not to cause trouble and not cause trouble for others, understand? As soon as these words came out, Shun Lian felt uncomfortable and said angrily, Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng. Can you please not mention this person? He took us in, but you also worked for him? You always say that he is your old classmate and good brother, but what about now? How is your treatment different from that of other survivors? Sister, you don't understand. Shin Fu said bitterly. Shun Lian became even more angry and said, I really don't understand. I just don't understand. Those people in the base eat delicious food, but you, a good brother, are here with your sister, living a hard life with no food to eat. Sister, you can't say that about Jiang Cheng. As the manager of the base, it's not good for him to treat me specially in front of everyone. What's more, I haven't done anything yet. Why should he give me free food and drink? Shin Fu said in embarrassment. Why? Just because you saved his life by the levee. After Shun Lian finished speaking, Shin Fu also fell silent. He was not silent because he was dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng, but because he didn't want to argue with his sister's unreasonable behavior. He could only silently put down one of the two lunch boxes in his hand and handed it over, then sat on a stone on the side to open the lunchbox and prepare to eat. Okay, I don't have an appetite today. You can eat by yourself. Shin Lian pushed the lunchbox aside and sulked on the bed. Jiang Cheng didn't know about the Shun Fu family in the base, so he took Miao Pass to a middle school where his father used to work. Linzhou Avenue West section. Jiang Cheng walked along the wall on the side of the road. Although he has a certain ability to protect himself now, he doesn't know where a second-level or third-level zombie will pop out. After all, there are many densely populated areas like the ship community in Lincian. He walked for about half an hour. Turning around an alley, a building complex appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, especially the eye-catching four big characters at the door, Wenyuan School, which made Jiang Cheng excited. This school is also a private school. It seems to have been built in the early 21st century, a little later than Yangha School. There are about 3,000 resident students, and there are 3 departments of primary, middle, and high school. Because of some things, his father worked in this school for 2 years, but later jumped to other schools. Jiang Cheng studied in the school for 1 year because of his father. Miaopa, if you encounter a second-order mutant later, don't fight hard. Jiang Cheng rubbed Miaopa's head and warned. Meow. Miaopa rubbed Jiang Cheng's face and responded. Also, don't swallow the things in the zombies' brains for me. As for the corpses, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Cheng reminded again. Last time, Miaopa swallowed 32 zombie crystals in one breath. According to the current conversion rate of the energy conversion room, this is worth 448 energy points. They are all his favorites. Meow. Although Miaopa was unwilling, the master had already told it, so it could only agree reluctantly, and there was a little more loss on its little face from a distance. Okay, there are thousands of zombies in here, some for you to eat. Looking at the little guy's dejected look, Jiang Cheng laughed and scolded. When Meowpa heard the number, he immediately became energetic again. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Get ready. After saying this, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and a tang sword appeared in his palm, and then he began to knock on the big iron gate of the school. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was very loud, especially in such an empty place with no one around, so it spread further. Soon, dozens of zombies heard the sound and walked out from the corner of the school. There were also a dozen zombies who came out of the shops at the school gate. Looking at the zombies that surrounded him and Meow passed more and more densely, Jiang Cheng stopped knocking, took the tang sword and made a knife flower, and said lightly, Meow pass, let's go. At the same time, in the dormitory building of Wenyuan School, a subtle female voice sounded. Hush. Listen, there seems to be some movement outside. Is it the search and rescue team from Chudu? A male voice said excitedly. Don't dream. If the search and rescue team can come, they would have come a long time ago. It's probably the movement made by the zombies. Another male voice said. How about we go out and have a look? We can't stay here forever. Otherwise, we will be trapped here and die sooner or later. A female voice said. I don't want to go out. A female voice raised her hand weakly. When the woman said this, a female companion next to her also raised her hand and said, I don't want to go out either. If you want to go out, go out. After all, no one wants to go out and take risks. Even if they are trapped to death in this place, it is good to live one more second. Seeing that there is no consensus, the female voice who started to speak at the beginning gritted her teeth and said, There is still hope if we go out. If we don't go out, we will really die here. Li Yujuan, you said it lightly. If you want to go out, go out. That's right, then go out. The two female voices next to her immediately said in unison, Go out if you want to. Li Yujuan didn't expect that it would be her turn. She gritted her teeth and agreed with a stiff upper lip. However, as a girl, she was still a little scared. After all, there were several big guys outside, so she glanced around and said, Is there anyone willing to go out with me? Everyone lowered their heads wherever she looked. Seeing that no one was willing, Li Yujuan set her sights on a boy and gritted her teeth and said, Chen Kai, don't you have a crush on me? If you go out with me this time, I'll be your girlfriend. Aye. Chen Kai was still a little hesitant. Everyone around him laughed at her. Usually, Li Yujuan is a person with a strong self-esteem, and relying on her good looks, she is very popular among the teachers in the school and has several suitors. Usually, she gets whatever she wants, and only she can refuse others, and no one can refuse her. Now being rejected on the spot is tantamount to slapping her in the face. Facing the gazes of everyone, Li Yujuan simply said, Chen Kai, are you a man? If you go out with me today, I'll sleep with you. I wear black silk stockings. Okay. Facing the contemptuous look from the man next to him, Chen Kai was like a proud warrior, living and dying for black silk. Black silk was his belief. Moreover, Li Yujuan was the goddess he had secretly loved for more than a year since he joined the company. Anyway, he had to die. It was worth it to have a good time before dying. He and Li Yujuan walked in front and behind. After opening the door of the dormitory, they slowly poked their heads out. When they saw that there were no zombies in the dormitory corridor, they walked out boldly. It was just the moment they came out. Yet, the wooden door made a clear sound. At the same time, there was a click from inside. The two looked back and found that the door of the dormitory had been locked. When they looked at each other, they could see the speechlessness in each other's eyes. It's too realistic. Chen Kai muttered in dissatisfaction. Li Yujuan lowered her voice in annoyance and said, Don't dawdle. Hurry up, or you'll be discovered by zombies. Oh, okay. Chen Kai was even more dissatisfied, and his courage to come out just now had been half gone. The two continued to move forward. Surprisingly, there was not a single zombie in the corridor on this floor. After walking down a few floors, they found that the situation was the same as their floor, and there were no zombies. Wana, what's going on? Chen Kai said. Li Yujuan was also surprised by this phenomenon, but when she heard Chen Kai's voice, she became irritable and said impatiently, I don't know. I'll know if I go down and take a look. That's right. Chen Kai responded with a smile. It seems that this time he came out without any trouble, and he can also exchange martial arts with the goddess when he returns. It must be that the goddess of luck listened to his voice. For a moment, Chun Kai's courage was also restored a little, and he couldn't help but secretly glanced at Li Yujuan's back. Wearing a pink t-shirt and a white miniskirt that just covered her thighs, her slender, round, and white legs were exposed. As Li Yujuan walked, the hem of her skirt was lifted by her legs, and you could faintly see the white printed strips. Gulyalu. Swallowing hard, Chun Kai's face showed more joy. Soon, he would be able to play with this pair of legs. Because of the flood, he and Li Yujuan were on the 5th floor. After the flood receded, they had not gone out. For nearly a month, they had been living on snacks hidden by students on this floor. Except for the dormitory building, they had not walked a few steps. Oh, a zombie howled. The two woke up from their dreams, stopped in a hurry, and ran to the back of the building next to them. When there was no movement, they continued to walk forward. And when they walked to the front of the teaching building, the scene in front of them made them stay where they were. I saw zombies gathered densely on the school square. From a distance, they looked like a black wave, which was daunting. Among the zombies, there were several huge zombies moving around. What is going on? Chun Kai was so scared that he stuttered. Li Yujuan was the same. She had seen zombies before, but it was the first time that so many zombies appeared in front of her at one time. After seeing the zombies, the two subconsciously wanted to run back. But soon, Li Yujuan found the clues. She grabbed Chun Kai, who wanted to run away, and said in a low voice, "Don't go. There seems to be something going on in this group of zombies." "What is going on? Let's go back quickly," Chun Kai said with a crying face. "If we are discovered, we won't even have the chance to become zombies." As he said, he was about to run. Li Yujuan scolded, "Why are you so sissy? I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Be careful, or I won't let you sleep with me." "Oh my Wanner, is it time to watch the fun now? Even if you give me a full set, I dare not stay." Chun Kai cried. "No, you must come with me." Li Yujuan also got angry. He went out with her only because of the agreed conditions. Now he changed his mind at the last minute. How could such a good thing happen? She grabbed Chun Kai's collar button and threatened, "Chun Kai, if you run, I will attract zombies here. At worst, no one will survive." "Oh my Wanner, what are you doing? We are not enemies." Chun Kai was so anxious that he was about to cry. He really didn't expect that Li Yujuan could be so troublesome. "One word, do you want to stay or not?" Li Yujuan threatened. "Do I have any other choice?" "Oh." With a sigh, Chun Kai stayed resignedly. He was really afraid that Li Yujuan, this crazy woman, would suddenly go crazy. After the two calmed down, they looked at the zombies again. After scanning for a long time, they finally saw a clue. In the vast zombie group, a silver light kept flashing, and every time it flashed, a zombie head would fly up. Beside this silver flash, there was a white figure and a silver humanoid thing shuttling back and forth. What on earth is this? Looking at the scene in front of her, Li Yujuan muttered to herself. At this time, in the zombie group, "Meow Pa, don't eat secretly. Kill these zombies first." "Meow." Jiang Cheng waved his knife while reminding the glutton next to him. There was no way. This little guy was too smart. Every time he took advantage of his inattention, he used the swallowing skill to swallow the zombies and the crystals in the zombies' brains together. This made him feel very painful. But there is a way to say it. Today is the right time. At a glance, there are thousands of ordinary zombies alone, and there are also many mutant zombies. There are also 5 or 6 first-level crushers and first-level reapers, and there is even a second-level death crusher. No, things will change later. We must deal with these guys quickly to avoid attracting high-level zombies nearby. With a secret whisper, Jiang Cheng lowered his voice and ordered, 1. You are here to deal with this group of first-order mutants. Remember, when attacking, keep the zombie crystals intact and don't destroy them. Yes, Master. The second-level Doomsday Warrior on the side responded mechanically, and then turned into a silver stream of light and rushed towards the first-level mutant. After the second-level Doomsday Warriors restrained these first-level mutants, Jiang Cheng put away his sword and looked excited at the second-level Death Crushers running towards him among the zombies. The next step is my fight. Licking the corner of his mouth, Jiang Cheng lowered his body, slowly pulled out the Tang Dao, and secretly said, "Ling, open." As soon as he finished speaking, the inner energy in his body suddenly exploded. The skin on the surface of his body turned slightly red, and his muscles bulged slightly, holding up the clothes on his body. Thunderbolt, flash. With a soft shout, Jiang Cheng stepped forward, and a strong air flow spread out around him, blowing the zombies that were rushing towards him directly to the ground. Then, the internal air continued to surge up, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack around. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Jiang Cheng's figure disappeared from the spot. Fast. Extremely fast. Under the burst of Ling Kai, Jiang Cheng's speed reached 765.765 meters per second. Under his flash, a sound barrier formed behind him. Looking from the side, one could only see a flashing silver light and a black barrier behind. Swish! Where the silver light passed, the heads of zombies soared into the sky. In half a breath, Jiang Cheng arrived in front of the second-level Death Crusher. Cut! A knife fell towards the opponent's neck. Roar! A sky-high roar sounded. Facing Jiang Cheng's attack, the second-level Death Crusher was somewhat unhurried, and his neck went straight up. Puff! The Tang sword was half inserted, and blue sticky blood flowed out. Jiang Cheng continued to exert force to cut it off, but found that the Tang sword was stuck in the opponent's bones. It's hard. The neck was cut, and the second-level Death Crusher was in great pain, and he punched Jiang Cheng directly. Not good. Thinking that it was not good, Jiang Cheng simply pulled out his Tang sword, then kicked his legs backwards, did a backflip in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. Human, you can actually dodge my attack? The second-level Death Crusher looked at Jiang Cheng, who had dodged the attack, and opened his mouth in surprise. Jiang Cheng was also stunned by the sudden opening of the second-level Death Crusher. Thinking back to the second-level Death Killer he met in Manhwa school before, he realized that zombies have already acquired a certain degree of wisdom and language ability when they reach the second level. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng seemed to have discovered a new world, and teased, "Big guy, you are much stronger than those guys I met before, but I don't know how long you can last." Arrogant. Come, again. Speaking intermittently, the second-level Death Crusher ran over with a huge fist raised. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and said secretly, "Data I, open. Name, Level 2 Death Crusher. Race, Zombie. Level 2. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 500. Agility, 11. Comprehensive combat power, 511.5. 500 strength? It seems that not every Level 2 Death Crusher has similar attributes. This one should be on the edge of regional evolution." Jiang Cheng looked at the other party's attributes, murmured, and then sighed. "It's a pity that the speed is too slow." Shaked his head. As for the mutants, the General Harvester is more difficult to deal with than the Crusher. After all, invisible and intangible enemies are more difficult to deal with. However, the 11-point agility attribute is like slow motion in Jiang Cheng's eyes. In a blink of an eye, a punch came, accompanied by a strong wind, blowing people's faces painfully. Jiang Cheng stood there calmly, waiting for the moment when the fist was about to hit, and his body slightly turned to one side, easily avoiding the attack. The second-level Death Smasher saw that his punch missed and immediately raised another fist to hit. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, Jiang Cheng still gently moved to the side and dodged it easily again. Slow. Too slow. Is this the speed of your punch? While dodging, Jiang Cheng mocked, making the second-level Death Smasher even more angry. "Human, if you have the guts, don't dodge." Jiang Cheng mocked. "Oh, not bad. 0.5 intelligence can actually use provocation." As soon as the words came out, the second-level Death Smasher became even angrier. According to 0.5 intelligence, his current IQ is only equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. Being mocked by Jiang Cheng, he instantly became furious. Roar! He roared to the sky, his eyes turned red, and his body, which was originally 6 meters, suddenly expanded to 7 meters. His gray skin was even more faintly blue. Overall, it looked a circle larger than before. Data I open. Name, Level 2 Death Crusher, Rage. Race, Zombie. Level 2 lower, Level 2 middle. Wisdom, 0.5, 0.3. Strength, 700. Agility, 15. Comprehensive combat power, 715.3. Oh, the strength has increased by 20,000 pounds, and the agility has also increased by 5 points. which is equivalent to a second-level mutant. Jiang Cheng secretly memorized the data of the second-level Death Crusher, tapped his feet, and stepped back. Boom. The next moment, a huge dent appeared on the cement floor where he was standing, and the cement blocks that left were splashed around. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng also put away his playful mentality. The strength value of 700 is still a little threatening to him. Thinking about it, he closed the state of spiritual opening and shouted, "Spirit, explode." HUHU. For a moment, the internal energy in the body exploded, and the released internal energy formed a whistling wind around and scattered, and the skin of the legs became red with naked eyes. However, this alone was not enough. Jiang Cheng continued to shout, "Hard Qigong." Boom. As the voice fell, Jiang Cheng's body began to swell rapidly, and his streamlined muscles turned into explosively bulging power types, and the t-shirt that was the right size on his body was directly torn apart because of his swelled body. Feeling the restraint on his body, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, then grabbed the t-shirt on his body and pulled it. Hiss! The clothes burst directly. The perfect body was exposed naked to the air. 2 high bulging chest muscles, 8-pack abdominal muscles like a sculpture, biceps like a hill, and a magnificent inverted triangle. It really echoes the old saying, "Strength can lift the mountains, and the world is unparalleled." Even if the Overlord is still alive, facing Jiang Cheng, I am afraid he can only fall behind. This scene happened to be seen by Li Yujuan, who was not far away. Especially when Jiang Cheng tore off her clothes. Li Yujuan's legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Kai beside her helped her in time. "Are you okay?" Chen Kai said worriedly. "It's not wet, just let go." Realizing that she was being held by the smelly man, Li Yujuan looked at Chen Kai with disgust and broke away from Chen Kai's arms. Compared with the domineering man in the distance who was fighting zombies, this wretched man was like one in the sky and the other in the earth. Looking at Chen Kai again, Li Yujuan felt as if she had eaten a piece of SHD. However, she was secretly glad that she had a chance of not having sex with Chen Kai. Otherwise, she would have been like eating a fly and would have been disgusted for the rest of her life. After breaking free, Li Yujuan continued to stare at Jiang Cheng in the distance, her eyes shining brightly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many zombies in front of her, she would have rushed forward. Only such a mighty and majestic man is worthy of being my, Li Yujuan's, man. At this time, while fighting, Jiang Cheng felt a sudden chill on his back, and the hard Qigong he activated almost stopped softening. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong in my practice? Jiang Cheng was startled, then turned to look at the big guy in front of him, and continued to shout, "Immortal golden body." Zheng. Golden light flickered, forming a transparent protective shield. After preparations were completed, Jiang Cheng stepped forward with his sword in hand. "Humans, bear the wrath of this king." Roar. With an angry roar, the second-level Death Crusher's fist wind came again. Jiang Cheng watched, walking a little faster. Doomsday swim. His body shape changed, like a snake, drawing a double shadow and dodging close to the body of the second-level Death Reaper. "Damn, Loach, despicable ant, can you just hide? You are looking down on me." Jiang Cheng casually dodged the attack, expressing slight dissatisfaction with the second-level Death Crusher's words. Then, with a curl of his lips, he said, "Not only am I good at dodging, I'm also despicable." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng changed the direction of the long knife in his hand, looked at the high-erected legs of the second-level deceased, and stabbed the knife into it. The chrysanthemum remains. Zila. The moment the knife penetrated, Jiang Cheng felt extremely smooth, and the 1-meter-long Tang Dao blade slid directly to the bottom. Oh, a soft moan. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Cheng seemed to see a flash of enjoyment on the second-level Death Crusher's ferocious face. Alas, Jiang Cheng pulled out the long knife with a look of disgust on his face, took a few leaps to distance himself, and shook it hard with his hand a few times before cleaning up the blue sticky filth on it. Human, I really underestimated you. You are so despicable." Happiness is always short-lived. As the Tang knife was drawn out, a sharp pain spread from bottom to top. The second-level Death Smasher's face turned blue, and he quickly covered his hindquarters with his thick arms. He stared at Jiang Cheng, wishing he could tear the human in front of him into pieces immediately. Not far away. When Chun Kai saw this scene, he subconsciously covered his buttocks and muttered to himself, "This is really cruel." The words just fell. Snap! 5 fingerprints were instantly printed on his face. "Li Yujuan, you're crazy." Chun Kai got angry and asked after being slapped for no reason. Li Yujuan was equally angry and said, "You are not allowed to insult my husband. She looks like a crazy girl chasing stars." "You husband?" Chun Kai was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "You have a husband?" After finishing speaking, Li Yujuan glanced shyly in Jiang Cheng's direction. Chun Kai understood instantly and didn't care about attracting the zombies. He raised his hand and slapped them. Snap! "Li Yujuan, why didn't you tell me you had a husband earlier? You made me chase you for a year. You dare to hit me?" Li Yujuan was also stunned. She didn't expect that Chun Kai would dare to take action, and after this slap, her fair and tender face bulged high. I'm disfigured." With a murmur, Li Yujuan went crazy instantly. Destroying her appearance is like killing her parents. How can she go see Jiang Cheng? For a moment, she screamed. "Ah!" He pulled towards Chun Kai's hair. Chun Kai was also aroused. Although he was thin, he reached out and grabbed Li Yujuan's hair. "Chun Kai, I'll catch you to death." "Li Yujuan, I'll slap your mouth." The two were torn together for a moment, but they didn't know that the huge movement attracted zombies not far away. At the same time, Jiang Cheng sheathed his sword and said secretly, "It's time to end." His legs were slightly bent, his body pressed down, his eyes became extremely sharp. He aimed at the second-level Death Crusher and shouted softly, "Thunderbolt flash." Swish! In an instant, it turned into a golden stream of light and chopped away. Feeling the oncoming pressure, the second-level deceased also let go of his body, held back the severe pain, and ran forward with both arms to meet him. "Watch me beat you to a pulp, human." Roaring angrily, he punched out with all his strength. The next second, bang! A powerful airflow spread towards the surrounding area, blowing sand and rocks from the ground. When the dust and smoke cleared, only one person and one body were revealed inside. Bang! The second-level Death Smasher wanted to turn around, but unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his arm was cut off from the joints and fell to the ground. Its sight also kept falling, and it finally struggled a few times. Don't stab me." His mouth opened and closed, but before he could finish speaking, he lost his life. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, except that his inner energy was somewhat depleted, did not have a single wound on his body. With his sword in hand, Jiang Cheng turned around and walked towards the head of the second-level Death Crusher. "It seems that my current strength, in the state of spiritual explosion, without using meditation, is more than enough to deal with zombies of the upper and lower levels." As he spoke, he pointed the knife a little bit. Soon, a crystal-clear crystal the size of a pigeon egg appeared in the blue and white mixture. The tip of the knife picked. The crystal flew up, and Jiang Cheng quickly grabbed it with his hand and threw it into the space ring. Then he looked at the half-dead and wounded zombies on the side and raised the long knife again. "It's time to end this fight." But just as he was about to rush into the zombie group, a scream suddenly came from the side. "Help!" Jiang Cheng frowned and looked to the side. "I saw a man and a woman surrounded by zombies." The man was pushed to the ground by the zombies, and his pants were pulled down to his heels. A zombie was buried in the middle and was gnawing wildly. From time to time, a few flowers of blood appeared on the wall next to it. Looking at the man's face, his eyes were dull, and he didn't know how to struggle. He had obviously lost his vitality. And the woman, after being scratched by the zombie on her arm, pushed the zombie away and ran towards the dormitory building behind her. Bitten, Jiang Cheng frowned. It was obvious that this woman didn't have long to live. With a slight sigh, Jiang Cheng turned his head and ignored the other party and directly joined the battle. At this time, in the dormitory corridor, Li Yujuan was so frightened that she ran with all her strength. In a short time, she reached the door of the dormitory, then slammed the door and said, "Zhang Feng, open the door quickly." "What's going on?" Inside the door, Zhang Feng looked at the other 3 female colleagues. The 4 looked at each other and saw the shaking head in each other's eyes. So Zhang Feng replied, "Li Yujuan, what happened?" "There are zombies. Open the door quickly. Open the door for me." Li Yujuan was so anxious that she cried, and her legs were shaking constantly. There are zombies? Zhang Feng was even more unhappy when he heard it, and directly refused. Li Yujuan, you know there are zombies and you still lead them to our side. You are too conscienceless. No, open the door, open the door. The roar of zombies had already sounded on the side. Seeing that Zhang Feng refused to open the door, Li Yujuan gritted her teeth and said hatefully, Okay, since you don't open the door, then no one will live. After that, she slowly stepped back a few steps and then slammed the dormitory door hard. Bang! The dormitory doors in the school are mostly cheap wooden doors, and they only have a thin layer of less than 2 centimeters. If you use a little force, they will be cracked. Seeing the door frame shaking violently and several cracks appearing on the door, Zhang Feng and the other 3 girls in the dormitory were anxious. Zhang Feng even cursed. Li Yujuan, you stinky itch, what do you want to do? What? If you don't give me a way to live, then you don't want to live. After saying that, he didn't care about the redness and swelling on his shoulders and slammed his body again. Zhang Feng, otherwise open the door. If Li Yujuan goes crazy again, we will all be finished. Song Xian said anxiously. Yeah, let her come in. I don't want to be killed by a madman. Lu Jing said. Rin Tingting, who was usually the most weak and quiet, also raised her hand and said weakly, I have a child at home. I don't want to die. The 3 women's unanimous opposition also aroused Zhang Feng's temper, and he slapped Song Xian in the face. Snap! This slap made Song Xian's face full of acne, and the pimple pus was fanned out, and then his face swelled up quickly. Song Xian looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief and said, You actually hit someone. 2. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, wiped his hands full of pimple pus, and said contemptuously, Stinky itch, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you keep nagging, I will stab you with a hot iron rod. I'll fight you. Song Xian was usually spoiled and overbearing, but after being slapped like this for no reason, he immediately went crazy and scratched Zhang Feng. At the same time, he shouted to Lu Jing and Rin Tingting beside him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and open the door. The 2 listened, looked at each other, and quickly ran towards the door. Rin Tingting even shouted, Yujuan, stop hitting us. We will drive for you. Hear this. Zhang Feng, who was fighting with Song Xian, realized that something was wrong, and without mercy, he grabbed Song Xian's arm and threw it to the side. Song Xian's body of more than 120 kilograms was immediately thrown away and fell to the ground with a plop. Zhang Feng stepped on Song Xian's body and tried to stop him, but in the next moment, bang! The door was knocked open with a loud bang and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned for a while. Everyone looked towards the door. Li Yujuan was seen covered in blood with several unexplainable wounds on her body. She's infected. Lu Jing's voice trembled. Rin Tingting was so frightened that she took a few steps back and was tripped by Song Xian's body lying on the ground. Looking at the stunned girls, Zhang Feng was the first to react and shouted quickly, What are you doing standing still? Hurry up and hold the door up. Li Yujuan heard Zhang Feng's words and smiled sadly. It's too late to block the door. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of zombies threw Li Yujuan to the ground from behind, and the other zombies stepped on Li Yujuan's body and rushed in crazily. For a while, there were screams one after another in the dormitory. At the same time, on the playground, Jiang Cheng listened to the screams and shook his head. This is the end of the world. It was impossible for him to go to the rescue of a strange woman who was injured and infected, nor would he go out of his way to exchange potions for her treatment. Potions were always given to people who had contributed to the base. Not long after, the screams stopped. Jiang Cheng came to his senses, drew out his long knife, and continued to fight. He cleaned everything from the playground to the dormitory and saw the infected girl. However, when he passed by, the girl was already in pieces. It seemed that even the zombies had no time to change and were eaten clean. As for the remaining clothes on the other corpses in the dormitory, Jiang Cheng only guessed that they might be some of the girl's companions, but judging from the collapsed door, the girl must have been betrayed by her companions. Jiang Cheng was very calm about this kind of thing, and even took it for granted. After spending almost half an hour collecting zombie crystals, Jiang clarified. There are 2053 ordinary zombies, 1024 mutants, 7 lower-level mutants, 2 upper-level mutants, and 1 lower-level mutant. It's a worthwhile trip. Looking at the zombie crystal in the space ring, the corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth raised slightly. As for the zombie bodies on the playground, Jiang Cheng glanced at the expectant Meowth and said with a smile, "I know. These are all yours. Eat them." Meow. Meowpath immediately let out a cry of joy, and then ran past Jiang Cheng in a few vigorous steps, opening his little mouth as if he was afraid of being robbed. Devour. A swirling black hole appeared in Meowpath's mouth. The zombies on the playground suddenly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to leave, and just waited silently. In a short time, Meowth had absorbed all the zombies in the school. His small belly was now bulging, which made Jiang Cheng wonder. There was also Meowth. As if he was drunk, he staggered up to Jiang Cheng, and then jumped on Jiang Cheng's shoulder with a slight jump. He found a comfortable position, curled up into a ball, and started snoring. Isn't this guy suffering from indigestion due to overeating? Jiang Cheng was a little worried about Meowth's condition and secretly said, "Open the data eye." Bite. Name, Meowpath. Race, devouring beast, infant stage, evolving. Level, lower than first level. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 41.5. Agility, 16.5. Spirit, 15. Power, devour, can swallow all objects and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat power, 73.8. Evolving. Jiang Cheng looked at Meowth's attribute panel, which showed no change after devouring so many zombies, and couldn't help but think of a possibility. However, I don't know how long this little guy will need to evolve, but he must be protected. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng rubbed Meowpath's head, looked at the sun that had not yet set, recalled the second-level Doomsday Warriors, and rushed directly towards the base. At this time, outside the Dawn base, Shen Fu felt agitated for no reason. "I kept thinking about what my sister said. You always say that he is your old classmate and good brother, but what about now? How are you treated differently than other survivors? Why? Just because you saved his life on the edge of the embankment." Words like this kept echoing in my mind, until there was an exclamation. Shen Fu behind. What? Shen Fu raised his head and looked at the position where the voice came from with confusion, and found that the person calling him was his captain Lu Kai. "Don't be stunned, run away." As the shouts fell, a roar came from behind, and at the same time a strong wind hit from behind. Shen Fu's mind immediately went blank, and he had no time to react. The next moment, a figure suddenly threw him to the ground, and a scream sounded in his ears. "Ah!" As the voice fell, drops of blood dripped on his face. At this time, Shen Fu finally reacted and looked up. He found that Lu Kai was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie. "FCK, get out of here." With his shoulder injured, Lu Kai cursed, endured the pain, raised one leg, and kicked the zombie that bit him away. Seeing this, Shen Fu suddenly turned over, then raised his knife and angrily chopped at the zombie that fell to the ground. With a puff, the zombie's head and body were separated immediately. After solving the zombie, Shen Fu didn't care about taking the crystal and ran to the injured Lu Kai with a complicated look. "Captain, you." "FCK, I was bitten by this thing by accident." Lu Kai cursed with a bitter face. But soon, he seemed to accept the fact that he was bitten, looked at Shen Fu and cursed. "FCK, you were distracted while hunting. Do you want to die?" "Captain, Shen Fu's face was full of guilt. If it weren't for his distraction, Captain Lu Kai wouldn't have rushed up and been bitten by the zombies. "It's all my fault." Shen Fu's eyes were red as he said, "Captain, it's all my fault. You can beat me, scold me, or even let me pay with my life." Hearing this, Lu Kai said angrily, "You little bastard, why should I pay for your paralysis? I was careless, it's none of your business." After that, he sighed again. "Everyone has their own destiny, and wealth is in the hands of God. This is my destiny, but you kid, don't be distracted in the future. You have sisters and nephews to take care of at home. Unlike me, I am alone and have nothing to worry about even if I die." Speaking of this, Lu Kai said as if he accepted his fate. "Okay, I've finished my fart. If you are my brother, you can give me a quick death. I'll go down and the cliff will bless you." After that, He closed his eyes and stretched his head. Come on, remember to hurry up. I'm afraid of pain. No, Captain, let's find the leader. Maybe he has a way. Shen Fu suddenly said. He thought of the potion Jiang Cheng had given him before. Maybe Jiang Cheng had a potion to detoxify. Leader? You are dreaming. Do you think the leader is your relative? How can he help me? Lu Kai shook his head. He knew the leader's style of doing things. What if the leader is my classmate? What did you say? The sun sets in the west. The sky is glowing with fiery red sunset. It is about 6:30 in the afternoon. At the gate of the survivor base outside dawn, 2 guards are checking the scavengers who are entering in an orderly manner. Occasionally, a mosquito will fly by with a buzz, causing people to wave their hands to drive it away. Next team, the guard shouted. The scavengers behind them immediately came forward. What do you want to eat today if you are hungry? Tilapia. The captain immediately replied. Okay, passed. The guard nodded. The captain happily greeted the teammates behind him. Brothers, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, several people behind him immediately followed. Just as this orderly queue screening was going on, a shout suddenly came. Make way, someone is injured. The voice sounded, and the team still in line turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. When they saw a man covered in blood being supported by several young men, their brows furrowed, and some even unconsciously reached for the long knife at their waists. Because they all knew what it meant to be injured outside. Please, let us go in first. Shen Fu and a teammate supported the captain Lu Kai and nodded to the team next to them. Everyone also consciously made way. When they arrived at the gate, the guard raised his rifle and pointed it at several people and said, Stop. Please let us go in quickly. My captain is seriously injured. Shen Fu pleaded. The guard said lightly. Go in. You can definitely go in, but you have to follow the rules of the base. I understand. Please tell me. Shen Fu said anxiously. The guards looked at each other and said in a low voice, Search for the nationality of the war wolf. Shen Fu was stunned, then said awkwardly, Are you a itch? Very good, you passed, go in. The guard nodded. He was professional, generally not embarrassed. Thank you, brother. Shen Fu said, and immediately called his teammates to help Lu Kai in. After entering the base, You help the captain, I'll go find Captain Wang. Okay. After handing Lu Kai to his teammates, Shen Fu ran desperately in the direction of Wang Xiaolong. At the beginning of the establishment of the survivor base outside dawn, Jiang Cheng also set up a medical team in order to ensure the health of the injured in the base, and the scavenger captain Wang Xiaolong was in charge. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaolong was at the meal distribution station. Seeing Wang Xiaolong, Shen Fu shouted directly, Captain Wang. Shen Fu. Wang Xiaolong, who was originally chatting and laughing with Yi Siwen, turned his head when he heard the voice. After seeing that it was Shen Fu, he asked curiously, Brother Shen, what's the matter? Our captain was seriously injured and in critical condition. He needs urgent treatment. Shen Fu said anxiously. Wang Xiaolong listened and said without thinking, Okay, wait a moment. I will report to Dr. Liu. Please. Shen Fu thanked. Wang Xiaolong waved his hand and ran directly to the backyard of the Shuguang base. The living area is not far from the backyard of the Shuguang base, which is only more than 30 meters away. In just 2 steps, he arrived at the gate of the base. Wang Xiaolong stopped consciously. The next moment, a mechanical sound rang. Identity. Captain Wang Xiaolong of the Scavengers. What's the matter? I'm looking for Dr. Liu. Please report it on my behalf. Wang Xiaolong said respectfully. Although he didn't know if there was anyone behind the mechanical voice, he suffered a lot the first time, and he didn't want to experience the feeling of having several guns pointed at his head again. Please wait. The mechanical voice said coldly. At the same time, in the operating room, after wiping his hands with alcohol, Lu Xinru said to the patient lying on the bed, Okay, be careful not to do strenuous exercise in the next few days. Don't let the wound get wet, and change the gauze once every noon. As he said, he handed over a few pills and said, These medicines are taken once a day, and there will be no problem after 7 days. Thank you, Dr. Liu. The man was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly stood up to thank him, and then walked towards the backyard exit under the guidance of the auxiliary robot. To be honest, I had heard that Dr. Liu of the base had superb medical skills before, and when he came in, he felt that he was dying. After all, his internal organs were completely ruptured and his limbs were almost broken. He didn't think he could survive. Now after the operation, he was able to get up and walk out by himself after entering sideways. This is completely amazing. The man had already admired her, and this time, he could brag to his teammates. Dr. Liu treated him personally. When the man left, a mechanical voice came from the operating room. Dr. Liu, the captain of the scavengers, Wang Xiaolong, has something to ask you. Liu Xinru listened, took off her gloves, and said, "Connect the call." Received. The mechanical voice received the command. At this time, at the door of the backyard, Wang Xiaolong was waiting patiently. Soon, a voice sounded. "Captain Wang, what's the matter?" Hearing this pleasant female voice, Wang Xiaolong immediately realized that this was Dr. Liu, so he hurriedly said, "Liu Kai, the captain of the scavenger team, where the survivor Shenfu is seriously injured and in a dying state. He requests treatment. Well, you notify Shenfu and ask them to put the person at the gate of the base." Liu Xinru said lightly. "Yes, Dr. Liu," Wang Xiaolong said respectfully. After receiving the reply, Wang Xiaolong immediately turned around and shouted to Shenfu, who had been waiting for him for a long time. "Quickly, send your captain over." "Okay." Shenfu received the response and immediately ran over to support Liu Kai and said, "Captain, hold on." Liu Kai was breathing rapidly. His mind was a little confused, and the blood vessels around his neck were also a little black, which was an obvious sign of becoming a zombie. Shenfu quickly helped him to the entrance of the base. The next moment, the door to the backyard base slowly opened, exposing a spacious backyard and chic landscaping. At the same time, a burst of fragrance of green grass hit their nostrils. Just by smelling it, they both felt that the fatigue on their bodies was swept away and their minds were intoxicated. Wang Xiaolong was slightly stunned when he saw it, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Every time he entered and saw this scenery, he would marvel at the magic of the base. Shenfu was also attracted by this wonderful scenery. Is this where Jiang Cheng lives? If my sister and I can. As soon as the idea came to mind, suddenly a red alarm sounded at the backyard gate. Ding! A level 1 infected person has been detected and the automatic defense system is starting. As the voice fell, several mechanical arms suddenly protruded from the cement-looking wall, with submachine guns attached to them. 2 round gun barrels also protruded from the wall. This, being pointed at the black hole with a gun, Shenfu panicked for a moment. But when he saw the direction the gun was pointing in, Shenfu immediately explained anxiously, "Don't shoot. This is my captain Liu Kai. He is trying to save me. He is infected with the zombie virus and asks Dr. Liu to save him." Infected with the zombie virus? When Wang Xiaolong heard this, he immediately took a few steps back and looked at Shenfu angrily. "Boy, why the hell didn't you tell me earlier? Do you know what the consequences will be if you put an infected person into the base?" Wang Xiaolong said angrily. As the captain of the scavengers, while he has rights, he also needs to ensure the safety of the survivors in the base. If he fails in his duties, he will be dismissed at the least risk. "Captain, he is infected, but Dr. Liu must have something to do. After all, many brothers have been seriously injured before. Are they still alive and kicking after they come out?" Shenfu argued. Wang Xiaolong also laughed out of anger and said, "But Liu Kai is different from them. Liu Kai is infected. Do you understand that you are infected? Is this a matter of nature? Besides, have you ever seen a medical team receive an infected person?" Shenfu was speechless for a moment. Yes, he had never seen an infected person being sent in, and Shenfu vaguely guessed their outcome. But he still held a trace of luck and said, But he is my captain." With that said, he made a plop, knelt on the ground, and said, "Captain Wang, I beg you. The captain is a very good man. He saved my life. I can't watch him die like this." It's not like Wang Xiaolong has never seen such a scene, but he still shook his head and refused. "Shenfu, the rules are the rules. If the infected can be cured, there won't be so many zombies in the world." After saying that, he said calmly, "Guard, take this infected person out and deal with it." Hearing this, Shenfu cried even harder and kept kowtowing. "Please, Captain Wang, please." Wang Xiaolong looked at Shenfu, who was crying bitterly, turned his head to the side, and remained silent. Seeing the guards coming around, He raised his gun and was about to kill Lu Kai. At the critical moment, Shun Fu suddenly stopped in front of the guards, picked up the knife in his hand, and said loudly, "No one of you can touch my captain. If you dare to move, I will fight him." Shun Fu, do you know what your behavior means? I advise you not to act out of anger. Wang Xiaolong frowned and advised, "My life was saved by the captain. If you want to touch him, kill me first." Shun Fu yelled. Wang Xiaolong saw that he could not persuade Shun Fu, so he waved his hand and said, "Don't hurt his life, just hold him down." After receiving the order, the patrol guards at the base immediately put away their guns and stepped forward. Shun Fu watched, thrust the knife into the ground beside him, and then started fighting with his bare hands. It has to be said that under Jiang Cheng's first-level strength potion, Shun Fu was very powerful. In just a moment, he knocked the 3 guards to the ground. This farce also attracted many survivors to watch. Seeing that he couldn't take down Shun Fu, Wang Xiaolong slowly raised his gun and was about to pull the trigger when a female voice suddenly sounded. "What are you all doing? Stop! A soft drink." Everyone felt an invisible force pushing them away, especially Shun Fu. Just as he was about to punch, he felt his wrist tighten. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He turned around and saw a man in white clothes. The woman was standing beside him, holding his wrist tightly. Dr. Lu. When everyone saw the woman, they immediately stopped and bowed their heads respectfully. What a terrifying power. Is this Dr. Lu? Shun Fu was shocked. While sighing at Dr. Lu's beauty, he was also surprised at his strength. You know, his current strength is more than 700 kilograms, and this woman can actually hold him with her bare hands. Is this the strength of Jiang Cheng's team members? Shun Fu felt a little envious for a moment. After stopping the person, Lu Xinru said calmly, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Wang Xiaolong immediately explained respectfully. "Dr. Lu, Shun Fu wanted to save Lu Kai, but Lu Kai was already infected. According to the rules of the base, the infected should be cleaned up, and then this guy stopped him, so?" Lu Xinru waved her hand to shut up, and then looked at Shun Fu next to her. She had an impression of Shun Fu. He was one of the survivors brought by Jiang Cheng from Haiyang Hospital, and he seemed to have some relationship with Jiang Cheng. Thinking about it, Lu Xinru looked at Shun Fu and asked coldly, "Is what he said the truth?" Facing Lu Xinru's questioning, Shun Fu looked at her without fear and said, "It's true. Lu Kai saved me. I can't watch him die." Then do you know how harmful an infected person is to the base? If he completely mutates into a zombie, how many people will die because of him? Lu Xinru said, "I heard that Dr. Lu has superb medical skills, so you don't have any treatment methods?" Shun Fu asked unwillingly. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, "No, she really has no means of treatment. Although the awakened superpower treatment can cure most fatal injuries, she has experimented with zombie virus infections, which can only be delayed but cannot be treated. The infected person will eventually turn into a zombie. Maybe she can do it when she reaches the 2nd level of awakening, but now she only has the 1st level. Then, can the leader do it?" Shun Fu's voice became weaker. "You want to ask the leader to help you?" Lu Xinru's voice was a little colder. Lu Xinru was a little angry at Shun Fu's rudeness. It really complied with that sentence, and people's hearts are not as good as snakes swallowing elephants. "Yes." Shun Fu nodded. Lu Xinru suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, "The leader will give you food and drink to ensure your safety. What qualifications do you have to ask the leader? In other words, what have you contributed to the base that makes you so arrogant?" Shun Fu was speechless. This is what happened. He sought food and clothing under the protection of Dawn Base, but now who had the right to make more excessive demands? However, he didn't want Lu Kai to die. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then, if I saved the leader's life, what if I was his classmate?" When this was said, everyone was stunned. Lu Xinru was also stunned. She knew that Shun Fu and Jiang Cheng should have some relationship, but she didn't expect that they were classmates and saved Jiang Cheng's life. But it is also possible that this person just lied to save people. Wang Xiaolong on the side immediately lost his voice and said, "Shun Fu, do you know what you are saying?" Shun Fu shook his head and said, "Of course I know. I didn't want to say it. But the captain saved me. I can't just stand by and watch him die. I can leave the Dawn base automatically after you save the captain." Seeing Shun Fu say this, Lu Xinru couldn't help but believe it. She knows Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is a person who values feelings the most. If what Xin Fu said is true, this matter is probably not something she can decide. The voice sank, and she said lightly, "Wait a moment." After speaking, she let go of Xin Fu's wrist and walked inside. She needed to contact Jiang Cheng to confirm the truth, but just after entering, she seemed to remember something and turned around and ordered, "You guys leave for now." After speaking, she looked at the medical assistance robot next to her and said, "Go. Send this infected person to the medical cabin in the operating room." Finally, she looked at Shan Fu seriously and said, "It's better not to let me know you are lying." After speaking, she turned and walked inside. When they arrived in the operating room, Lu Xinru saw that Lu Kai was on the verge of change and frowned and said, "Quick, send him to the medical cabin." "Yes, Dr. Lu." The medical assistance robot received the order and immediately put Lu Kai into the medical cabin. After closing the medical cabin, Lu Kai gradually calmed down, and his ferocious expression became peaceful. Looking at Lu Kai, the medical cabin can delay the onset of the virus for 15 minutes. "I don't know if I can contact Jiang Cheng," Lu Xinru thought, and said to the base, "Jiang Cheng, can you hear me?" At the same time, Jiang Cheng was less than a kilometer away from the base. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded. "Master, Lu Xinru is calling you from the base." "Is there something Lu Xinru wants to talk to you?" Jiang Cheng thought, and couldn't help asking, "Can we talk?" Ding. The base doesn't have a long-distance call function, and wireless calls can only be made within the base. Jiang Cheng nodded helplessly. "Okay, but since Lu Xinru has something to talk to him about, let's speed up." Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng bowed his body, stepped out 1 foot. Bang! After a loud noise, the air behind him twisted into a circle of sound barriers, and the ground was stepped down to form a shallow pit with a diameter of 2 meters. The whole person dragged out a phantom and disappeared on the spot. "Jiang Cheng, can you hear me?" When Lu Xinru called out for the second time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "Sister Lu, you are calling me so anxiously. Did something happen?" Jiang Cheng smiled. Lu Xinru rolled her eyes unhappily and said, "You said that I asked you to come here because of something related to you." "Oh, then I want to hear what it is," Jiang Cheng said, and suddenly remembered something. He turned his palm, and a small silver ring suddenly appeared in his palm. "Here, for you." Seeing the ring, Lu Xinru instantly thought of something. Her pretty face blushed, and without saying a word, she grabbed the ring and put it on her hand, and her eyes also showed love. Seeing Lu Xinru accept it, Jiang Cheng explained, "This is a first-level space ring, which can store things, and there is 1 cubic meter of space inside." "Space ring?" Lu Xinru was also surprised, and then tried to gently wave the scalpel on the table next to her. The scalpel disappeared immediately. After feeling it silently, she could see a scalpel floating in a magical space. "How magical!" Lu Xinru exclaimed. "And this?" Jiang Cheng handed over another button-sized object and said, "This is a micro-communication device. As long as I am within 50 kilometers of you, I can contact you." Lu Xinru heard it and happily accepted it. "Okay, Sister Lu has accepted the things. Now you can tell me what it is, right?" Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Lu Xinru's mouth curled up slightly and said, "Since you gave me something, I will tell you reluctantly." Then, she told the story of Xin Fu again. The more Jiang Cheng listened, the tighter his brows frowned. He was actually quite entangled about how to treat Xin Fu. Originally, Xin Fu should be treated the same as Lu Xinru and the others. But the trouble is that Xin Fu has a sister, Shen Lian. Let's not talk about what kind of person Shen Lian is. Once Xin Fu enters the core of the base, even if Shen Lian does not enter the base, her status in the outer base will be detached, which is inconvenient to manage and easy to cause bad influence. This is not what Jiang Cheng wants to see. "Where is the infected person?" Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Xinru stroked her lips and said, "Yes, in the medical cabin." "Well, I know. Let's deal with the problem first." Nodding, Jiang Cheng and Lu Xinru walked towards the backyard together. Out of the door, Jiang Cheng soon saw a young man confronting a group of outer base guards with bare hands. Jiang Cheng frowned, walked straight over, and said, "All retreat. We are all from the same base. There is no need to fight like this. Yes, leader. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, the guards showed awe, bowed their heads and shouted respectfully, and retreated directly. In their hearts, Jiang Cheng is like a god. Wang Xiaolong did the same. When he saw Jiang Cheng, he immediately said, "Chief, well, you can also leave." Jiang Cheng said, as if he thought of something, and said to Wang Xiaolong, "Xiaolong, you can get an extra egg today." "Thank you, Chief." Wang Xiaolong's previous dissatisfaction was swept away, and his face was full of joy. This is an egg, worth 10 zombie crystals. As the captain of the scavengers, he can get 2 meals without hunting. This treatment is already very high in the base, but one bad thing is that it does not give him the opportunity to hunt crystals to exchange for other food. So he can only watch other scavengers exchange milk and eggs. Now he got one for free, so he is naturally very happy. Seeing everyone leave, Jiang Cheng looked at Shun Fu again and said, "Afu, come with me." Well, listening, Shun Fu looked at Jiang Cheng with a complicated look, nodded silently, and followed. Wait until he came to the operating room. Shun Fu saw Lu Kai lying in the medical cabin at a glance, and his eyes immediately turned red. Then he looked at Jiang Cheng, hesitant to speak. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "There is no one else here. If you have anything to say, just say it." Listening to this, Shun Fu fell to his knees with a plop, choking and saying, "Jiang Cheng, please save him. He saved my life." Watching, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and said, "Afu, we are classmates. What are you doing? Get up quickly." He reached out to help. Shun Fu refused directly, saying, "Jiang Cheng, we have been playing since high school, and I have never asked you for anything. Today, I only ask you to save Lu Kai's life. Even if I work like a cow or a horse in the future, I will repay your kindness today." "Afu, your words are a bit heavy. You saved my life, and it stands to reason that I should agree to you," Jiang Cheng said. "So, you are willing to save Lu Kai?" Shun Fu looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. Jiang Cheng continued, "But have you ever thought about this? Today, you asked me to save Lu Kai, and someone else will ask me to save Zhou Kai and Li Kai. If this happens, the base will be in chaos." "But," Shun Fu wanted to speak, but Jiang Cheng interrupted and continued, "If this person is you, I swear to God that I will save your life no matter what, but this person is Lu Kai. As the leader of hundreds of people in the base, I cannot exercise privileges or make special arrangements. This will not convince the public. In addition, people die from infection every few days in the base. If I save Lu Kai, how will you let these people's families view it? Do you think they will be dissatisfied? Everyone is working for the base and hunting zombies. Just because Lu Kai has a relationship with Shun Fu and Shin Fu is the leader's classmate, he can survive. This is very selfish and unfair to everyone." Hearing this, Shin Fu also understood what Jiang Cheng meant. The joy on his face gradually disappeared, and his eyes looked at Jiang Cheng with a hint of strangeness, saying, "Jiang Cheng, you have changed." "I haven't changed, just my identity has changed. Without the base, I can do whatever I want, but with the base, as the leader, I can't abuse my rights." Jiang Cheng said, "Haha, rights." Shun Fu laughed twice as if he was self-deprecating, took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said, "Jiang Cheng, just say whether you will save him or not." "Why should I save him?" Jiang Cheng asked back. "I saved your life, and now you save him. It's considered a return of favor." Shun Fu said seriously, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jiang Cheng was also a little angry, looking straight at Shun Fu. Shun Fu also met Jiang Cheng's eyes. The two of them were in a stalemate. For a long time. "Hey," Jiang Cheng sighed, turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Save, I can." As he said that, he took a deep breath, his face suddenly became extremely cold, and said, "But in my base, we emphasize an equal exchange. Just your life-saving grace cannot exchange for his life. In this case, are you still willing to save him?" Shin Fu nodded firmly. "Your conditions. 1 million ordinary zombie crystals." Jiang Cheng said a number. "Just that?" Shin Fu asked. "Yes, just that." Jiang Cheng nodded. He didn't want to take advantage of the fire. In a sense, Jiang not only saved the lives of Shin Fu's family, but also gave them the right to live. He had already repaid Shin Fu's life-saving grace. Now, he is only repaying the grace that Xin Fu sacrificed for him in his previous life. After today's transaction, we are even. From now on, you are a survivor of the Dawn Outer Survivor base, and I am the leader of the base. After hesitating for a while, Xin Fu still said, "Deal." Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded indifferently. Lu Xinru, who was standing next to him, had never seen Jiang Cheng like this before. She wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only worry silently. "Leader, can we save the captain now?" Xin Fu reminded again. "Yes, you go out and wait first." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Under Jiang Cheng's order, Xin Fu was taken out of the base by the machine. However, after leaving the yard, he waited outside the gate. In the operating room, watching Xin Fu leave, Lu Xinru finally couldn't help but worry and said, "Jiang Cheng, there's no need to do this." Jiang Cheng shook his head, changed his coldness just now, and said bitterly, "If he doesn't choose to save Lu Kai, he won't be Xin Fu." He then sighed. "It's just that, as the leader of the base, I need to convince the people, and many things are not what I want." Hearing this, Lu Xinru's heart trembled, and she asked, "What if I encounter such a thing one day? Then I will definitely help you at all costs." Jiang Cheng said, without hesitation. 4. Lu Xinru wanted to ask another question, but after thinking about it, she swallowed the rest of the words back. It's enough to have Jiang Cheng's words. Next, since Jiang Cheng promised Xin Fu, he would not break his promise. He secretly said, "Open the first-level biochemical laboratory and exchange 2 first-level ancient zombie viruses." Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining energy points, 317,450 points. A flash of white light. 2 green vaccines appeared in his palm, and Jiang Cheng opened the door of the medical cabin. Lu Kai inside had now reached the level of half-zombie. Half of his skin had turned gray-green, his hair had fallen out, and only a few strands were left, and the black blood vessels on his neck were like spider webs entwined on his skin. There was also a pair of eyes, and the black pupils had completely faded and turned gray. If it had been 1 minute later, I'm afraid this person would have completely turned into a zombie. With a casual glance, Jiang Cheng picked up a vaccine and stabbed Lu Kai's arm. As the syringe pushed the green liquid in, the sleeping Lu Kai twitched and then shook violently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly and vomited dark green liquid on the ground. He vomited for a full minute. He came to his senses and looked around. When he saw Jiang Cheng and Lu Xinru lying on their backs, and his own intact body, he suddenly realized something and quickly climbed out of the medical cabin, saying with gratitude, "Thank you, Chief and Dr. Lu, for saving my life. I will never forget the base's life-saving grace. Remember, your life was saved by the Chief, and in the future, you must contribute more to the base." Lu Xinru saw that Jiang Cheng didn't want to speak, so she did it for him. "Yes, I will remember it." Lu Kai replied gratefully. "Okay, since you are already healed, go out." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Lu Kai got the order and turned around and left immediately. But just as he was leaving, Jiang Cheng seemed to have thought of something, took out a glass syringe and threw it to Lu Kai, then said, "Give it to Xin Fu after you go out, and tell him that the base is very satisfied with his performance, and this is a reward for him." "Yes, I thank the leader for the reward on behalf of Brother Xin Fu. Although I don't know the effect of this potion, it must be very precious since the leader has given it." Lu Kai carefully pinched the potion and walked out of the backyard under the guidance of the auxiliary medical robot. At this time, outside the backyard, Xin Fu was waiting anxiously. The next second, the door opened. A familiar figure appeared in front of him. Xin Fu was immediately excited when he saw it, and immediately stepped forward and hugged him. "Captain, are you okay?" "Yes, thanks to the leader and Dr. Lu." Lu Kai sighed, patted Xin Fu on the shoulder, and said, "Of course, thank you for helping me back. Otherwise I would really become a zombie." After that, he excitedly told about his experience in the operating room. "I tell you, this is the first time I've seen the leader so close. He's so handsome. And Dr. Lu, that look is even more beautiful than the big stars on TV. Our base is still awesome. We can save people who are infected with the zombie virus." Listening to Lu Kai's story, Xin Fu seemed a little absent-minded. Finally, Lu Kai slapped his head and said, "Oh, I almost forgot something important. As he said that, he quickly took out a potion from his pocket and handed it to Shun Fu carefully, saying, "Here, this is what the leader asked me to give you. He said that he has seen your contribution to the base." "Is this Jiang? The leader asked you to give it to me?" Shun Fu said in surprise. "Yes, it can be seen that the leader still thinks highly of you," Lu Kai said, looking at Shun Fu with envy and jealousy. "You are lucky to be favored by the leader." "Yeah." Shun Fu nodded, took the potion and held it tightly in his hand, lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. At the same time, after leaving the operating room, Jiang Cheng went directly into the transformation room. The zombie crystals collected by the base yesterday and today had not been delivered yet, so they were put aside for the time being. He took out the zombie crystals he had harvested today. 2053 ordinary zombie crystals, 1024 mutant crystals, 7 first-order lower mutant crystals, 2 first-order upper mutant crystals, and 1 second-order lower mutant crystal. All put into the energy conversion room. The next moment, energy points plus 28,742 points. Energy points plus 71,680 points. Energy points plus 14,700 points. Energy points plus 7,000 points. Energy points plus 21,000 points. Remaining energy points, 460,572 points. Seeing the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng's previous depressed mood because of Shun Fu's matter dissipated a lot, and he said directly, "Open the second-level weapon research room." Second-level weapon research room. First-level Doomsday Warrior. It takes 5,000 energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Second-level Doomsday Submachine Gun. It takes 60,000 energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 4 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Second-level Doomsday Bomb. It takes 80,000 energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 2 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Scanning the items inside, Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "Crack the first-level Doomsday Warrior." Ding. Consuming 5,000 energy points. Cracking. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Seeing the first-level Doomsday the Warrior was already in the cracking state, Jiang Cheng said again, "Open the first-level Martial Arts Research Room." Ding. First-level Martial Arts Research Room. Xianyuan Gong. Can be cultivated to the innate state. Cracking requires 100,000 energy points. Cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Xiao Huandan. Can increase internal strength by 10 years. Cracking requires 50,000 energy points. Cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Demon Slayer 3 swords. Each sword can increase the power by 1 time. Up to 3 swords. Cracking requires 100,000 energy points. Cracking time is 3 days. After cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent commodity column. Glancing at the 3 items, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and said directly, "Exchange all. For now, nothing is more important than quickly improving strength. If there is a shortage of crystal stones, it is best to trade with Li Feng and others." Coincidentally, he still has energy points to exchange dozens of first-level Doomsday pistols. Ding. Consumed 25W energy points. Cracked successfully. Xuanyuan Gong. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Xiao Huandan. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Demon Slayer 3 Blades. Remaining cracking time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Remaining energy points, 205,572 points. Looking at the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng's face visibly fell, and he muttered to himself, "Energy points. I need more energy points." After exiting the energy conversion room, Jiang Cheng took out a few more space rings and miniature communication devices and gave them to Li Qingwan and Lin Ro respectively. The expressions of the girls after getting the ring were different, but one thing was consistent: they all turned red. As for his father's, Jiang Cheng will keep it for now and give it to him when his father comes back. After doing this, Jiang Cheng locked himself in the gym and started practicing. Time is like running water. Soon it was evening. Evening, 10:40. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes suddenly and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. The white air was like a long sword, and it took a few seconds to disperse. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and his temples bulged high. This is a characteristic that can only be found in people who are successful in cultivation. However, Jiang Cheng is still not satisfied with the current speed of cultivation. With such a bonus from the base, his cultivation is still so slow. Perhaps, the old man's method of absorbing qi is no longer applicable to me now. Jiang Cheng murmured and gathered his inner energy into his dantian. Then he looked at the wall and said, "Turn on the surveillance display." First of all, it was the Linxian survivor base. Everything was safe, and the old man was still pulling the young soldiers and telling dirty jokes in a lively way. The next scene is a street in Linxian City. Apart from zombies, there are basically very few survivors visible. It seems that there should be no survivors in the central city. Jiang Cheng thought and directly controlled the miniature insect-type robot to search along the east side. Continue to the next screen. It's the zombie group in the steamship community. Everything is the same as before. Zombies go out from time to time. Nothing else is out of the ordinary. Continue to jump to the next screen. Wait, this is it. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, a dark figure was exploring along the edge of the residential building. While searching, he complained in a low voice, "Damn, how afraid of death are you? The city wall has been raised to 10 meters. How can I get over it?" As he spoke, he continued to search around the residential building. After searching for a long time, he finally saw a half-collapsed yard. With a little step, he easily jumped 5 or 6 meters. After stepping on the wall, he took a few more leaps and quickly disappeared into the night. But little did Black Shadow know that there was a pair of eyes watching his performance from beginning to end. In front of the display, Jiang Cheng gradually turned from surprise to amusement. People who can jump 5 to 6 meters are definitely not ordinary people. They can only do it if they have reached the level of a first-level awakener. In other words, his base was infiltrated by an awakened person. Seeing the figure moving rapidly, Jiang Cheng directly controlled it to follow him. The figure's speed is very fast, but the speed of the miniature insect-type surveillance aircraft is not slow either. After the system modification, although it cannot reach the speed of sound, it can still reach the speed of a first-order Reaper. Just like that, the mosquito followed the Black Shadow. First, they passed through Manhwa community and then crossed the Yanghe Bridge. When they arrived at Tiannan City, the Black Shadow suddenly stopped, and then its face squirmed. The next moment, the man changed from a young man in his early 20s to a man in his early 30s. After walking quickly for a certain distance, he stopped at a base. And Jiang Cheng also knew this base. It was the Tiannan survivor base. In this way, the identity of this awakened person will be revealed. Jiang Cheng watched, controlled the mosquito to take off, and used another mosquito to follow. After all, if the same mosquito follows a person all the time, it will be noticed. "Grandma, there are so many mosquitoes in this summer." After waving his hand to drive away the mosquitoes, Zhou Shuixing entered the base directly and went to Luo Fan's command room. "Boss, in addition to the map of Dawning Base, I have also drawn all the surrounding maps." Zhou Shuixing handed a folded piece of paper to Luo Fan, who was sitting on the throne, and continued to report. "Today, I also inquired about something, and I think it is necessary to tell you." Luo Fan opened the map casually and motioned for Zhou Shuixing to continue. "It's like this. Today, a scavenging team leader at the survivor base outside Dawn was seriously injured by zombies and was on the verge of death. Later, when he was sent to the base and came out, he became more alive again. But before entering, that person was clearly about to mutate. He has become a zombie," Zhou Shuixing said. Hearing this, Luo Fan became a little interested, looked at Zhou Shuixing, and said, "Fourth, you mean that Shuguang Base has a medicine to treat the zombie virus? I think it is more likely to be an awakened person than a potion or a therapeutic awakening person," Zhou Shuixing said, and then explained, "It is impossible for a private organization to create a potion to treat zombie viruses. At present, it is only possible it's an awakened person. After all, everyone's abilities are different, and it's not impossible for a healing awakened person to appear." "There is some truth in what you said." Luo Fan nodded and praised. Fourth, after traveling for 2 days this time, your thoughts are becoming more and more delicate. Big brother taught me well. Zhou Shuixing immediately complimented. After a rainbow fart, Zhou Shuixing asked again, Boss, according to my observations in the past 2 days, Shuguang's outer bases are basically all ordinary people. That is, Shun Fu is a little stronger. As for Shuguang's internal base, the situation it's unclear at the moment. I only know there are 7 people in total. I wonder when you are going to take action. After saying that, he looked excited. He has been in that broken base for 2 days, and he has been confined inside. He feels uncomfortable all over. No hurry. Wait until you find out the situation in the base first, and see how many awakened people they have. It won't be too late for us to take action then. Luo Fan thought for a while and said, long before attacking the Tiannan survivor base, he sent people to find out the situation of the Tiannan survivor base. After confirming that there were no awakened people, he acted cautiously and boldly. This is his style of doing things. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. If you don't understand the situation, it is very likely to lead to the annihilation of the whole army. After all, Tiannan can have a second-level awakener like him, so Lincian may also have one. Everything must be done with caution. Okay, then I'll go back first. Zhou Shuixing nodded disappointedly. After leaving Luo Fan's command room, he touched 2 big chicken legs in front of the fire on the way, and then he left the base with satisfaction. Damn it, I haven't eaten meat for 2 days, my mouth is dry. Gnawing on chicken legs, running fast, in less than 10 minutes, Zhou Shuixing returned to the original route, climbed over the wall, and then sneaked into the shantytown and slept in the shed next to Shun Lian. At this time, Jiang Cheng silently memorized the man's appearance and where he lived. If you want information about my Dawn base, then I will arrange some good shows for you. July 24th, 2022. Dawn base. Inside the gym. Shuguang, let's get started. Jiang Cheng was wearing a white, close-fitting, soft short-sleeved shirt that outlined his strong muscles. Sister Yu Shuguang stood aside and said calmly, because the master has not yet reached the intermediate martial arts training conditions, today we will temporarily start the intermediate mental training. What training conditions are required for intermediate martial arts? Jiang Cheng frowned. Although he has just been exposed to martial arts for less than a month, with his current physical fitness, Jiang Cheng believes that he is definitely more than enough to fight even against innate-level masters. Martial arts is different from simple physical strengthening. Martial arts is the perception of the body and the perception of nature. It is a training method that combines man and nature. The master's current martial arts cultivation is still at the 7th level of acquired skills, and his understanding of martial arts is still shallow. If you forcefully train in intermediate martial arts, it will cause unimaginable damage to the brain, Shuguang explained. Okay, you always have a reason to convince me. Jiang Cheng spread his hands helplessly and signaled Shuguang to start explaining the intermediate mental training method. Shuguang continued. The intermediate mental power training method is a training method that turns mental power into reality, including object control and mental attack. The master's mental strength is 53.7, and he can carry out the most basic object control training. Shuguang said, and began to explain the method of controlling objects. Unlike controlling the aura in the air, the weight of the physical object is much greater than the weight of the aura. This requires the owner to concentrate, turn his mental power into a thin rope, tie and lift the object, in order to achieve the primary standard of controlling objects. Next, I will arrange the most basic control objects. After the words fell, a tray slowly rose up in the training room, with a yellow billiard ball in the center of the tray. This is a standard international billiard ball, weighing 2.7 grams. The owner can try rolling the billiard ball in the tray first. Today's training will be considered a success. Is it that simple? Jiang Cheng asked in surprise. This training surprisingly didn't require much work. Shuguang said calmly. It's that simple. Listening, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the table tennis with confidence. Today he was going to show this dull system elf his extraordinary learning ability. Walking to the table tennis table, he took a deep breath, pointed at the billiard ball, concentrated mentally, and imagined a pair of invisible hands pushing it. Move! Jiang Cheng pointed at the table tennis and shouted. The next moment, The billiard ball suddenly rolled in the tray. Jiang Cheng was delighted. He quickly turned to look at the Dawn Elf beside him and said, "This isn't difficult at all." "I'm sorry, Master. I forgot to turn off the air conditioner in the gym." According to the gym monitoring, the rolling of the billiards just now is directly related to the air conditioning system. "Master, please continue," Shu Guang said expressionlessly. But for some reason, Jiang Cheng seemed to see a flash of teasing in the other person's eyes. "Good guy. This stupid system wizard is becoming more and more humane." Jiang Cheng took another deep breath, then concentrated on tasting it again. "Move, move." After failing at least 100 times, under the guidance of the Dawn Spirit, Jiang Cheng calmed down his breathing again, refocused his mental power, aimed at the billiard ball, and imagined that his mental power turned into a thin thread. The next moment, there was a sudden change in front of his eyes, and a blue transparent silk thread appeared in his sight and slowly floated towards the table tennis. Could this be the spiritual power thread? Jiang Cheng thought to himself, not daring to be distracted, and tried his best to control the thread to wrap around the billiard ball, and then gently pulled it back. Immediately, the billiard ball in the tray immediately started rolling, and under Jiang Cheng's control, it made several turns in the tray. This time, Jiang Cheng looked at the Dawn Elf excitedly and said, "Is it considered a success now? Congratulations to the master for successful training." As soon as Shu Guang finished speaking, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt his eyes go dark and almost fainted, but luckily he held on to his body in time and didn't fall to the ground. Looking at the billiard ball again, Jiang Cheng found that the silk thread that had just been tied to the billiard ball had disappeared, and there was a tingling sensation in his brain. Excessive mental energy consumption. Jiang Cheng quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and said to himself, "Return the spirit." In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards his body. About 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes with a wry smile on his face. "This is really embarrassing. Shu Guang, you definitely did it on purpose, right?" "Master, the training of intermediate mental power is extremely consuming, and object control is the most important part. Master has just reached the threshold of cultivation. It is normal to have such a reaction. No matter how much I say, it is not as good as Master experiencing the effect personally. It's better to come," Shu Guang said with a smile. "You really did it on purpose," Jiang Cheng complained, and then quickly checked his data panel. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 7th level of acquired life, 1st level awakener. Spirit, 0.7, Special 2.1. Normal state can increase combat power by 70%. Special spiritual burst can increase 210%. Wisdom, 38.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 153.05, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 66.35, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 54.7, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 3.6, immune to 3rd level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpowers, creation, awakening degree 199%, super speed regeneration, awakening degree 130%. Skills, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, meditation, double layer strength, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special, thunderbolt flash, secondary swordsmanship, spiritual return, unbreakable golden body. Pet, Meowpath. Comprehensive combat power, 312.6. Glancing at his own information, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh at the huge improvement brought by the upgrade. His strength directly increased by 8.5, which is equivalent to directly he gained 850 pounds. His agility increased by 2 points, and his mental strength increased by 1 point. If he continues at this speed, within 3 months, his strength will definitely reach the level of the 2nd level. However, the awakening degree of creation has remained at 199%, while the awakening degree of super speed regeneration has been increasing. Will he be able to break through to the 2nd level awakener when the awakening degree of creation reaches more than 200%? All of this is still under exploration. After closing the data panel and exiting the data interface, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of an important thing. "Oh no, how could I forget this?" Patting his head, Jiang Cheng secretly thought that he had been busy dealing with the Tian'an survivor base recently and ignored a major event that was about to happen, the Beast Tide. According to the memory before rebirth, the day of the flood was the Day of Atonement, and Blue Star has since entered the first year of the Doomsday Calendar. On the third day of the first year of the Doomsday Calendar, June 24th, 2022 in the lunar calendar, a zombie chaos broke out in the world. In the first month of the first year of the Doomsday Calendar, July 24th, 2022 in the lunar calendar, the first-order mutant appeared in Linxian, which was called the Crusher by the Linxian survivor base. On the same day, another mutant was discovered, which was called the Reaper. But the record of this second event is the Linxian survivor base. The diary cannot be used as a reference standard, and what Jiang Cheng experienced also confirmed that the first-order mutants and second-order mutants were born earlier than recorded. On January 15th of the last month of the lunar calendar, August 8th, 2022, the blue planet ushered in the second spiritual energy eruption. This spiritual energy eruption was more intense than the first one, and surprisingly, birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, plants, and trees seemed to absorb this spiritual energy more easily than humans. Under the eruption of spiritual energy, various animals and plants evolved, and their strength was beyond imagination. After the eruption of spiritual energy, that is, on August 24th, 2022, the second month of the last month of the lunar calendar, a tide of mutant beasts raided Linxian City. I have to prepare in advance. After looking at Maya Papas, who was still sleeping, he exited the gym. Jiang Cheng, Lin Ro, and others gathered in the lounge. He couldn't bear the looks from the girls, especially Zhang Ye and Lu Xinru, whose looks were as if they were cannibalistic. It was obviously because of the rings. Everyone thought they were unique, but it turned out they were all heart-shaped stones. However, Jiang Cheng still bit the bullet and revealed everything about the matter and his plan. Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you have any other opinions? Jiang Cheng glanced at the crowd and asked. Lin Ro said excitedly, "Catching spies is what I'm best at." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng's brain collapsed. Ouch! Lin Ro covered her forehead, pouted and complained. "What are you doing?" Jiang Cheng said angrily. "I'm asking you to act, not to catch spies. That's not all the same." Lin Ro muttered and shrank her head under Jiang Cheng's glare. Seeing that no one had any objections, Jiang Cheng warned again. "Remember, you must show that you are just ordinary people, and you must not show your abilities in front of this group of people." After saying that, he looked at Lin Ro and Lu Xinru and said, "You two have shown some of your strength in Sunset Community, so you only need to show your strength in Sunset Community. Does everyone understand?" "Understood," everyone said in unison. "Okay, let's break up the meeting." Survivor base outside dawn. Noon. The scavenger team began to return, and the big pot of rice in the trading area was steaming. Suddenly, there was a noise. "FCK, Li Ziming, you dare to join my team?" "Li Lei, which of your eyes saw me cutting in line?" The two survivors quarreled over the issue of fetching food. The surrounding teammates tried to dissuade them, but the two of them saw the quarrel getting worse and worse. "Damn it, Li Ziming, I've tolerated you for a long time. When you were in third grade, you showed off to the whole school that your family could afford Wangzai milk. You were afraid that others wouldn't know that your family was rich, right?" Li Lei yelled. Seeing that the other party told the embarrassing story of his childhood, Li Ziming was not to be outdone and said in a sinister manner, "I just drank milk. It's not like you having a date with that Han Mimi in school. The whole school knows that you are in puppy love. Try to say another thing. What did you say?" The two had a disagreement and started fighting. When their teammates saw that their team members were being bullied, they immediately joined the fight. As a result, what was originally a one-on-one duel turned into a group fight. The noise here immediately attracted the patrol's attention. Originally, the survivor base outside Shuguang was not very large, so Li Qingwan and Lin Ro rushed to the scene quickly. "Those who are fighting, stop it immediately," Lin Ro scolded. Perhaps because both sides were too involved in the game, the players on both sides simply ignored Lin Ro's voice. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Lin Ro stepped forward angrily, reached out and grabbed someone, and pulled her back directly. Swish! The man immediately flew back 2 or 3 meters. After rolling a few times on the ground, He lay on the ground and fell into a daze for a moment. Seeing Lin Ro deal with one person, Li Qingwan said bravely, "Sister Lin, let me help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over. "It's a pity that she hasn't grabbed anyone's arm yet." Ah, a cry of surprise. In the chaos, he was pushed directly to the ground and sat on the ground. Seeing that Li Qingwan was injured, Lin Ro immediately became angry and stepped forward to grab their arms and pull them back. The two young men who punched were thrown up and flew back a meter or two. Under Lin Ro's magical power, all 8 survivors were suppressed. Du Shuai, who was cooking, saw this scene. "You thought these 2 women had any special abilities? It turns out they are just 2 vases." After muttering something, Du Shuai walked directly towards the shanty town after finishing his meal. However, what he didn't see was that after that, the 2 teams were taken into the backyard of the base. Lin Ro looked at the 8 people with a smile and said, "You performed very well. This is a reward for you." After saying that, he stuffed 2 hard-boiled eggs into everyone's hands, and when it came to Li Ziming and Li Lei, they added 1 more. After the eggs were distributed, Lin Ro dropped her smile and said calmly, "Remember, this matter must be kept secret from outsiders. If anyone tells anyone, he will be expelled from the base." "Yes." The survivors immediately puffed up their chests and shouted, "Okay, all of you, please step aside. Remember, when you go out, act a little frustrated and sad, and show your resentment and unwillingness after being reprimanded." "Yes, Captain Lin." Next, for 2 consecutive days, Zhang Ye and Lu Xinru staged a show of showing weakness to the enemy. July 27th, 2022. Night. Everyone was sitting around the gym, looking at the screen in front of them with excitement. "I bet the spy will definitely take action tonight. If you lose the bet, I'll help you wash clothes for 3 days." Lin Ro rubbed her palms in anticipation. Seeing this, Zhang Ye said unceremoniously, "Since the little security guards have taken a bet, I will also participate in one. I also bet that the spies will take action tonight. I will take charge of the action." Lu Xinru looked at the eyes cast by the 2 women and said calmly. As for Li Qingwan, she directly raised her hands in surrender. She didn't pressure anyone. She just stared at the screen, obviously looking forward to whether the spy would take action tonight. Jiang Cheng looked at the screen with interest. "I wonder if you will pass on this information after I prepared such a big show for you." In order to make it easier for Du Shuai to climb over the wall, he specifically told the guards that even if they saw someone climbing over the wall tonight, they should pretend not to see it. The lights in the base were turned off earlier than usual. All reasonable arrangements were made to facilitate Du Shuai to climb out. About half an hour later, there was finally movement on the monitoring screen. I saw a figure sticking out of the shed, turning around and finding that there was no one around. He immediately rushed out quickly, and when he reached the familiar wall, he was about to get up and jump, but found that a light was shining. "Who is it?" Hearing the sound, Du Shuai hurriedly stepped forward and jumped up directly, then pinched his nose in the wall yard and imitated a cat's cry. "Meow. Damn it, it turned out to be a wild cat. Scared me to death." The guard murmured, put away the flashlight, and continued to patrol. After turning around, he returned to the guard post and said in a low voice, "Old Zhao, I think we saw someone climbing over the wall." "Shoo." Old Zhao gestured, and then whispered, "Old Li, Captain Zhou specifically told us not to report any figure we saw tonight, saying that it was arranged by the leader." "I'm telling you, old man, I remember Captain Zhou's arrangement better than you. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants just now. You didn't see that person's skills were just like those in martial arts novels. With a whoosh, he jumped 5 or 6 meters high." Old Li said in fear, "Is it true? Tell me quickly." While the 2 were talking, Du Shuai had already climbed over the wall. Thinking about what happened just now, Du Shuai broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, I thought someone saw me." In front of the monitoring screen. To be honest, Jiang Cheng was also worried about Du Shuai, fearing that he would not be able to get out, and he was relieved until he reached the Yanghe Bridge. This guard must be beaten. Jiang Cheng and the others continued to watch. At the same time, Du Shuai got on the Yanghe Bridge and ran at full speed. When he arrived at the gate of the base, he didn't even change his face back to his original state. He walked in swaggeringly, and the people inside were used to it. After entering the gate of the Tian'an survivor base, He turned to the right until he reached a residential building, and then he identified a door and walked in. Soon, he entered a room. Dong dong dong. Boss, I'm Zhou Shuisheng. Come in. A man's voice came from the room. Zhou Shuisheng pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the man in front of him who was looking down at a book of romance of the Three Kingdoms, he said directly, Boss, in the past 3 days, I have finally figured out the combat power of the Dawn base. Well, tell me about it. Luo Fan nodded, motioning Zhou Shuisheng to continue, and he continued to look at the romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand. Boss, it's like this. There are 7 people in the Dawn Core base. The leader is a guy named Jiang Cheng, an awakener with unknown abilities and at least first-level strength. There is also an old man who has not been in the base recently. I heard from the survivors that everyone calls him Daddy. His strength is at first level, and his awakening ability has not been clearly explored yet. Lu Xinru, female, doctor, awakener, strength below first level, ability is healing. Lin Ro, female, patrol team leader, strength semi-awakened. Li Qingwan, female, patrol team member, strength ordinary. Zhang Ya, female, responsible for supervising the Dawn Outer Survivor base, strength ordinary. Gu Tuanshuan, Zhang Ya's daughter, can be ignored. Zhou Shuisheng clearly introduced the strength of everyone in the Dawn base one by one. Listening, Luo Fan closed the book, stared at Zhou Shuisheng and asked, How sure are you about this information? 100%. Zhou Shuisheng was sweating coldly under Luo Fan's stare, but he said affirmatively, In addition to hunting every day, my subordinates also asked the survivors about the situation, and I have also seen the strength of these people and what happened in the base recently. Speaking of this, Zhou Shuisheng described what he saw in detail. Luo Fan listened and frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that there seemed to be something strange in it, but he didn't know what was strange. He had to ask, Old 4, if we capture the Shuguang base, how confident are you? I dare not say 100%, but at least 80%. Zhou Shuisheng affirmed, and then told his plan. In fact, according to the strength of our Tian'an survivor base, we can completely forcefully capture this base, but there will definitely be some losses, so I have encouraged several survivors of the Shuguang survivor base. At that time, as soon as our team arrives, the people inside will immediately open the gate of the base, and then cooperate with each other inside and outside, and the base can be easily captured. You make sense, but Luo Fan still felt something was wrong. But Zhou Shuisheng was eager to make achievements, and hurriedly said, Boss, don't hesitate. Now we have figured out the opponent's strength deployment, and we have our own internal response inside. As the high-end combat force of Shuguang, Father Yang is not in the base. It can be said that we have everything. If we don't take action now, when will we take action? After being said by Zhou Shuisheng, Luo Fan was also somewhat moved. To be honest, the Tian'an survivor base was captured not long ago. There are more than 300 survivors in it, and the material reserves are only enough to survive for more than a month. Although he asked these survivors to go out to find food in recent days, they only gathered enough for 10 days. The surrounding materials have been plundered by their Tian'an survivor base. The more time passes, the more difficult it will be for the base. For now, the best way is to capture the remaining bases and annex the other party's materials. Thinking of this, Luo Fan simply gritted his teeth and said, Well said, we have everything, the right time, the right place, and the right people. We have everything, and we have a clear understanding of the distribution of the other party's strength. It's time to take action. So he said, Old 4, go and gather the brothers and tell them that I have something important to announce. Yes. At the same time, on the display screen, Jiang Cheng and his friends were like watching a play, enjoying it with relish. From time to time, they took a bite of the cut watermelon on the side and grumbled while eating. Isn't this more interesting than those bad online dramas? Tian'an survivor base. In the war room, the living room, which is less than 30 square meters, is full of people. Luo Fan sat in the middle of the crowd. Seeing everyone gathered, Luo Fan said loudly, Brothers, we have occupied the Tian'an survivor base for a week, but the problem of shortage of supplies has not been effectively solved. At this point, Luo Fan said, Second brother, you come and tell everyone about the recent situation of the base. Yes. Sherdong pushed his eyes and said, "On the 21st, the base had 321 survivors, plus the 8 of us, a total of 329 people, and the remaining supplies are enough for us to survive for a month. On the 22nd, because of collecting supplies, 8 survivors died in the base, and the collected supplies were about 1 day's amount. On the 23rd, because of collecting supplies, 3 survivors died in the base, and the collected supplies were 2 days' amount. On the 27th, that is, today, there are 51 dead survivors in the base, and the remaining supplies are enough for us to survive for 1 month and 10 days. After hearing Sherdong's report, everyone realized a problem. None of them sitting here is collecting supplies. That is to say, the main force of collecting supplies is still the survivors, and the survivors die every day, and the collected supplies are getting less and less. Once there are few survivors left one day, their supplies will also be scarce. For them who are used to enjoying the benefits of survivors, this is absolutely not acceptable. There is a saying that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. They are used to being local emperors, and it is better to kill them if they are allowed to go back to the era of hunting by themselves. Immediately, someone jumped out and said, "Boss, just tell us what we should do." It was the 6th Manhwa who spoke. "Boss, do you have any plans?" The 7th Yinbin asked. Everyone looked at Luo Fan. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, Luo Fan nodded and said, "According to the information provided by the 4th, we found a base in Linxian City called Shuguang. The base has more than 300 survivors, and each survivor has 2 meals a day. With such treatment, you can imagine how much material reserves it has." As soon as these words fell, several brothers under his command became excited. The 5th brother, Wang Shi, said excitedly, "Boss, when do you say we should start?" "That's right, boss, you say one word, and we will take down this base directly." The rough voice of the 3rd brother, Wei Ming, also sounded. "No hurry, let the 4th brother introduce everyone to the strength of the Dawn base." "Brothers, this is the situation about Dawn base." Zhou Shuixing introduced what he knew about the situation one by one. When he said that Jiang Cheng killed the 2-headed griffin, he specifically glanced at Zhang Shuangying beside him. Grass. Zhang Shuangying cursed lowly and looked away. This incident is definitely a stain on his life. He's just a first-level guy. Look at me tearing him apart, unlike some people. It's embarrassing. Wang Shi suddenly opened his mouth and taunted Zhang Shuangying. The other awakened people also showed disdain in their eyes. Staring at everyone's gaze, Zhang Shuangying was so angry that he clenched his teeth and dug his nails into his flesh, but he still resisted the urge to explode. He lowered his head and said secretly, "Wang Shi, wait for me." "Okay, Wang Shi, stop talking." Luo Fan stopped him in time, then glanced at everyone and said, "This is the current situation. The opponent has 2 first-level awakened people, 2 semi-awakened people, and several firearms. Who among you wants to take the lead? It's just 2 first-level awakened people. I'll do it." Wei Ming was the first to raise his hand. "Count me in." Wang Shi raised his hand and said. He specifically looked at Zhang Shuangying and said, "I want to see how awesome the person who can defeat our brothering is." "You." Zhang Shuangying was furious, but now that revenge was imminent, he still endured it, raised his hand, and said, "I'll go too." "Okay, who else is willing?" Luo Fan glanced at everyone. Manhwa couldn't wait to ask, "4th brother, are there many girls in there?" Zhou Shuixing showed a vulgar expression and said, "More than just a lot. The 4 girls in the base are like big stars." "Then count me in." Manhwa raised his hand impatiently. Finally, the quota for participating in the war was determined. Luo Fan said loudly, "Now I announce that the 3rd, 5th, 6th, and Double Eagles will go to war. The 3rd will be the leader of the Crusade team, and 100 survivors will be dispatched from the base to cooperate with you in the battle." Having said this, he looked at Zhou Shuixing beside him and said, "The 4th child is responsible for taking care of things inside. Do you understand?" Luo Fan said loudly, "Boss, just wait and see the show." Wei Ming, the 3rd child, laughed. The 5 old Lion Kings and the old 6 Horse Kingdoms also looked confident in their victory. Only Luo Fan still warned, "This battle is different from the past. There are awakened people guarding it. I hope you will be careful and think twice before acting." At the same time, in front of the display screen in the gym at Dawn Base. You heard it all. Jiang Cheng smiled. I heard it. It's easier to understand than watching TV series. Lin Ro said with a smile. Should we inform Dad? Lu Xinru said worriedly from the side. Dad is the second most powerful person in the base. With Dad in charge, the chance of winning will be greater. Yes, why don't we invite Dad back? It's safer this way, Zhang Yi said. Li Qingwan sat aside obediently. After listening to everyone's opinions, Jiang Cheng said directly, as a member of our base, it is inevitable for Dad to participate in the war. However, this time it is not just our Shuguang base that will participate in the battle, the Lincian survivor base will also cooperate in the fight. Having said this, looking at Zhou Shuisheng who was returning, Jiang Cheng added, however, for now, you still need to continue to act stupid and pretend to be dumbfounded, relying on Zhou Shuisheng, the traitor who found out the base from Du Shui. When the army from Lincian survivor base arrives tomorrow, we will catch turtles in a jar. After describing the specific battle plan, Jiang Cheng asked everyone to go back and have a good rest. He returned to the room alone, picked up the satellite phone, and dialed a number directly. Hey, brotherly. Soon, a voice rang from the other side. Brother Jiang, it's so late, what's wrong? Li Feng asked quickly. Jiang Cheng said, that's it. I have received information that tomorrow the Tiannan survivor base will come to attack. I have obtained the specific combat content through special means. I will need your cooperation tomorrow, brother. Brother Jiang, my team from Lincian base will be here today, without tomorrow. Can you see how we can arrange it? Li Feng said excitedly. Lincian has been too peaceful recently. Even the first-order mutants seem to have disappeared. They are so boring that even the soldiers under them have been slacking off for several days. Now that I have the opportunity to take him out for a walk, why not but not? Hearing Li Feng's enthusiasm, Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, in this way, at 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you will guard the Heong Bridge section. If you see someone fleeing, you can just kill them. Leave it to me. Li Feng promised, patting his chest. Oh, by the way, please tell me to let Father Yang return to the base today. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng arranged everything properly, waiting for the enemy's army to arrive tomorrow, and then he would catch the turtle in the jar. Of course, another thing that made him curious was who would be the person in this base who betrayed him. July 28, 2022. Early in the morning, inside the gym, Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat from his head and concluded today's training. It has to be said that the training of mental power is really difficult. Until now, he has only mastered the mental power thread to control the ball and the disc, but he can throw the ball from one tray to another without falling, go down, and still train slowly. Next, open my profile panel. Byte. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, acquired 7th layer, First Order Awakener. Spirit, 0.7, Special 2.1. Normal state can increase combat power by 70%. Special spiritual burst can increase by 210%. Wisdom, 38.5. Ordinary human is 1. Strength, 192.55. Ordinary human is 1. Agility, 71.85. Ordinary human is 1. Spirit, 63.7. Ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 3.6. Immune to third-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, creation, awakening degree 199%. Super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 150%. Skills, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong, meditation, double strength, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special level, thunderbolt flash, level 2 sword skill, spirit return, unbreakable golden body. Pet, Meow Pass. Comprehensive combat power, 312.6. Looking at his own attributes, especially the strength attribute, in 2 days, he will be able to reach the strength of a second-level awakener, but only the strength attribute has been reached. It will take at least 10 days to reach the agility attribute. But reaching the attributes does not necessarily mean having the strength of a second-level awakener, because the main abilities of awakeners are above the awakened superpowers. In other words, only when super speed regeneration or creation truly reaches 200% can he be considered a true second-level awakener. At present, facing below the second level, without the use of martial arts, it can be easily controlled. Above the second level, the spirit explosion can fight against it. Jiang Cheng secretly analyzed it, then changed his clothes and walked towards the bedroom. In addition to today's battle, there is another important matter related to the base's combat power. Standing in front of the bedroom door, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Pushing the door open, a huge hibernation chamber came into view, and next to the hibernation chamber was a large bed, on which lay a thin, snow-white cat-like creature. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng murmured, "Little guy, you have been sleeping for 5 days, you should wake up." As soon as the voice fell, a soft white halo suddenly appeared all over Meow Pass's body. At a glance, you can find that Meow Pass, which was originally the size of a kitten, has grown a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its pair of ears has become 2 pairs, and its furry and slender tail has also become 2. Meow. A soft hum. Meow Pass turned over on the bed, shook the hair on his body, then bent over, opened his mouth, stretched his waist, and then ran towards Jiang Cheng happily. "Meow Pass, have you evolved successfully?" Jiang Cheng said in surprise. "Meow." Meow Pass nodded humanely, then jumped lightly and jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder. The big furry head rubbed Jiang Cheng's face hard. Feeling the slight heaviness on his shoulder and the soft fur on his face, Jiang Cheng took the little guy off his shoulder and opened the data directly. Name, Meow Pass. Race, Devourer, growing period. Level, lower level 2. Wisdom, 1.2. Strength, 600. Agility, 200. Spirit, 100. Ability, Devour, can devour all items and turn them into nutrients for itself. Overall combat power, 901.2. It has evolved to the lower level of the second level, and the strength value has directly reached 600, which is equivalent to a second-level Death Crusher. Jiang Cheng murmured and couldn't help but say, "Good, good, good. It's just these 4 ears and 2 tails that are a bit forward." Jiang Cheng turned and touched his chin again. Meow Pass shook his tail dissatisfiedly. Jiang Cheng immediately understood and said, "I'm praising you for your good looks. Back then, there wasn't a single cat like this near my house." Meow. Meow Pass snorted lightly, his voice extremely arrogant, then broke free from Jiang Cheng's hands, lightly jumped back onto Jiang Cheng's shoulders, found a comfortable position, and lay down cross-legged. 3 hours ago, inside the outer base of Shuguang, it was still dark. A head suddenly popped out of a shed, looked around, and after finding no one, he walked out and knocked on the door of the shed next to him, lowering his voice and saying, "Sister Lien, have you made up your mind?" After the voice fell, a voice from the shed next to him replied, "Don't stay outside. Come in and talk." As he spoke, he opened the curtain of the shed a little. "Okay." Du Shuai quickly agreed and couldn't wait to get in through the gap. After Du Shuai entered, the shanty man next to Shun Lien suddenly poked his head out again. When he saw a figure walking in his sister's shanty, he shrank back again and put his ear against the wall of the shanty. At this time, in Shun Lien's shanty, "Sister Lien, have you thought about it? As long as you cooperate with me to open the gate of the base this time, when you go to Tiannan, you can have a good single-family house, endless nutritious food every day, and a high position, and you don't have to shrink here and suffer anymore." Du Shuai advised. But if I do this, I feel a little sorry for Afu. After all, he has some relationship with the leader of the base. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to live in the future." Shun Lien still hesitated. Seeing this, Du Shuai continued to persuade. "Sister Lien, you are confused. What is right or wrong about this? Most of the people in the end times are for themselves. What's more, you are a woman with a child, helpless. When your brother finds a partner in the future, will he still care about you?" At this point, Du Shuai gritted his teeth, pulled Shun Lien into his arms, and then covered her with a big mouth. Woo woo woo. Shun Lien was also confused by Du Shuai's boldness. She struggled to slap the man's back with her helpless hands, but when she really hit him, Shun Lien retracted most of her strength. In the end, she began to respond actively. Feeling the woman in his arms gradually fall, Du Shuai felt indescribably proud. The lips parted with a few crystal silk threads. Du Shuai looked at the woman in his arms with blushing cheeks and a confused look and said, "Be good. Listen to me. When the time comes, Shen Fu will go to the Tian'an survivor base and will not have to work as hard as he does now, and he will be able to live a good life. Your choice now is also for Shen Fu's good. He won't blame you. Under Du Shuai's repeated attacks, Shun Lian finally raised her hands and begged for mercy. I promised you. I didn't expect that I was wrong at the beginning. You are such a bad person. Shun Lian said coquettishly. Du Shuai held Shun Lian in high spirits, smiled evilly, and said, I am not only bad, but also can recite poems. Listen carefully. A pair of bright moons hang on my chest, purple crystal grapes. Soon, the curtain of the shed was tied from the inside. At the same time, Shen Fu on the side had a complicated face when he heard it. On one side was Jiang Cheng, and on the other side was his own sister. He fell silent for a moment, but what was even more hateful was Du Shuai, the bastard. He didn't expect that he was a spy from the Tian'an survivor base, and he deliberately approached his sister, and now. Shen Fu had the urge to rush out and beat Du Shuai up, but if he barged in now, he definitely didn't want to see that scene. Too ethical. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, Shen Fu got the question back on track. He felt sorry for Jiang Cheng by choosing Shun Lian. If he chooses Jiang Cheng, he will lose his only relative. It wasn't until dawn that he heard a shout from outside. His eyes turned red, and he finally made a choice. After packing his things, Shen Fu stuck a short knife in his waist, opened the curtain, and walked towards the exchange area. But by chance, as soon as he opened the curtain, he met Du Shuai, who walked out of the curtain. Not only was the other party not afraid, but he greeted him with a smile. Brother Shen Morning? Snort. In order not to be discovered by the other party, Shen Fu just glared at Du Shuai fiercely and walked to the exchange area on his own. Looking at Shen Fu's leaving figure, Du Shuai's smile deepened. What would you choose? Soon, Shen Fu arrived at the location where his teammates were gathering, and Lu Kai was already waiting beside him. Seeing that Shen Fu's eyes were red, he said earnestly, Fu Zai, brother knows that you want women, but you should also pay attention to your health. Brother Kai, I'm not. Shen Fu squeezed out a word. Lu Kai, as an experienced person, said, I understand. I just dreamed of little dragon girl last night, and it was almost the same as you. Seeing Lu Kai's look of determination and Du Shuai's greeting coming from the side, Shen Fu stopped talking. Until the base gate opens. Under the surging flow of people, Lu Kai's team also quickly followed. However, what Du Shuai, Shen Fu, and Shun Liandu didn't know was that a mosquito followed them above their heads. Inside the gym, Jiang Cheng stared at the screen. Afu, what would you choose? In a certain community. Captain, can I ask you a question? Shen Fu looked at the captain Lu Kai and asked. Lu Kai turned his head and smiled. Let me make it clear first. If you ask how to become a leader, I can't give you an answer. Or if you ask how to pick up girls, my brother is also a virgin. Shen Fu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Neither, but if one day you have to choose between justice and relatives, who will you choose? Is it similar to the country and family? Lu Kai asked, touching his chin. Shen Fu nodded and said, I guess so. Lu Kai thought about it and asked back. Then let me ask you, if your relatives are traitors and surrender to the foot basin chicken, will you report or not? Then I will definitely stop my relatives. Shen Fu said directly. Lu Kai asked again, what if I can't stop it? Then I will choose to kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Shen Fu said without hesitation. After the voice fell, Lu Kai smiled and said, Well, isn't the answer out? But what if the degree is different? For example, there is no blood feud, and one is a good person who took you in, gave you food and drink, and saved the lives of your whole family, but your relatives did not appreciate it and wanted to betray this good person. What would you choose? Shen Fu said more bluntly. Lu Kai listened. His smile slowly disappeared, staring straight at Shen Fu, and said, Then I would rather not have this family. After saying that, the murderous aura in Lu Kai's eyes flashed away, and he turned to pat Shen Fu's shoulder and said earnestly, Afu, although people are selfish, there are still some things that must be adhered to. If people have no bottom line, what is the difference between them and animals? Captain is right. Shen Fu nodded. In fact, he had made a choice early in the morning. Now he asked just to make sure of his inner decision. But facing his sister, if possible, he still wanted to persuade her. Thinking of this, Shen Fu paused and said, Captain, I have something to do. I need to go back to the base first, so I won't continue to participate in the hunt. Go if you have something to do. Lu Kai waved his hand nonchalantly. The two looked at each other. Shen Fu nodded solemnly, turned around, and ran towards the base. Looking at Shen Fu's back as he ran away, Lu Kai took a deep breath. F you. I hope you can make the most correct choice. And just at this moment, Captain, a wave of zombies was found ahead. Okay, I'll come right over. At the same time, through the display screen, Jiang Cheng had already understood the conversation between Shen Fu and Lu Kai clearly, and his mouth curled slightly. Shen Fu, still the Shen Fu he knew. As for the other two display screens, a woman was washing clothes, looking around at the same time, as if she was looking at something. In another picture, a man was moving rapidly towards the base. Jiang Cheng looked at the two pictures with cold eyes. It was time for him to start to act. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said to the micro-communication device on his collar, Little policeman, from now on, the base is under martial law. You and Qingwan will lead people to ambush near the sanitary area of the base and act according to my instructions. Yes. A pleasant woman's voice came from the micro-communicator. On the other side, Jiang Cheng said again, Sister Ya, you and Shinru will ambush at the entrance of the base. Remember, don't let anyone find you. Wait for my order before taking action. Yes. After arranging Lu Shinru and Zhang Ya, Jiang Cheng patted Miaopa on his shoulder and said, Miaopa, you will protect Tuanshuan in the base. Miao. Miaopa had a reluctant look on his furry face, but it would do as its master ordered, no matter how reluctant it was. It could only rub Jiang Cheng's face, then jumped down and ran downstairs. After a while, it arrived at the small courtyard. When it saw the little girl playing in the pavilion in the courtyard, it curled its lips in a humane way, then lay on the lawn on the side, squinting half of its eyes from time to time and glancing at the side. Arrange the two sides of the entrance to the outer base. Jiang Cheng continued to say to the micro-talkie, Old man, today's patrol mission is handed over to you. Boy, just watch it. Father Yang laughed heartily. Yeah. Arrange the things in the base. Jiang Cheng took the satellite phone again and said, Brotherly, are you there? Brother Jiang, the Lincian base has been ready for a long time. Just waiting for your signal. Li Feng's voice sounded immediately. Okay, Brotherly, stay put for the time being, and wait for my instructions before taking action. Jiang Cheng nodded. After hanging up the satellite phone, Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and sat in the gym and began to wait quietly. At this time, Shen Lian was sitting outside the shantytown hanging clothes. While setting up the clothes-drying rack, she scanned the patrol members around and secretly wrote down the number of patrol members and their shifts. When she finished doing all this, she quietly returned to the shed and began to coax the child to sleep. Be good, Nian Yan, go to sleep. On the other side, Du Shuai also said goodbye to the captain, but he did not go to the base, but rushed to the Tian'an survivor base. Just got on the Yanghe Bridge. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately blew a whistle. As the whistle sounded, a head poked its head out from the edge of the bridge, and then said in a low voice, You can't go to Chudu without eating Funan's stinky tofu. It's like coming here in vain. Du Shuai replied immediately. The code word was picked up, and the young man immediately climbed out happily and said, Fourth brother, we are ready. What do you want to see next? Go and tell third brother that the operation will be advanced to 8 o'clock in the afternoon. The operation command is 3 dog barks. Du Shuai said, No problem. The young man nodded, then immediately turned around and trotted away. Watching the young man leave, Du Shuai turned around and ran towards the Dawn survivor base. At the same time, looking at Du Shuai in the surveillance screen, Jiang Cheng picked up the satellite phone again and said, Brotherly, at 8:15 p.m., we are ambushing you at the Juanma community near the entrance of the Yanghe Bridge. Yes. Time passed by minute. Jiang Cheng sat in the gym from about 5 o'clock in the morning until about 7 o'clock in the evening. During this period, Shen Fu came to see him once. Jiang Cheng just nodded. And in the shanty towns, Shen Fu had a huge quarrel with Shen Lian, but in the face of Shen Lian's persistence, Shen Fu had to quietly return to his shanty. Finally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. It was completely dark. Outside the wall courtyard of Shuguang's peripheral base, it was pitch black, with no light visible. Inside the base, health area, the two guards guarding the walled courtyard chatted. Hey, old ding, do you feel that something is wrong today? A guard couldn't help but said. Lao Kong, stop being so damn suspicious. Our base can be said to be the safest place in Lincian City. Another guard said. No, I always feel that it's too quiet outside. Normally, the zombies would be howling by now. From what you said, it seems to be the case, but it didn't even make a sound. Just as the two were suspicious, a woman's voice came from the side. Ouch! Who can help me? It hurts so much. The two looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a woman lying on the ground next to the toilet, curled up and holding her stomach and wailing. Is it a woman? It seems to be Shun Fu's sister. Let's go and take a look. Because of the potion provided by Jiang Cheng, Shun Fu's strength has been greatly improved, and his outstanding hunting ability is also well known in the outer base of Shuguang. Lao Ding and Lao Kong looked at each other and immediately trotted up. However, Lao Ding was more cautious and was one step slower than Lao Kong. He raised his rifle and carefully looked around. However, just when the two were about to walk over, a black shadow suddenly flashed in their sight. The two people's eyes blurred, and they almost didn't have time to shout, and they felt their necks struck by lightning. Their vision went black, and they fainted directly on the ground. Looking at the two people falling to the ground, the black shadow curled his lips and walked towards the woman. He smiled and said, Okay, Sister Lien, don't pretend anymore. These two people have been dealt with. It was Du Shuai. Shun Lien blushed and turned her head away. Du Shuai thought that his woman wanted to play some fun, so he swallowed hard and walked over, hugged the woman by the waist. But when his hand touched the clothes below the waist, he felt a dampness and couldn't help but jokingly said, Sister Lien, what are you doing? You ask even though you know it. Shun Lien rolled her eyes, pulled the corner of her clothes to cover her pants, struggled to get up, and said, Hurry up and do it. You scared me to death just now. Really, it's this time, and you're still not in shape. Just two guards, what's there to be afraid of? Du Shuai smiled proudly, then pulled Shun Lien and walked towards the door. But just as he took a step, a long knife appeared out of thin air and crossed his neck. He said lightly, You'd better shut up. If you dare to shout, I'll make you lose your head. After saying that, Du Shuai's body shook, and he sneered. You don't think a mere broken knife can hurt me, do you? As soon as the voice fell, Du Shuai felt a sense of dampness and heat coming from his neck, and the liquid kept flowing down along his chest. Suddenly, he was scared. His voice trembled, and he said in disbelief, You, how could you hurt? Before he finished speaking, the knife approached a little closer and said, Do as I say in a while, understand? Yes, I understand. Du Shuai nodded quickly, fearing that if he was half a second slower, the other party would take his life. He didn't want to die like this. And Shun Lien, who was beside him, had already collapsed on the ground in fear. Looking at the two people who had been controlled, Lin Ro and Li Qingwan looked at each other. Lin Ro ordered the guards beside him. Take this woman away for me. He looked at Lao Ding and Lao Kong who fainted on the ground. And these two injured brothers, send them to the medical room for treatment. Yes. Several guards nodded and took the people away immediately. Then, Lin Ro said to the micro-talkie, Leader, the people have been controlled. Please give instructions. Well, next, let him bring the people in. A faint voice sounded in the communicator. Yes. After responding, Lin Ro leaned against Du Shuai's neck and said, Now, contact your people outside immediately. Remember, if you dare to play tricks, you will definitely die first. Du Shuai nodded like pounding garlic. He was just a gangster in Tianan City. He had never seen such a scene before and was already scared. He hurriedly said, Don't worry, Captain Lin. The way I contact them is 3 dog barks. As long as I send a signal and open the door, they will rush in. Let's start. At the same time, Wei Ming and others had already ambushed outside the Shuguang base. He looked at the big gold watch on his wrist and couldn't help complaining. Damn it, it's already 8:30. What is the fourth brother doing? What else can he do? I guess he forgot about women. Wait a minute. The fifth brother Wang sure curled his lips. As soon as he said that, Manhwa showed an envious look. After conquering the base, he would also have women. Only Zhang Shuangying stared at the gate of the base in front of him, muttering to himself, "You crippled one of my legs back then. Now, I will definitely take your life and destroy your base." After the words fell, suddenly, woof woof woof. Wait. Listening to the voice, Wei Ming suddenly spoke, and then looked at the fifth and sixth brothers beside him. Both of them looked happy and looked at the gate of the base in front. As expected, a door of more than 2 meters opened slowly, and then a young man ran out and shouted, "Brother Wei, Brother Du is ready. It's Lao Si." Wei Ming was immediately delighted, and hurriedly stood up, turned around and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity to make achievements has come. If you want to have 3 meals a day in the future, come to me." Roar, roar, roar. The 100 survivors behind him listened and became excited. Stand up and pick up sticks and rush forward. That's 3 meals a day. They haven't known what it feels like to have 3 meals a day for a month. No, even 2 meals a day. Wang Shi laughed even louder, stood up and roared to the sky. Beast transformation. Crazy lion. For a moment, his body immediately swelled to 3 meters. His strong muscles bulged high. His eyes turned into light gold. His face grew yellow fine hair, and his short hair turned into golden hair, like the king of the forest, domineering. Opening his mouth, he roared again. A pair of saber teeth flashed with murderous intent under the cold moonlight. Seeing Wang Shi transform, Wei Ming was naturally unwilling to lag behind. Temperature, he roared. His body began to grow to more than 2 meters, and his muscles bulged high all over his body, which made his clothes burst directly. The surface of his skin was covered with a layer of black steel. When his hands crossed, there was a faint sound of metal clashing. Old Six Magua naturally would not miss this opportunity to show himself. Thunder. Boom. A thunder fell from the sky. His body slowly hung in the air, surrounded by blue lightning, like the god of thunder, and was extremely powerful. The three had already transformed, and Zhang Shuangying also looked up to the sky and made a sharp eagle cry. In a flash, above the sky, cry. An eagle cry cut through the sky. A 10-meter-long giant monster with wings on its back, a human face and an eagle's beak, and an eagle's body in the lower body broke through the air. At the moment of approaching, Wei Ming and the other two felt a hurricane coming. But fortunately, they had the strength of the first level, so they were not blown to the ground. But they looked at Zhang Shuangying with a flash of surprise. Looking at the surprised eyes of several people, Zhang Shuangying sneered, and with only one leg left, he exerted a little force and soon jumped onto the back of the harpy. "Get up," Zhang Shuangying ordered. The harpy spread its wings and immediately took off into the air. After a while, it flew to a height of 100 meters. The condescending attitude slightly suppressed the three people. Looking at Zhang Shuangying with such strength, Wei Ming and the other two looked at each other. Especially Wang Shi. His eyes were full of fear and said, "Third brother, Zhang Shuangying, let's win this battle first." Wei Ming thought for a while and said, "Okay." Wang Shi nodded. After all, the most important thing at the moment is to capture the Dawn base. They had been preparing for this for several days, and they couldn't miss the opportunity for Zhang Shuangying. Soon, several people regained their morale and looked at the gate of the Shuguang base with enthusiasm. They had just been suppressed by Zhang Shuangying, so they could use this battle to regain their face. Brothers go. At this time, the people in Tian'an base can be said to be very powerful. More than 100 survivors were like a small wave, constantly pouring into the open gate of the base. Wei Ming led the way in the middle, looking at the 10-meter-high wall of the Shuguang base, and roared to the sky. "Look, I'll knock you down with one punch." In front of the display screen in the lobby of Dawn base, looking at the people at Tian'an base who were attacking, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Old man, Shinru, you go and support the security forces." "Yes." Father Yang's voice sounded from the contactor. Then he said, "Sister Ya, I will leave the east gate of the base to you." "Yes," Zhang Yi said decisively. After arranging everyone, Jiang Cheng looked at the display and stood up slowly, muttering to himself, "The battle begins now." However, when passing by the backyard, Jiang Cheng rubbed Gu Tuanshuan's head again and said, "Tuan Tuan, Uncle Superman is going out to fight the bad guys now. You can take care of me. I'll pause here for Uncle Superman." "Then, will Uncle Superman win?" Tuan Tuan asked expectantly with his big eyes open. Jiang Cheng smiled. Uncle Superman will never lose. Well, that group is waiting for Uncle Superman to return. Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously. Jiang Cheng gave another warning before going out, and then rushed towards the health area of Shuguang Base. At this time, Dawn Base, outside the health area. Open it for me. Wei Ming jumped up, raised his steel fist, and smashed it against the city wall. Boom. There was a loud bang. He thought he was full of confidence, but he was directly shocked by the reaction force and took 7 or 8 steps back before he stabilized his body. Looking at the wall, there is almost no damage except for some white marks on the surface and peeling paint. What the hell is this material? Wei Ming was also stunned by the walls of Shuguang Base. He still knew how much he weighed. Although the punch only exerted 5 points of force, such a punch was enough to knock a first-order crusher away. Grandma, I still don't believe this evil. He rubbed his sore shoulders and rushed forward again, unconvinced, raising his fist and striking out. Steel fist. This time, he used almost 100% of his strength. In a blink of an eye, the steel fist immediately came into close contact with the wall and made a buzzing sound like a loud bell, which made the heads of the surrounding survivors buzz, and even the charging speed was slowed down by a few minutes. Punch out. Wei Ming looked at the wall again. I saw that on the white wall of Shuguang Base, there was a fist-sized depression where it was hit, and there were faint cracks in the depression. However, it was just a crack, and the wall showed no sign of collapse. At this time, Wei Ming simply gave up on blowing down the wall and followed the team to rush inward towards the open door that was as tall as one person. If he can't blow down the wall, can't he just go through the door? At the same time, within the walls, Lin Ro looked at the people rushing in and shouted directly, "Shoot!" The words fell. The guards behind her methodically raised their guns and fired. And since the door could only accommodate 2 people, 2 survivors would fall every time they fired. In less than a moment, the number of casualties in Tian'an Base reached dozens. These are the rounds. Several awakened people at Tian'an Base also discovered something was wrong. Especially the Lion King, looking at his own combatants who rushed in without any news, roared and jumped up. The powerful feline jumping ability amplified several times on his body. With just one jump, he jumped more than 10 meters high and landed firmly on the wall. Then he saw clearly Lin Ro, who was directing the guards to shoot inside, as well as the Tian'an Base combatants who fell to the ground. "Mad, you've been fooled," Wang Shi said angrily. However, there is no way he could fail the mission assigned by his boss. Otherwise, he would not be laughed at to death when he returned. What's more, the opponent only had a dozen guns. When they invaded the Tian'an survivor base, the opponent had more than 20 guns, and they were not easily defeated by the second brother and the fourth brother. "No, I can't throw this person away." Thinking about it, he roared, jumped up again, and rushed towards Lin Ro. "Sister Lin Ro, be careful." Li Qingwan saw someone rushing towards the wall and immediately shouted a warning. Lin Ro also reacted and looked at the human-shaped lion charging towards her. After a brief panic, she immediately calmed down and shouted softly, "Hard Qigong." As soon as the voice fell, the inner energy in her dantian immediately surged out. She turned around, flexed her body, and immediately faced him. "Woman, seek death." A flash of contempt flashed in Wang Shi's eyes. A mere woman dared to confront him head-on. She might not want to live anymore. The long claws in his hands were raised, and under the high-speed movement, they cut the air and made a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, this claw arrived in front of Lin Ro. "Go to hell." Wang Shi shouted loudly and grabbed Lin Ro's arm with his claws. Swish. "Well done." Lin Ro raised her fist to greet him. Bang. For a moment, there was a brief exchange of claws and punches in the air, and then a delicate figure flew backwards a few meters. After landing on the ground, it took another dozen steps back before stopping. What a power! With just one move, Lin Ro felt that her arm was numb from the shock. If it were not for the protection of level 1 venom armor and hard Qigong, it is very likely that her arm would have been disabled. No, we can't confront each other head-on like this again. In an instant, Lin Ro made a judgment on the situation. On the other hand, Wang Shi, after landing steadily on the ground, also looked at Lin Ro in surprise. He did not expect that a mere woman could take his attack. This means that this woman has at least the strength of the first level. It seems that the fourth brother's information is wrong, Wang Shi said secretly, and when he looked up at Lin Ro again, there was no contempt in his eyes just now. Instead, he said seriously, "Woman, tell me your name. You are worthy of my Wang Shi's attack. If you want to fight, then fight, and stop talking nonsense." Lin Ro's face was slightly cold. She was in no mood to talk nonsense to people other than the teammates of the Dawn base. "You are quite arrogant, but if you are the only awakener here, then I advise you to surrender as soon as possible." As Wang Shi finished speaking, a lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky. "Sister Ro, be careful." Seeing the critical situation, Li Qingwan didn't care whether she was embarrassed or not, and hurriedly said, "Beast transformation, Phoenix transformation." As the pleasant voice fell, a blazing flame suddenly rose from her body. The clothes on her body were burned in an instant, but fortunately, she was covered with flame-like feathers, so she didn't show her body. Soon, a sharp cry broke the quiet night sky. A divine phoenix suddenly spread its wings and appeared, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery red. The divine phoenix blocked Lin Ro and spit out a flame at the lightning. Bang! For a moment, lightning and flame collided in the air, making a bang, and then both disintegrated. "Sister Ro, are you okay?" The divine phoenix transformed by Li Qingwan spoke in human language and turned to ask Lin Ro. "Thank you, Qingwan. I'm fine." Lin Ro shook her head. To be honest, this sudden attack really caught her off guard. If Li Qingwan hadn't blocked it in time, she would probably have been slightly injured. There is actually another awakener. Wang Shi's pupils shrank. According to the previous intelligence, there should be 2 more awakeners in the Dawn base. "Sixth brother, it seems that fourth brother's information is wrong. We have been fooled." Wang Shi turned to Manhwa, who was surrounded by lightning. "The battle has already begun. It doesn't matter whether we are fooled or not. Besides, we also have 4 awakeners on our side, and they are all at the first level. In terms of winning, we are more likely." Manhwa said. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. Yes, what should he worry about? As the two finished talking, another figure rushed out from behind. "Don't worry, fifth brother and sixth brother. Follow your brother to take down these 2 women." Wei Ming's appearance added a lot of confidence to Wang Shi. "When I first bowed down, I was not ranked according to age, but according to their strength." When I thought of Wei Ming's terrifying defense, Wang Shi felt his bones numb. What the third brother said is that we still don't believe that we can't take down just 2 women. Wang Shi responded loudly, looked at Lin Ro and Li Qingwan, and said proudly, "Now, we are 3 against 2. Sister Ro, are we?" Li Qingwan herself is relatively timid, and now that she is outnumbered, she becomes worried. Lin Ro was not too panicked. With Jiang Cheng here, and with these 3 awakened beings, the base cannot be in chaos. So he said, "Don't worry. We still have Father Jiang Cheng and the others. Just finish speaking." An old laugh came. "Sorry, girl Ro, girl Qingwan, the old man is late." The sound came from behind. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan suddenly looked happy. They turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking towards them with his hands behind his back. "Dad, Dad!" Lin Ro and Li Qingwan shouted excitedly. With their father as the second most powerful force in the base, they have nothing to worry about. Lin Ro regained her composure, turned to look at Wei Ming and the others and said, "Sorry, it's 3 versus 3 now. This old man is so powerful." Wei Ming lowered his voice. Just the moment his father walked over, he felt a huge pressure. This kind of pressure he had only felt on the boss, but it was slightly weaker than the boss, but it was enough to shock him. He should be the Father Yang in the 4th brother's information, the awakener of Shuguang base. Wang Shi said, "Yes, and the strength is at least the 1st level." Manhwa added from the side, "Now, the situation that was originally a sure win has now become more subtle. No, we can't win alone. We must call that bastard Zhang Shuangying." Wei Ming made a decision immediately and shouted to the sky, "Zhang Shuangying, get down here quickly." Soon, an eagle cry came from the sky. A giant creature fell from the sky, and a person stood on its back. It was Zhang Shuangying. Zhang Shuangying said loudly, "As long as there are a few big brothers here, I will be responsible for finding the location of the leader of the base, so I won't disturb your battle." After finishing speaking, he patted the summoned beast harpy on the head and said calmly, "Get up." The harpy spread its wings, and a hurricane immediately hit everyone, blowing them around. Wait until the hurricane is gone. Zhang Shuangying in the sky also flew forward. This bastard. When I return to Tian'an base, I must sue him in front of the boss. Wang Shi gritted his teeth and cursed. Okay, let him go, Wei Ming said helplessly. Ever since the boss Luo Fan rescued this man, he knew that Zhang Shuangying was an unstable factor, but he didn't expect this guy to give up at such a critical moment. Wei Ming recorded this account. Old 5 and 6. 3 versus 3. I'll hold off the old man, and you deal with those two girls. We won't necessarily lose. Wei Ming immediately made arrangements. What third brother said is, leave the woman with the ponytail to me. Wang Shi pointed at Lin Judo. If the opponent's strength is as strong as the previous fight, he is 80% sure to kill the opponent. Manhwa pointed to the divine phoenix beside him and said, since fifth brother has chosen, that big bird belongs to me. After saying that, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Li Qingwan had just transformed, and couldn't help but lick his tongue. After the distribution was completed, Wang Shi and the other three took their stances and slowly prepared themselves. Just as both sides drew their swords and raised their crossbows, another cold voice sounded. Xiao Zhengyan, Qingwan, Dad, I'm sorry I'm late. After the voice fell, a slender woman wearing a white robe slowly walked out, looked at the people at Tian'an base opposite, and said calmly, now, it's 4 versus 3. Sister Xinru, Lin Ro, and Li Qingwan were surprised. Hey, it's Lu Yadu. Father Yang said without any surprise. Well, according to the leader's instructions, I was ordered to come to support. Lu Xinru explained. At this time, Wei Ming and others were not calm at all. Judging from the aura of this woman, she is actually another awakened one. These are 4 awakened ones. On the other hand, there were only 3 of them here. Manhwa immediately flinched and said, third brother, are we still coming? Come on, why not? It's just a woman. Wei Ming said firmly. They have lost at least half of their combatants, and this base must be captured, otherwise, they will have no shame in going back to see the boss. But, they have. Manhwa hesitated. But before he finished speaking, Wei Ming immediately scolded him. So what if there are 4 of us? It's not certain who will win and who will lose. Having said that, it was obvious that the momentum of the 3 of them was suppressed by the other party. As for Lin Ro, everyone has arrived. The girls no longer worry. Lin Ro even said loudly, Dad, Qingwan, Sister Xinru, what are you waiting for? Let's go together. Good. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ro formed a claw with one hand, and the surrounding water vapor quickly condensed into a ball around her, and then the water ball slowly turned into a long spiral needle under Lin Ro's control. With a light shout, he pointed at Wang Shi. Go, water pattern needles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several water pattern needles suddenly shot out, and their speed even made a blasting sound in the air. Li Qingwan on the side was not far behind. She spread her 2-meter-long wings and immediately took off. Her golden beak opened and spit out a flame towards Manhwa. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Shi and Manhwa did not hesitate and reacted instantly. Wang Shi bent his legs, and the muscles on his legs bulged. Bang! In an instant, he stepped on the ground and collapsed, and shot out like a cannonball, opening his iron claws of more than 10 centimeters and grabbing the water pattern needles. Manhwa was even more direct. He stood in the air, spread his hands, and shouted, Thunder! Boom! 2 blue lightning bolts as thick as arms fell from the sky. Manhwa caught them with both hands, and the lightning wrapped around his arms, crackling. Then he put his hands together, merged the 2 lightning bolts into a ball of light the size of a football, and finally threw it at the surging flames. Lightning ball. The 2 sides have started fighting. Only Father Yang and Wei Ming stood opposite each other, and Lu Xinru retreated to the side. She did not come as a combatant to support, and her awakened supernatural power also made Jiang Cheng forbid her to participate in the battle. Boy, make a move, I will take over, Father Yang said with a smile. However, it seemed a bit incongruous for a middle-aged face to say this. As expected, Wei Ming sneered. Brother, we are not much different in age. Calling each other like this is an advantage. Father Yang was not annoyed, but smiled and said, Boy, although I like your saying very much, I am 78 this year. 78? Are you taking me for a fool? Wei Ming was stunned, obviously with disbelief. Old man Yang shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I just want to say one thing." "What is it?" Wei Minggang asked. Suddenly, his eyes blurred. A voice sounded from behind, and at the same time a strong wind came from the left. 78. Still play with your mother. Wei Ming felt the strong wind coming from the left and had no time to defend himself, so he took the blow with a stiff face. Zheng. There was a metallic clang. Wei Ming only felt his head buzzing, and his body took a few steps back before he stabilized his body. Shaking his dizzy head, he looked at Father Yang angrily and shouted angrily, "You can't afford to do a sneak attack." However, I was also surprised at the strength of this punch. His defensive power is recognized by the base as strong. Even if an ordinary first-level awakened person hits him with all his strength, it will be like scratching an itch on him. But this old guy's punch actually knocked him back, which shows the hidden meaning in it. Power. What the old man is doing is sneak attacks. Father Yang landed firmly on the ground and said with a smile, but the fists on his back were rubbing crazily. This kid's face is really tough. Although the old man's punch was not full force, it still weighed more than 6,000 kilograms. He can take my punch hard and not fall down. His strength should not be underestimated. Thinking about it, Father Yang was secretly vigilant. Wei Ming was already annoyed at being slapped in the face by the opponent. Now being provoked by the opponent again aroused his fiery temper. His arms were crossed back and forth, his body was bent, and his two legs full of muscle lines moved forward and backward. "Make a running gesture," he yelled angrily. "Shameless thing, if the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm just a sick cat." The words fell. Bang! A strong wind spread around. Wei Ming stepped forward a little, causing the stone slab beneath him to explode, and rushed towards Father Yang. Steel fist. When he reached about 3 or 4 meters, Wei Ming jumped up instantly, raised his fist, and struck directly in front of Yang's face. Steel fist. Father Yang murmured, looked at Wei Ming, who was close at hand, and said loudly, "Then let the old man see whether your steel fist is stronger or the old man's diamond fist." The arm shrunk slightly, and the thin right arm was covered with golden light. Until Wei Ming gradually approached, Father Yang suddenly took a step. Vajra fist. Boom. A punch was thrown out, with an explosion sound. In an instant, the two fists collided. There was a sound of metal roaring, and the airflow generated by the impact flew wildly around, causing the other combatants to narrow their eyes. 1 second later, boxing points. Wei Ming stepped back 5 or 6 steps in succession, looking down at his red-hot right fist with a look of shock on his face. The opponent's powerful attack actually made his fist feel a burning sensation. On the other hand, Father Yang just took a step back and looked up at Wei Ming, with the same surprise in his eyes. What a strong defense. For a moment, both sides looked at each other and became serious. Wei Ming said coldly, "Old man, although I still question your age, your strength is good enough to force me to use my full strength." Father Yang smiled and said, "That old man is really honored." As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Father Yang is fighting in full swing. Lin Ro on the side felt a lot of pressure. "Where are you looking?" Suddenly, a voice came from my ear. "Water shield." Lin Ro quickly raised her hand to block, forming a water-condensed shield in front of her arm. Bang! The next second, the water shield was shattered by a claw, and his right arm felt like it was hit hard. Because of this force, the whole person slid backwards for a long distance before stopping. The speed is too fast. I can't even see his movement trajectory clearly. Lin Ro panted slightly, her brain spinning wildly, looking for a solution. At the same time, she scanned the surroundings vigilantly, secretly gathering water balls behind her. Compared to Lin Ro, Li Qingwan's battle was much simpler and more direct. It flapped its wings and flew dozens of meters into the air. It looked up to the sky and neighed. It opened its beaks and spit out a fireball about 1 meter in diameter from its mouth. Fire energy cannon. As soon as the fireball came out, the surrounding air was heated up, and even the air everyone breathed in was scalding hot. Seeing the flame energy cannon approaching, Magwa's eyes were sharp and blue arcs surrounded his body. He slowly raised his arms and a ball of thunder and lightning formed in front of him. He also shouted, Ball lightning. Whoosh. With a sound, ball lightning shot up instantly. The two energies suddenly collided in the air. Bang! The two attacks exploded violently, and the shock wave generated by the explosion spread rapidly, knocking some weak survivors directly to the ground. Ouch! Screams and wails were heard. While the three of them were fighting, not far away, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. It was Jiang Cheng, who had been watching the battle for a long time. This should be considered Xiao Jian and Qing Wan's first battle with the Awakened, and with the old man here, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Jiang Cheng secretly said, looking at the black shadow flashing in the sky again, and slowly pulled out the second-level Tang Dao from the space ring. It's time to address the threat in the air. At the same time, Zhang Shuangying was overlooking the entire Shuguang base in the sky. With the blessing of a pair of golden eagle eyes and super hearing, he knew everything on the ground like the back of his hand. But after searching for nearly 3 minutes, he couldn't find Jiang Cheng. Where are you hiding? Say something to yourself. Suddenly, Zhang Shuangying's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists involuntarily with both hands. He grinned, his face full of murderous intent, and said excitedly, I finally found you. The words fell. He slapped the harpy on the head and said, Good boy, tear him to pieces. The harpy raised its head and neighed. After spinning once in the air, the body dived downwards. Coming. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, smiled faintly. I didn't expect Zhang Shuangying to be so impatient. He just showed up and appeared immediately. It seemed that this guy was even more impatient to kill him. In a blink of an eye, a biting cold wind came. The figure of the harpy enlarged in sight, and a pair of eagle claws reflected a sharp cold light. Kill him, Zhang Shuangying shouted excitedly, and the harpy clawed at Jiang Cheng's chest. Well done, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly and raised the Tang Dao in his hand. A flash of thunder. As the inner energy surged, the black blade was covered with a layer of faint golden light. Together with the Tang sword, Jiang Cheng's entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and headed towards the harpy. Swish! For a while, the golden light and the harpy passed by each other. Puff! A blood arrow flew out, along with a pair of giant claws flying up. The shrill screams resounded throughout the dawn base. With this blow, the harpy's legs were cut off, she lost her balance, and she dived and had a close friction with the ground. Zhang Shuangying only stopped because the harpy fell to the ground and rolled all the way on the ground. Damn, this guy has never been this strong before. Holding back the many scratches on his body, he climbed up and ran towards the harpy. The harpy also endured the severe pain of losing her legs and supported her body with her wings. When he arrived, Zhang Shuangying jumped on his back with one leg and said repeatedly, Quick, retreat. Just from this electric exchange, Zhang Shuangying realized the gap between him and Jiang Cheng. It is not his character to fight to the death. Only saving his life is the most important thing. But just when one person and one eagle takes off, a Tang Dao pressed on his shoulder. You've been looking for me for so long, and it's so hard to find me here. Why are you leaving in a hurry? Let's talk. As soon as the voice came out, Zhang Shuangying's body trembled, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.